You're lying here, eyes closed, body still in that quiet state of being wired but tired. Your mind moving slowly through small things from today, just the kind of moments that get stuck behind the eyes when you try to let go. A word said too quickly, a look not quite right, something left unsaid or said just a little too much. It's not about big things, it's never about that. It's the quiet accumulation of smallness that keeps the nervous system humming just below silence. You're not in danger, but you're still on guard, and that feeling stays even when everything else has settled. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is wearing you down, a doctor or therapist is the right person to talk to. But this moment, right now, this is for you. You're here. The body knows it's time to rest, but the mind hasn't quite caught up yet, and that's okay. There's no need to fix anything. No need to push those thoughts away or rewrite them in your head. They are not demands on you. They don't have to be resolved. You're not being asked to quiet your mind, not really. This isn't about stopping thought. It's about giving the body space to settle so that even if thoughts come and go, they no longer hold power over your breathing, your muscles, your sense of safety. Let's begin with your breath just for a moment. There's no need to change it yet. Just notice how it moves through you, how air enters at the nose or mouth, flows down into the chest or belly, and then gently leaves again. Your body knows how to breathe. It has been doing so all day, every hour of your life, even when you weren't aware. But here's something gentle and useful. On each exhale, let it be a little longer than the inhale. Not forced, just naturally extended, as if the breath is softening with time. Let the out-breath stretch into stillness, like water spreading across stone after being poured. There's no rule to follow, no right length. Just allow it to feel slow and deep, full of quiet. You might notice that your shoulders lift slightly when you inhale, just a tiny shift. That's normal. But on the exhale, let them soften. Let the weight in your upper back ease downward, as if gravity has finally remembered how to hold you. Your hands, they're resting now, palms down or up. They don't matter. Just notice whether there's tension gathered around the knuckles, the wrists, the base of the fingers. Let those places release not with effort, but simply by allowing them to be less tight than they were a moment ago. Not relax, not let go, just settle into this shape your body is already in. There's no need for performance here. On your next exhale, imagine you're sending the breath all the way down through your chest and into your belly, letting it fill softly, like water rising slowly inside a glass that hasn't been touched in days. And when you breathe out, let go of that fullness too. Let it fall away, not forcefully, but with patience. Each long exhale is a signal to the nervous system. The danger has passed. You don't need to be alert anymore. There's no threat here. No one needs your attention. The door remains closed. The lights are off. Nothing in this room is moving without permission. Everything you're sensing, this quiet hum of air, the slight pressure of sheets on skin, the faint warmth near your feet, is steady and unchanged. The nervous system learns safety through sensation, not logic. It doesn't need to understand that it's safe. It just needs to feel it in the body. So we'll go slowly, one small moment at a time. Let your attention drift now, softly, from your breath toward what surrounds you. Not because you have to take inventory, but because this is how the nervous system learns, by gently scanning space, confirming there's no need for vigilance. Begin with the ceiling above you, not looking up, just letting awareness rise slightly, as if floating upward in still water. There are lines where paint meets plaster, maybe a faint shadow from something hanging far away, maybe nothing at all. Just notice what your body senses without naming it. The shape of the space overhead. Now let that attention settle down, slowly slide toward one wall. Feel how solid it is beneath the surface. The way your skin knows when air stops and material begins. There's no need to describe it, just feel its presence, a barrier with no threat behind it. You are not responsible for guarding this side of the room. Now move gently to the other walls, same thing. The texture you don't see, but the sense that something is there, something real and unchanging. No one has moved in while you've been awake. No footstep echoes through the floorboards. Nothing unexpected arrived. Your gaze might drift toward the door now, not looking at it intently, just letting awareness rest near where the frame meets the wall. You don't need to check if it's locked. That's not your task here. You're not in charge of security anymore. The lock is intact. Whatever was closed stays shut. And behind you, that space too. Maybe a corner, maybe nothing at all. It doesn't matter what's there. What matters is how your body responds to the idea that nothing here needs defending. This slow orienting pass isn't about checking things. It's about telling your nervous system you don't have to be ready for anything. There's no incoming threat, no one approaching in silence. You are not on watch, not now. Return your attention back to the body, but this time, don't search for tension. Just notice where you feel weight, pressure, warmth. Let that awareness rest in your jaw. The muscles around your mouth and teeth, they're often tight without warning. Maybe they've been clenched during a conversation or while thinking about something difficult. They don't need to stay like this. There's no reason for them to be locked down. On the next slow exhale, let that pressure ease, not all at once, but gradually, as if melting snow from stone. Let your tongue rest gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressed forward or pulled back. Let it lie where it is, no need to move it, no task for it here, just allow it to be still. Now let your eyes soften, not closed completely, not open wide, but letting the muscles around them relax as if they're resting after a long day of focusing. The corners don't have to hold tension. They can just release into softness. Your shoulders, they've been holding something all day, maybe only a thought, maybe nothing real at all. But their shape says they carry weight. Let that weight dissolve on the exhale. Let each shoulder fall away from your ears, as if releasing a memory you never agreed to keep. Not forcing it down, but allowing gravity to do what it does best. Your hands, are they clenched or folded loosely? Maybe one is resting flat, the other curled slightly into itself. Just notice without judgment. Let them open not with intention, but with release. On each exhale, imagine sending softness through your fingers, like warm water spreading from fingertip to palm. Now bring awareness down to your belly, the place where tension gathers when you're thinking too much or feeling uncertain. It's a common spot, not because it's weak, but because it's sensitive. Let that area soften with each breath, not pushing anything away, just letting go of the tightness, as if unwinding thread from an old knot. Let your low back relax into the surface beneath you. The curve at the small of your spine doesn't need to be held firm. It can just lie there, supported by mattress and floor alike. No effort required. Your legs now, tucked under blankets or stretched out straight. Either way, let them settle. Don't worry about being properly positioned. Just notice how they feel against the bed sheet, heavy, warm, still. Let your thighs soften at the front, your calves release their tension, even if you don't remember ever holding it. And now, feel your whole body as one continuous field of sensation. No separate parts, just a single weight resting on the bed and the ground beneath. Not light or floating, but real and anchored. You're not trying to become something new. You are already here, already present. The nervous system doesn't need you to do anything special. It only needs you to stop resisting your body's natural desire to rest. Feel how your body begins to settle, not because you've decided to let go, but because it has remembered what it means to be held. Not by hands, not by another person, but by the quiet certainty of being on a surface that supports you exactly as you are. The bed doesn't ask for anything, it simply holds. And your body, after all that effort to stay awake, to stay alert, now begins to accept this. It's okay to be heavy. It's okay not to do, not now. Let the breath continue, long and unhurried on the out-breath, softening as if you're breathing into a warm room where nothing is expected of you. There's no need to fix anything here, no problem to solve, no moment to master. Just this, your chest rising with quiet ease, sinking again, and then stillness between breaths, not empty, but full in its own way, with the kind of peace that doesn't come from doing something right, but from simply being allowed to be. Now let's move gently into a new texture, something quieter than release, softer than letting go. It's not about what you're losing or giving up. It's about noticing how your body feels when it stops trying to control its own presence. When the mind still flickers with small regrets, the way you said something too quickly, the look someone gave you that you didn't understand, the silence after a phone call, those moments aren't erased. They don't vanish because you're lying here. But they also don't have to pull you back in. You can let them drift through your awareness like leaves on a slow-moving stream, not catching them, not pushing them away, just watching how they float past without needing to be claimed. And with each passing thought, notice how your body remains still, how it doesn't need to respond. It's already resting. The nervous system isn't asking for your permission. It's simply beginning to believe that safety is real, that this moment, right now, is not a threat disguised as night. There are no hidden alarms, no one waiting in the shadows. Nothing here wants you to be on guard. Let that truth sink into your ribs, into the way your breath moves through your chest like water through roots underground. Not urgent, not striving, just moving. You don't have to remember what happened today. You don't need to re-examine it, replay it, or find a better version of yourself in its aftermaths. The body knows things the mind can't reach, like how some muscles unclench not because you told them to, but because your system has decided this is enough. This moment, this breath, this stillness, it's been long overdue. You've earned it without having done anything extraordinary. Now imagine your skin as a kind of slow-dissolving membrane, not rigid, not closed, but porous in the best way. As if every pore knows how to let go just a little more with each exhale. Not escaping, but releasing, like steam rising from warm earth after rain. And that warmth, it's real. You can feel it deep in your back, beneath your spine, where tension used to live like an old habit. Let the heat spread, not fast, not forced, but gently, as if sunlight is slowly waking a field you've never seen before. There's no rush to be anywhere else. No need to arrive at calmness or peace. You're already there, just in a form your mind hasn't yet recognized. The kind of being that doesn't look forward or backward, but simply exists, present and unburdened. Let the thoughts continue their quiet passage, like distant stars moving across the sky, not close enough to touch, not loud enough to disturb. They don't need your attention. You're no longer running toward them or away from them. You're just letting them be, like clouds passing over a landscape. that has long since stopped trying to control the weather. And with each one that drifts by, feel how your shoulders soften even further, not because you've decided they should, but because gravity is finally doing its work without resistance. The weight of your arms isn't an effort, it's just their natural state. Let them lie where they are, heavy and still, like stones in a quiet riverbed. Now let your attention travel down to the soles of your feet, feeling not what they're supposed to do, but how they feel right now. Are they cool, warm, pressed into the blanket, or bare against the sheet? Just notice, no judgment, no correction. They are exactly where they need to be. Let that awareness spread up through your ankles, not tightening, not tending to them, but simply letting them know you're safe here. The tendons don't have to stay on alert. The muscles at the back of your legs can stop waiting for a signal that never comes. They don't have to prepare you for anything anymore. Let your knees soften like butter left in the sun, slow and yielding, not collapsing, but releasing into their own natural alignment with gravity. Your thighs, once tense from hours of sitting or standing, are now just resting. The weight is not a burden. It's part of what makes this body feel whole. And as you keep breathing, imagine your spine not as a column that needs to stay straight, but as something more like a riverbed, softened by time, carved by water, holding its shape without effort. No need to correct it, no need to fix anything. Just let the curve at the base of your back melt into the mattress beneath you, as if surrendering not to sleep, but simply to gravity's gentle claim. Now bring awareness all the way through your pelvis, your hips, the soft hollows behind your knees, each place where tension might have gathered without warning. Not because anything happened today, but just because bodies carry history in their shape. And now, let them unlearn it slowly, one breath at a time. Let your belly soften, not from desire to be flat or light, but simply because the nervous system is no longer on high alert. The muscles around your core are not required to brace against danger anymore. They can just rest. Let that softness spread like warm water through an old pipe, slow, quiet, inevitable. And now let's return to the breath, not as a tool, not as something to master, but as a rhythm you've come home to. A steady tide pulling back and forth beneath your skin. Each exhale longer than the last, not because you're trying to control it, but because your body is finally letting go of its own urgency. There's no goal here, no need to reach deeper, faster, more fully. Just let each breath be what it is, a moment where the air comes in and then leaves again, carrying nothing with it. No thoughts, no memories, not even the weight of your name. You are not required to remember who you were before this night. You're just here, feeling the warmth under your body, hearing the silence that surrounds you like a blanket, sensing how your chest rises and falls without effort, without expectation. This is not about becoming something new. It's about remembering what was always true. That rest isn't earned. It's simply offered when the mind stops fighting it. Let the breath slow not into stillness, but into quiet. A space where thoughts are allowed to drift like dust in a sunbeam, no longer significant, no longer demanding attention. They're just part of the air you breathe now, something that moves through your awareness without needing to be changed. And with each passing moment, notice how less effort it takes to stay here, how little energy is needed to remain present. It's not about willpower or discipline. It's about surrendering into what already exists. A body that wants nothing more than to lie down and be held. Now, the nervous system isn't asking you to do anything special tonight. It just needs one thing: your permission to stop pretending it has to stay awake, to let go of the idea that danger is coming or that something will be missed if you close your eyes. That thought, the one about missing a moment, isn't true either. You're already in a moment, this one, the quiet between breaths, the weight on the bed, the softness behind your eyelids. There's no need to catch up with time, no reason to stay alert for what might happen tomorrow. Not now. You're not responsible for anything beyond this breath, this body, this space you inhabit right here. Let that idea sink in slowly, like a stone sinking through deep water. No splash, no sound, just quiet descent. And so you stay, not fighting, not reaching, just being held by the quiet that's already here, between one breath and the next, between memory and now. You don't need to fix what aches, nor polish the edges of regret. The body doesn't care about right or wrong. It only knows relief when it stops resisting itself. Let your shoulders drop not as an act of will, but because their weight is finally allowed to belong to gravity. No longer must they carry the burden of readiness. They can simply rest, like leaves that have long stopped trying to stay aloft. Feel how soft your jaw becomes, not forced, not rehearsed, but just letting go, like a door left open after a storm, no longer needing to be held shut against wind and rain. The muscles around your teeth loosen. The tongue rests flat, weightless, in the space it was made for, no longer tense with unspoken words, no longer clenching against what wasn't said. Let that stillness grow along the ridge of your face, the skin behind your ears, the hollows beneath your eyes, the corners where worry used to gather like dust on a shelf. Now let the attention drift down, not in search, not in inspection, but as if you're noticing something already there. The way warmth pools at the base of your spine, just above the curve of your pelvis. It's not heat from effort, it's not energy drawn upward. It's just presence, like a slow pulse beneath skin that has forgotten how to be alert. There's no need to name it, no need to wonder if it means something. Just let it be, a quiet glow, like embers after the fire has gone out. Let your hands unclench, not because they've been tight before, but simply because now there is nothing left to hold on to. The fingers aren't gripping air or fear, they're just resting on the bed, palms open and still, like soil that's finally stopped waiting for rain, softened by time, no longer afraid of being empty. And your feet, let them feel the way the mattress cradles them at the heels, how the soles press into warmth beneath you, like roots sinking into earth after a long dry stretch. No need to push back or keep balance. Just allow yourself to be held in place, not by effort, not by posture, but because your body knows its own safety. Now imagine this, that each breath doesn't just move through your chest and out again. No, it's more like a slow wave passing over the surface of a still pond. You're not making ripples, you're simply being carried by them. The inhale isn't an arrival, it's a moment when water rises gently to meet the sky. And the exhale, that is where the weight returns, not with force, but with trust, like a stone returning to its place beneath the current. This rhythm isn't something you must maintain, it just is. Not because it's perfect, not because you've done it right, but simply because your body remembers how to let go when no one is watching. No audience, no performance, just this quiet exchange between air and bone, between motion and stillness. Let the thoughts that linger, those small regrets from earlier today, float past like boats on a river after dusk. Not all of them need answers, not all of them demand resolution. Some are just memories passing through your awareness, no longer in charge. They don't need to be held or released, they simply drift. You're not required to say goodbye. You're only asked to notice that they can move without dragging you along. And with each slow exhale, something shifts inside, not towards sleep, but deeper into a kind of knowing that staying awake isn't the same as being alert, that holding on to consciousness doesn't mean being present. Sometimes presence is not about focus, it's about not needing to be focused at all. There's no need to prove your attention is sharp or clear. The nervous system isn't asking you to stay engaged with the world right now. It's whispering instead, you are safe enough to stop pretending. That this moment, this breath, this weight on the bed, this softness behind your eyelids is not temporary, it is real. Now let that truth sink in, not as an idea, but as a feeling in your bones. Like the sun warming stone long after it has set, you don't need to think about being warm. Your body just feels it. So too with this sense of safety. It doesn't depend on whether you believe it or not. It only depends on whether you allow yourself to feel it. Let the space around you grow quieter, not because silence is loud, but because your attention stops trying to fill it. The room isn't empty, it's full of stillness, of shadow, of air that moves without purpose. You don't need to name what's in it, just let it be there, like a presence you've always known but never recognized. And now let the weight of your body deepen, not into heaviness, not into fatigue, but into a kind of belonging, as if every part of you, your arms, your legs, your spine, your breath, has finally remembered where it belongs. In this bed, in this night, in this moment that isn't going anywhere. It's not about surrendering to sleep. It's about letting go of the idea that sleep must be earned or chased. You aren't failing because you're still awake. You're just here, not too much, not too little, but exactly where you need to be, a body resting in its own rightness. Let your thoughts come and go, some returning with quiet insistence, others fading like footprints in sand after the tide has passed. No judgment, no correction, just observation that they don't have power over you unless you give it to them. And tonight, you're choosing not to. Now let's slow the breath even further, not because you're trying harder, but because your body is already beginning to shift into a different kind of alertness, one where stillness isn't absence, but full presence. Feel how the air moves in through your nose, cool and light, then settles deep inside before it begins its return. No rush, no urgency, just a slow passage from one moment to the next. Each exhale longer than the last, not because you're stretching time, but because your body is no longer afraid of what comes after. You don't need to know where this will lead. You don't need to decide whether it's working or not. The nervous system doesn't care about outcomes. It only cares about safety, and right now, every signal says you are safe. And so you rest, not as an achievement, but as a release. Like a tree that finally stops resisting the wind and simply lets itself sway within its own roots. No need to be rigid. No need to hold your ground. You're already grounded by the bed, by the earth below, by time itself. Let the space between breaths grow longer, not into emptiness, but into possibility, not as a void to fear, but as an opening where something deeper can settle in. A pause that isn't silence, it's fullness, like air filling a vessel when it's finally open. And now feel your hands again, just for a moment, as if you're touching them with the back of your mind, not trying to move them, not asking anything, just sensing they are soft, they are still, they are no longer preparing to act or defend or explain, they are simply here. Now let that same quiet spread through your arms, your biceps unclenching, your forearms releasing their tension like water pouring from a cup left open. Your elbows relax not into collapse, but into alignment with gravity's pull. You're not falling, you're just being held by the bed in such a way that no muscle needs to fight. And down through your chest, let the muscles beneath your ribs soften, let the diaphragm settle into its natural place, like a blanket folded and left on a chair. No need to force it into shape. It's already where it belongs, resting gently against the weight above. Now notice how your legs are held, not by tension in your quads or hamstrings, but simply because they're lying down. The knees bend slightly, not from effort, but from natural position. Your calves rest along the mattress like stones smoothed by water over time. No strain, no need to stay ready, just here. Let your feet be exactly where they are, flat against the bed, not pressing into it, not lifting, just resting like stones at the bottom of a quiet stream. No pressure to stay still, no need to be fixed. The soles soften, the arches ease into their natural curve, the toes no longer curled in anticipation. They don't have to do anything. They're already doing what they were meant to, being part of your body's resting posture. And as that awareness lingers, just a thread of attention, you may notice how even the smallest movements are now gentle. Not because you're trying, but because there's no one left to push against. The air inside your chest stays full for a moment longer than before, not held, not forced, but simply allowed. A pause that doesn't ask anything. You don't have to breathe in again, it can wait. And when it comes, it's not urgent. It drifts in like mist through an open window, cool and quiet, filling the space without rushing. Your lungs aren't working hard. They're just letting the body take what it needs, nothing more, nothing less. Now let your awareness move up through the spine, not to straighten it, not to fix it, but simply to feel how each vertebra rests against the one below, like beads on a string held gently by gravity. No need to align them, no need to lift or push. They're already in place, aligned by time and weight and habit. The curve at your lower back is soft, not collapsed, not rigid, but balanced. It's not an effort. It's a shape the body has learned over years of lying down, walking, breathing. Let that shape stay. Let it be enough. Feel how your neck sits, neither taut nor slumped, but resting between head and shoulders like a hinge with no tension in the joint. The muscles around it are not working to hold up your skull, they're just letting it settle into its own weight. You don't have to keep your head up anymore. There's no one watching, no performance required. Just this, your head is here, and you're allowing it to be. And now let the jaw loosen slowly, not with a stretch or a yawn, but simply by noticing that there's no reason for it to stay clenched. The teeth aren't locked together. The tongue rests in its own groove, not pressing against anything, not pushing forward. It doesn't need to be active. You don't have to say anything right now, so let it just lie still. Behind your eyes, those small, quiet spaces, the muscles around them soften as if someone has lowered the blinds on a room that no longer needs to watch for danger. The eyelids are closed, yes, but not tightly. They're simply at rest. No effort to keep them shut or open. Just silence behind them, like a darkened hall where nothing is expected to happen. And in that stillness, notice how the thoughts don't vanish, but they change their tone. Not because you've stopped thinking, but because your body has shifted so deeply into safety that even the smallest mental loop can now pass through without triggering alarm. The past doesn't feel like a threat anymore. It's not something to rehash or fix. It's just memory, like dust on an old shelf, gently settling when no one stirs it. Let one of those thoughts rise, not with resistance, but with curiosity. What if you let it be? Not analyzed, not judged, not rewritten, just seen for a moment as a passing shape in the dark, like a cloud drifting across the moon. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to agree with it or reject it. It's just there, brief, soft, and then it drifts into silence again. And if another comes, let it too. The one about the word you said wrong. The one about not saying goodbye properly. The small thing that tugs at your chest like a thread caught in the wind. You don't have to pull it loose or tie it off. Just let it dangle. It doesn't need to be resolved tonight. The body knows something the mind still forgets. You are not responsible for everything, not even for thoughts. They come and go like leaves on a creek, carried by currents too slow to notice. You don't have to keep them anchored in your awareness. Let each one pass like water under stone. Now let your attention travel down through the lower belly, not as a place of tension or anxiety, but as a soft hollow where breath settles and warmth pools. Not because you're trying to relax it, but because it's already been relaxed by everything that came before. The muscles there aren't gripping, they're not holding on, they're just open. Feel how your pelvis tilts slightly, just enough so the spine can rest without effort, like a bowl gently resting on the ground. No need to brace against gravity. You don't have to stay upright, not now. The bed supports you completely. Even when it feels like nothing is holding you up, you are still held. And in that feeling, the quiet certainty of being supported, let your legs feel heavier again, not from fatigue, but from surrender, like roots spreading slowly into soil after a long drought. They don't need to pull themselves upward or stay alert. There's no reason to keep them ready. You're already here. You're safe. Now imagine the space around you not as walls, not as boundaries, but as an invisible blanket wrapped gently over your body. It doesn't press in, it just exists. like air that has always been there, like the softness of a room after someone else has left and forgotten to turn off the light. You're not alone in it, but you don't need company either. Let the edges of yourself blur slightly, not into nothing, but into presence. Not by losing shape, but by letting go of effort. You aren't trying to become anything. You aren't striving for calmness or peace. You're simply allowing your body to be what it is, a warm mass of flesh and bone lying down on a mattress beneath the quiet sky. And as you lie there, unwinding not in bursts, but in slow, continuous release, the space between breaths grows again, not into emptiness, but into something like waiting. Not anxious waiting, just presence. Like the moment before a bell rings, not because it's about to chime, but because time has slowed enough for you to notice its own weight. Let your shoulders drop not as if they're falling, but as if gravity finally decided to listen. No need to hold them high, no reason to keep them tight against the world. They can just rest where they are, softly lowering into the bed, sinking slightly with every exhale, like a sack of grain laid down after a long journey. And now let your hands return to awareness again, not as tools or weapons or instruments of control, but simply as parts of you that have been waiting for permission to stop doing anything. Let them be soft, not limp, not dead, but alive in their stillness, like two small animals curled up under a blanket, resting after waking from a dream. Your fingers spread gently, not because they're stretching, but because there's no reason not to. The tips don't need to reach for anything. They don't have to press or pull or write or touch. They can just be. And as that softness spreads through your arms, the blood moving freely now, the nerves quieting down, notice how even the smallest movements feel like they're happening on their own. Not directed, not intentional, just occurring, like a branch swaying in air you don't see. Now let your attention travel back up, not to the head, not to the mind, but through the spine again, slowly this time, feeling how each vertebra is held by its neighbors, how the whole column rests on the curve of your pelvis, like a stack of stones arranged by wind and water over centuries. No need for alignment, no need to fix it. It's already balanced. Let that balance stay. Let it be enough. You don't have to prove you're safe. The body knows. The nervous system has already begun its shift, not in one big leap, but in 1,000 tiny adjustments, like a river finding its path through rock after years of quiet flow. Let your spine continue to settle, not with effort, but with acceptance. Like a log resting on the bed of a slow-moving stream, not resisting the current, not fighting to stay upright, just being carried by what is already there. There's no need to straighten, no reason to keep it rigid or proud. It can curve gently where it needs to, softening into the shape that fits the mattress, fitting the space your body occupies without trying to expand beyond it. The muscles along its length are not working hard anymore. They've stopped holding their breath. They're letting go, not all at once, but one layer after another, like peeling back old layers of skin from a wound that has finally begun to close. You now feel the weight beneath you, the bed, the floor, the earth far below, not as something distant or abstract, but as a continuous presence, like gravity isn't pulling you down so much as holding you in place with quiet certainty. You're not falling. You're being held by what's always been there. No one has to carry you. Nothing has to catch you. The ground doesn't need your permission to support you. It already does. Let that sink into the marrow of your bones, slow and deep. Your pelvis is not pushing forward or tucking under. It's simply resting where it belongs, cradled by the bed's surface, like a stone in still water, unmoving but alive. Let your breath continue its quiet rhythm, not fast, not forced, just long enough to carry warmth through every corner of you. Each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're measuring it, but because your body has found a way to breathe that feels natural now. The kind of breathing that doesn't require thought, only presence. The air moves in and out without resistance, like wind through an open window on a quiet evening when no one's home. And as you lie there, still not asleep yet, not quite awake either, you might notice how thoughts keep showing up, soft ones at first, small regrets from the day. That thing you said too quickly, the way your tone slipped, the moment you hesitated instead of speaking. They drift in like leaves on a still pond, barely making ripples. Not because they're gone, but because you aren't reaching for them. You don't need to fix them. There's no one here to judge or correct. No audience waiting to react. So let them be. Let them float across the surface of your awareness without needing to pull them under or push them away. They are not yours to manage. They are just thoughts passing through a space that is already quiet enough to hold them, even if only for a moment. You aren't trying to stop thinking. You're simply allowing yourself to be aware without doing anything with what you see. Now shift your attention slightly, not to the head this time, not to the chest, but to the skin. Feel how it covers you, thin and porous, like paper that's been left open on a table overnight. It doesn't need to defend you anymore. No threat is knocking at the door. The air outside isn't cold or dangerous. It just breathes, and so do you. Let your awareness trace the surface of your body, not in search, not in judgment, but in gentle curiosity. Like tracing the edge of a map with your fingertip, not to find somewhere new, but to remember that you are here, whole, even if scattered by small moments of doubt. Run your attention slowly over your shoulders again, then down your arms, past your elbows and wrists, through your fingers, not touching anything, just noticing how the skin there is warm, alive, responsive in its own way. Let it feel like a slow tide moving across you, calm, inevitable, carrying no urgency with it. There's no need to speed up or hold back. The rhythm of this body isn't asking for praise or perfection. It only wants to rest. Now imagine your skin not as a barrier, but as an open doorway, not weak, but porous in the way that allows warmth in and still keeps you whole. You're not exposed. You're simply allowing what's already there, your own breath, your own pulse, to flow freely through space without needing to hide it. Let your hands stay where they are, not curled into fists, not pressed flat against anything, but just resting on the bed like two small animals that have fallen asleep while waiting for someone to come back. Not waiting for anything, just being still. And now let your attention drift upward again, not toward your thoughts or memories, but toward your face. Your jaw is no longer clenched, it's soft. The muscles underneath the skin are not tight with tension, they've relaxed into their natural shape. They don't need to be strong, they just need to be at ease. Let your tongue settle, not against your teeth, not pressed forward or pulled back, but simply resting on the floor of your mouth like a quiet secret that doesn't need to be told. It's not trying to speak, not trying to apologize, just being there. And in the corners around your eyes, those tiny muscles that crinkle when you smile or frown, they're soft too. No strain behind them, no tension gathering at the brow line. You don't have to look brave or alert or ready for anything. The world hasn't asked you to perform. It's not watching. Let your gaze stay closed, not because it needs to shut out light, but because it doesn't need to see anything anymore. There's no task ahead, no one waiting to be noticed. You can afford to look inward without fear of being found. Now let that stillness spread, like a shadow lengthening slowly across grass at dusk. Not rushing, not chasing any outcome, just deepening, becoming thicker, more complete. Your body isn't trying to fix anything. It's not searching for peace or calm. It's simply letting go again and again without stopping. Like water seeping into dry soil, not with force, but by quiet persistence. And in that slow seepage, feel how your awareness begins to blur the edges between body and space, not because you're disappearing, but because there's no longer a need to define yourself against anything. You are not separate from this room, not apart from the air around you. You are part of it, like breath is part of silence. There's no boundary here, only continuity. The same stillness that moves through your hands also moves through the wall beside you. The same quiet that fills your chest vibrates in the ceiling above. It isn't magic. It's just presence, the way things exist when nothing demands they act. Now let yourself sink into that feeling, not as a decision, not as effort, but as a natural result of no longer holding on. You don't have to do anything except be aware. And even awareness doesn't need to work hard. Your mind is still active, yes, but it's not leading anymore. It's just wandering through the landscape of your body like someone walking through an empty house at night, turning each room slowly, seeing what's there without needing to change it. There are no clocks here, no deadlines, only breaths that come and go in their own time, like waves arriving on a beach that doesn't care if they're late or early. And as you lie, no longer resisting the quiet, no longer fighting the heaviness, the space between thoughts grows again, not empty, but full of something softer than silence. Like the pause after someone finishes speaking and you realize there's nothing more to say, and still everything is said. You don't need to understand it. You don't need to name it. You're not supposed to fix it or improve it. It's just here, this quiet, not because you've earned it, but because your body has finally stopped pretending it needs to be ready for anything. Let the weight in your legs deepen again, not from fatigue, but from surrender, like roots returning to earth after a long drought. You don't have to grow. You don't have to reach up. You're already grounded, already whole, already resting. Now imagine that this stillness isn't just happening inside you, it's spreading outward, like heat rising from a stone left in the sun all day. The air around you begins to feel different, not colder or warmer, but fuller, as if it has absorbed your calm and become part of it. The air around you isn't just still, it's remembering how to be still, not because it has been told to, but because it no longer needs to move. You can feel that in your skin, not as a sensation, but as a kind of recognition, like the way a tree knows where its roots end and the soil begins, even when there's no wind. Your body is beginning to know its own limits, not as boundaries to resist, but as places where effort stops and rest takes over. There's no need to define what you are doing here anymore. Not now, not in this quiet, because it's already happening. You're not trying to be anything other than what the night allows. Let your attention settle into your lower back, just there, where the spine curves inward like a question mark, asking nothing of anyone. Not pushing forward, not holding up weight, but simply being supported by the mattress beneath you, held without demand. It's as if gravity has finally found its way to you, not as pressure, but as care. The shape your body makes against the bed is no longer an effort to stay upright. It's a surrender that feels like coming home. Your pelvis isn't tensing anymore. It doesn't need to brace for what might come next. The muscles around your hips are softening, not because they're weak, but because they've decided not to fight anymore. They know the ground is solid, that no one is going to pull you away. Now let that softness ripple forward through the front of your legs, thighs, knees, calves, each part releasing its own small weight, like water dripping from a stone after rain, not all at once. Just slowly, as if each muscle remembers how heavy it can be when it stops pretending to stand for something. Your feet are not ready for anything. They don't need to grip the floor or prepare for departure. They're allowed to just lie. Let your toes uncurl, not from effort, but because there's no reason left to stay clenched. The space between them is open, not tense, not strained, just quiet. And in that stillness of the feet, let yourself notice how the weight moves through your legs like a slow tide returning. Not rushing back, not claiming anything, just flowing where it's meant to go, the bed holding you, the floor supporting all this downflowing energy without resistance. There's no need for balance here. No one is waiting to see if you'll fall. You are already fallen into safety. Now bring your awareness gently upward, not with urgency, but with care, like someone lifting a lid from a jar that hasn't been opened in years. Your hips still carry the memory of effort, the way they tensed when you stood too long or walked through crowds where you felt unseen and yet expected to be seen. But now there's no one watching. The day has left its mark, yes, but it doesn't have power over this moment. You don't need to apologize for how your body remembers what it was asked to do. Let the breath move through your belly not as a command, but as something that happens when the body is allowed to be soft. Your abdomen isn't trying to stay tight or flat, it's just breathing, like a slow ocean swell beneath glass. The muscles there are no longer guarding against exposure. They're not shielding anything. There's nothing to hide. You can feel it, not in your mind, but in your flesh. The difference between bracing and being present. And as the breath rises, let that softness rise with it, like mist lifting from a lake at dawn, slow and without direction, simply because it no longer has anywhere else to go. Your chest doesn't need to expand to prove you're alive. It can just be. The ribs aren't holding up your posture anymore. They don't have to push forward or lift anything. You are not trying to take in more air, just letting each breath come and go as it wants, like clouds drifting across a sky that doesn't care how many there are. Now bring your hands back into awareness, not as instruments of doing, but as things that simply exist. Fingers still curled slightly from hours of holding on to thoughts, to tasks, to the idea that you needed to be useful or noticed. But here, now, there's no use required. No one needs anything from your hands. Let them uncurl, not with force, but because they've remembered what it feels like to let go. Feel how each fingertip is softening, not just at the tips, but all the way through the joints and tendons. The space between fingers isn't tight anymore, it's open, relaxed, as if your hands have finally realized that being still doesn't mean they're useless. They don't need to reach for anything. They don't need to grasp or hold. They can just be present, like stones worn smooth by water, not because they were shaped, but because time allowed them. And in the space where your palms face up, there's no demand to offer anything, no expectation that you must give something back. You're not being asked to do a single thing with these hands. They can lie open like windows left unshuttered at night. No reason except to let light pass through, even if it doesn't shine. Now bring your attention to your shoulders, not as weights to be shed, but as places where tension used to gather without permission. You don't need to roll them back or relax them on command. Just notice that tightness in the upper trapezius, where so many of us carry anxiety like a backpack we never asked for, is softening now. Not because you tried harder, but because there's no longer a reason to keep it up. The muscles at the base of your neck aren't fighting anymore, not against fatigue, not against pressure, not even against the weight of thoughts that didn't belong to you. They're allowed to release their grip on your skull. Just let go, like someone loosening a collar they forgot was on too tight. Your head is no longer clinging to its own posture. It doesn't need to be upright or alert. It can just rest. And in the back of your neck, the place where so many people carry stress without knowing it, let that small patch of tissue soften like wax melting under a steady heat. Not fast, not dramatic, but quietly, steadily, as if something deep inside has finally said, it's okay to stop holding on. Now let your jaw just let go, the clenching at the hinge, the way you might bite down unconsciously when thinking too hard, softens. Your teeth aren't grinding anymore. They're not trying to hold anything together. The tongue is no longer pressed against the roof of your mouth, fighting for space or silence. It rests now like a quiet guest in an empty room. And behind your eyes, those tiny muscles that used to tighten when you focused too hard, when you read too much or tried to solve problems with no time, those are softening too. Not because they're inactive, but because there's no longer a need for focus. You don't have to see clearly anymore. The world isn't asking you to understand it tonight. Let the space behind your eyes become not dark, but full of stillness, a kind of depth that doesn't demand anything from you. No images, no memories, just quiet, like the pause between two notes in a song where nothing is expected, only presence. Now let that quiet expand, not through effort, but through absence. Not because you're stopping thoughts, but because there's no one left to tell them what they need to do. The mind isn't trying to fix anything. It's just moving through your awareness like wind across an open field, not aiming for any destination, simply passing. And in that passage, notice how some thoughts come and go without a reaction. Not ignored, not fought, just allowed. Like clouds drifting above a mountain, you don't need to stop them from being there. You don't have to explain why they're moving or where they came from. They just are. And when they leave quietly. The regret that floated in earlier, the small thing you said too quickly, the moment you didn't speak up, let it be like a ripple in water that fades without leaving a mark. It doesn't need to be resolved. It doesn't even need to be seen clearly anymore. You're not responsible for correcting every past moment. That wasn't your job today. And tonight, you are allowed to let the weight of what could have been just float away. Let that stillness hold you now, not as a force, but as an invitation. Like the air after rain has settled into the ground, softening everything it touches without effort. Your hands are resting on your chest or perhaps curled slightly at your sides, palms open and unclaimed by purpose. And even if they're not quite relaxed yet, notice how their shape is changing. The edges rounding gently as though gravity itself were reshaping them from within. The skin along the backs of your wrists, thin, sensitive, is no longer taut with readiness. It's softening into a quiet kind of weightlessness. Not empty, but full in its own way, not needing to be useful or held tight against anything. You don't need to brace for touch here, not even from memory. Your breath continues on its own now, slow and deep enough that your ribs expand like the petals opening after dusk has claimed the light. The rise of air is gentle, almost unnoticed. It doesn't demand attention. And when you exhale, there's no urgency in letting go. It just happens, a long, slow release from somewhere deep beneath the diaphragm, like water draining through soil that finally stops resisting. Now shift your awareness to your lower belly, not as something to be controlled, not even as an area of tension or ease, but simply as a place where warmth is gathering slowly. Like sunlight pooling in a hollow after morning fog has lifted. Not forced into being warm, it just is warming. The muscles here aren't trying to tighten against anything anymore. They're relaxed enough that you can feel the faint pulse beneath, not fast but steady, like something remembering how to rest. That low warmth isn't doing anything special, it's only present. It doesn't need a reason or goal. Just being there is its own kind of quiet work. And in this space, the one just below your navel, a softness has taken root. The kind that grows not through intention, but simply because no one's asking for effort anymore. Your hips, they're wide now, not collapsed, but released from their habit of holding too much. The joints are loosening on each side like old hinges, finally allowed to rest after years of bearing weight without acknowledgement. You don't need them to carry you forward tonight. They aren't being asked to do anything at all. Let the space between your thighs soften. just enough that there's no resistance, even if it feels strange not to be tight or ready. There's nothing waiting in that gap, not danger, not urgency, just stillness, like a forest clearing where moss has begun its slow climb over stone. Your legs are long and heavy now, lying on the bed as though they belong here, each one held by gravity with care, not pressure. The thighs aren't braced against anything. There's no need to keep them locked together or pulled inward. They're just letting go of their own weight in a way that feels like surrender, but it isn't defeat. It's more like the earth accepting rain. And your feet, those farthest points from where you've been carrying tension, are finally allowed to be soft, not as a task, but simply because they don't need to stand anymore. The soles of both feet are flat against the surface beneath them, not pressing down with force, just present, not resisting what's underneath. The heels aren't holding anything back, no more effort to stay grounded when there's no ground to fight for. They're not trying to push into reality or hold you upright in a world that doesn't care whether you stand or falls. And now let the whole of your body sink, not as something pushed down, but as though it's been invited to rest where gravity wants it most. Not like falling, but more like yielding, like leaning against someone who knows how to catch without needing thanks. You're not collapsing, you're simply letting yourself be held by what's already beneath you. The bed isn't supporting your body in the way that matters. It's holding it, just as a river holds water, gently, endlessly, with no demand for return. The mattress has absorbed all of this day, every shift, every breath, every silent moment when your mind kept moving even after your limbs stopped. And now you're sinking into its memory, not because you've done anything to deserve it, but simply because rest is not a reward. It's just what happens when nothing else needs doing. Your spine, the long curve that carried so many small stresses, every slouch, every breath held during meetings, each time your shoulders rose without permission, is now quiet in its alignment. Not stiff, not arched for show or survival, but relaxed into its natural shape, as if it were finally allowed to be itself again after years of pretending. There's no need to straighten any part of you tonight. No one will judge how much you've slumped. The bones aren't being asked to perform. They're just letting the muscles around them loosen their grip on protection, like a house that has stopped needing locks because it knows someone is watching from inside. Now let your pelvis settle, not forward or back, but simply where gravity brings it in this moment, as though you were lying down not for sleep, but to become part of something deeper, the quiet rhythm beneath all movement. Not trying to find peace, just being still enough that peace might come by accident. And if thoughts drift through your awareness again, the ones about things said too fast or left unsaid, they don't need a reply. They can pass like shadows across a wall, not stopping for recognition, not requiring explanation. You aren't responsible for every echo of the day. Some memories feel heavier than others, not because they're true in any way that matters, but because your nervous system once believed them to be important enough to keep close. But now, there's no one here to defend those moments from being forgotten. Let them stay only as shapes in air, like mist above a pond at dawn, visible for just long enough to know they were there, then gone without trace. Even the regret, the small thing, the word you wish back, is not yours anymore. It never was fully. You didn't carry it alone. No one should have to hold such lightness in their chest like stone. Let that moment be released from your hands. Just let go of its weight as though tossing a pebble into water. It doesn't need closure, only release. And the mind, the part that still tries to make sense of everything, it's not broken, nor is it failing. It just wants to understand what happened today when nothing made perfect sense. But tonight, understanding isn't required. Presence is enough. So let your attention wander through this body, not seeking any particular spot or sensation, but simply allowing itself to be guided by the quietest currents within, where warmth spreads without effort, where softness grows from absence of demand, and where stillness becomes not a goal, but a place you're already in. There's no need to search for peace. You're already here, lying down on the edge between wakefulness and sleep, held by breath and weight and silence, your body telling its own story without needing translation. And if that quiet hums beneath everything, the low vibration of being alive, even when thoughts rise again like distant waves, it's not a disturbance. It's just life continuing through you, not loud enough to demand attention, but strong enough to be felt in the bones. Let it move as it will, and let yourself be carried by what remains after all effort has gone away. This is not about fixing anything. This is simply letting go of having to do so. The room around you, the walls that don't speak, the ceiling with no secrets, has been still for hours now, not because it's empty, but because nothing in here needs protection anymore. There are no threats behind the door or under the bed, not real ones, not today. You're safe, not despite your thoughts, but because you're noticing them without flinching. And that breath, still moving on its own beneath your ribs, isn't slowing down for anyone. It's just being gentle with itself, like someone who knows they can finally stop running and still be okay. Now let the space behind your eyes grow deeper, not dark, but full of quiet, not empty, not waiting to fill up, but simply holding everything without needing it all to mean something. As if a memory surfaces, faint or sharp, it doesn't have to be named. It's just passing through like air in an open window. No one asks where it came from, only that it leaves quietly. Let the weight of your eyes settle deeper into the dark behind them, not pressing down, but simply allowing gravity to have its way, like a leaf that's stopped resisting the current and lets itself be carried along in silence. No effort required, just stillness in motion, the kind of quiet where even memory doesn't need to make noise. There's a place near your collarbones where tension likes to gather, just below the surface, like cold water trapped under warm skin. It isn't pain, not exactly, more like leftover awareness, the echo of something that was once urgent and now has no purpose left. That spot, it doesn't need to be fixed. It just needs to remember what it feels like to be unneeded, unclaimed by urgency, undisturbed by meaning. Let it soften as though you've stopped needing to explain why your shoulders are heavy. The body knows its own history in ways the mind can't name. Now let your awareness drift down, not rushing, not searching, but moving slowly through the quiet between breaths, like a hand that doesn't reach for anything, but rests on top of air and finds it's already there. Your hands, they've been holding things all day, words unspoken, decisions postponed, apologies never sent. But now they're lying open, palms up, not asking to be filled. Let them stay that way, not empty but available, not waiting for something to happen or someone to take them back. Though they are just hands, resting. Breathe in and let the exhale lengthen beyond what feels natural, as if you're telling your body, I know you've been on duty for hours. I see how hard you worked to keep me safe. And now, when there's no one watching, no one demanding alertness, just this slow release into breath, like a sigh that doesn't need an occasion. The space between your shoulder blades, the place where tension gathers when the mind is trying too hard to be strong, can feel tight, like fabric pulled taut across wood. But tonight, it doesn't have to hold anything. Let it loosen as though something has finally been lifted from above, not by force, but by letting go of the need to carry it at all. Imagine your back, not as a wall against the world, but as an open door, swinging slowly in a quiet wind, nothing behind it that matters anymore. The muscles along your spine aren't meant to be clenched like locks. They're just tissue, warm and responsive, together with everything else, making you whole without effort. Your belly, if you notice it at all, it might feel tight, coiled around something small but persistent, a worry that's not really about anything anymore. That little knot beneath your ribs isn't a threat. It's just an old habit of bracing, You don't have to talk to it or reason with it. Just let its edges soften, like dough left out too long in the sun, becoming tender and pliable again. Let go into that softness. Don't force it, don't wait for it. It's already happening. The body is always ready to release what no longer needs protection. You're not trying to make anything happen. You're just allowing the space between your ribs to breathe without resistance, as if you've forgotten how to tense up, and that forgetfulness is exactly where safety lives. And when a thought rises, not about the past, but about something small and immediate like, I should check my phone, or did I leave the light on? Just let it pass through your awareness like a shadow crossing a room at twilight, not stopping to ask who cast it, only noticing that it's gone before you even have time to name it. There is no need to return to the beginning of the day, no need to relive anything. The mind doesn't want to be saved, it just wants permission to stop trying so hard. And tonight, that permission is already here. You don't have to earn stillness by clearing your head. Stillness isn't earned. It's simply allowed, like sunlight falling through a window where no one has pulled the blinds shut in days. Your legs, they've been coiled for hours, like springs wound too tight. Let them relax, not into nothingness, but into full presence of being held by gravity and mattress and air all at once. There's no need to stretch or adjust. Just let your feet sink into warmth, not because you want them to, but simply because they're allowed to. Your toes, each one separate, each one with its own tiny story, can uncurl as though waking from a long dream of being held in place. Not for any reason, no purpose behind the softening, just release. Let your ankles soften into the curve of the bed's edge, not resisting, just accepting how the body fits here, like it was made to fit exactly where you are now. The air around you isn't thick with expectation. It doesn't carry judgment or demand attention. It simply is quiet, still, present. And because it's there, your breath can be too. No need to control it. No need to deepen it. Just let each out-breath last a little longer, as if the body is saying, I don't have to hurry now. I'm already safe. You're not trying to fall asleep, just letting go of having to stay awake. That's the difference. The effort isn't in falling, but in unclenching. Let your thoughts come and go like birds passing over a field at night, not landing, not nesting, just flying through without stopping for anything. And if one returns, the same old sentence you wish you could take back, or that moment when you said too much or too little, don't reach for it. Don't try to fix it. Just let it float by like a leaf on a slow river, not resisting its course, just allowing it to carry itself away. You're not responsible for what happened today, not the words, not the silence between them, not even how they felt in your chest afterward. You were doing your best with the version of you that existed then. And now you're here, lying down, breathing, letting go. That's enough. More than enough. The nervous system doesn't need to be fixed. It just needs to be told, you can stop holding on, not because it was wrong to hold before, but because the moment has changed. The danger passed long ago. You're not in a fight. You don't have to defend anything anymore. There's no one waiting to judge your mistakes or demand that you apologize for being human. So let the edges of everything soften, not into oblivion, but into acceptance, like dusk settling over land where nothing grows but stillness. Your skin is not guarding you tonight. It's just breathing with you, feeling the cool air above and the warmth below without needing to respond. The surface of your body isn't a border anymore. It's an open invitation to rest. Let it be that way. And if something stirs just beneath awareness, a tiny ache in the hip, a faint buzz behind the eyes, or the ghost of tension climbing up from your jaw, don't name it. Don't analyze it. Just let it exist as part of the quiet, like a sound you can almost hear, but not quite. Not loud enough to matter, just present enough to be noticed, and then allowed to fade without resistance. There's no goal here, no outcome. This isn't about reaching sleep or becoming peaceful or even feeling better in the morning. It's about being here exactly as you are, without having to fix yourself, without needing to explain why your mind won't quiet down. Just letting it be, like a room with all lights off and no one asking for anything. The body knows how to settle when given time. It doesn't need instructions. It just needs permission to stop being on guard, to stop preparing for what might come next. Let that happen, not because you're ready, but because the night is long enough to allow it. And as each breath comes in and flows out, longer than before, deeper without effort, you can feel your chest softening, not collapsing, but surrendering into its own natural rhythm, like a wave that knows its way home, even when it forgets why it left. The space between your ribs opens not to take more air in, but simply because it no longer feels the need to close. The body is tired of being afraid. It's ready for something quieter than relief, something deeper, just being allowed to be without condition. You don't have to meet your thoughts with a response. They're not asking for anything from you, not even acknowledgement, just the quiet space between breaths where they can drift through like shadows over stone, fleeting, shapeless, passing without leaving a mark. You are not their keeper. You're not required to carry them forward or let them settle into memory. They come and go, and that's all there is to it. No need to welcome them in. No need to send them away. And just notice how they move, like dust motes caught in a beam of moonlight, rising slowly, hanging for a moment, then dissolving back into stillness. There's no story here, not really. The words that keep replaying, they aren't meant to be understood. They're not clues or warnings, they're just echoes. And echoes don't need answers. They only need silence around them to feel their own shape. So let the room hold them. Let the air between your ribs absorb them like a soft sponge, not soaking up meaning, but simply being there, soaking in stillness instead of significance. Your mind has been busy today, and that's okay. It wasn't wrong to think, but now it's time to unlearn the habit of needing to be on. The body knows this better than you do. Rest is not a state earned by silence, but a right given simply because you are here, alive, breathing, lying down in your own skin. Let go of the idea that thoughts have to stop for sleep to come. That's not how it works. Sleep isn't born from absence. It's born from presence, from being fully here, even when your mind feels scattered, even when it's humming with old lines and half-remembered moments. You don't need to wipe the slate clean. The slate doesn't have to be blank for you to rest. Imagine instead that your thoughts are like letters left on a porch. Someone else's handwriting, not yours, just delivered by accident. They're sitting there in the rain, waiting to dry. But you don't have to read them. You don't have to answer. Just leave them where they are. Let time take care of their fading. And if one returns, say, the tone of your voice when someone asked a question and you gave too little or too much, don't reach for it. Don't try to fix the moment in the past by rewriting it now. That's not how time works. That's not how peace works either. The body doesn't need to relive what happened. It just needs to stop being on alert. So let your shoulders drop, not all at once, but gradually, like sand slipping from a cup that was held too tight for too long. Not into collapse, but into release. Let them sink deeper into the mattress, not because they're tired, but because they no longer need to stay ready. They don't have to brace against anything anymore. Your hands, still resting at your sides, are softening now, fingers loosening one by one, like petals opening after a long day in the sun. The tension that lived between them near the knuckles is dissolving, not into nothingness, but into something more accurate. An absence of effort, not trying to hold anything up, not holding on to identity or outcome, just being, hands resting as if they were never asked to do more than be. And your jaw, it's not clenched anymore. That subtle pressure behind the teeth, the one that has been there since afternoon, is loosening. It doesn't need to stay tight. You don't have to defend yourself with a locked mouth. Your lips are no longer pinching inward, trying to hold back words you wish hadn't come out. They're just resting, open slightly, not speaking, just breathing. Your tongue is soft now, lingering at the bottom of your mouth, like something that finally remembered how to be still. It doesn't have to shape syllables or measure truth. It's not trying to correct anything. It's just here, quiet and warm, part of a body that no longer needs to perform. And behind your eyes, those small muscles around the lids, their tightness is fading too, like heat waves over pavement when evening comes in. The little nerves that were straining to focus on what might go wrong, they're untying. Not because everything's fine, but because you don't have to watch for danger anymore. You can let your eyes stay closed, not from fear of light, not from hiding, but simply because they've been working all day and now they want peace. The darkness isn't a barrier, it's an embrace. And the weight of your head, how it rests on the pillow, it's not pressing down out of duty. It's just allowing itself to be held, not resisting gravity, but letting it do its work. That's what relaxation is, not fighting pressure, but accepting where you are. The bed beneath you, the mattress, the frame, isn't holding up your body because you're weak or broken. It's just doing its job, cradling you like earth holds roots. You don't need to prove anything to it. You don't have to be light or graceful or efficient. Just be here. Let yourself sink, not into oblivion, but into a kind of soft fullness. Your belly, lower down, is no longer guarding against discomfort. The small muscles there aren't bracing for impact anymore. They're just breathing with you, not tightening when you think about the past, not clenching when your mind races. Just rising and falling gently, like water in a shallow pond that's finally still. And your back, lower spine, doesn't have to stay stiff because it's afraid of letting go. It doesn't need to be straight for dignity or strength. It can curve now. Let it bend into the shape the night wants it to take, not into weakness, but into surrender to the quiet truth that you don't have to hold yourself together anymore. Your legs, long and heavy, are not meant to be ready at a moment's notice. They're not waiting for a sprint or a flight. They're just resting, muscles uncoiling slowly from the day's tension like vines releasing after rain. The tendons aren't holding on to old steps, old movements, old decisions. And your feet that walked through meetings and streets and silence, are no longer pushing against the ground, not trying to move forward or run away. They're just here, soles resting flat, toes unfurling like forgotten fingers uncurling after a long night of clenched fists. There's no place left to go, no one waiting to be convinced, no conversation that needs finishing, no apology that must be made before sleep comes. The world doesn't need your performance tonight. It just needs you, tired, thoughtful, remembering things with gentle hands, letting them pass without holding on. So let the next breath come in slow, not forcing it, but welcoming it as if it were a gift handed to you by someone who knows how hard today was. And when it leaves, you can feel that long exhale flowing out like river water over smooth stone, carrying something old with it, just letting go. No need to track what's left behind. No need to wonder if your mind will ever quiet down. It doesn't have to be silent, just still, like a pond after the wind stops. The surface isn't empty, it's full of reflection, but not action, not movement, not resistance. And that's enough. That's more than enough. You don't need clarity. You don't need resolution. You don't even need to know what will happen tomorrow. All you need is this: the feeling of your body being held by bed, by air, by night, and no longer needing to be on guard. You are not a soldier anymore, not a negotiator, not someone who must carry every moment forward in case it comes back to haunt you. You're just human, and that's enough. That is everything. So let the quiet grow, not as a result of silence, but because there's nothing left to resist. No story left to tell, no version of yourself to defend, just breath, weight, warmth, stillness. And if something stirs just beneath the surface, a memory that flickers like a candle in drafty air, don't chase it. Don't try to name it or quiet it down. Let it be, like a cloud passing over moonlight, not blocking the light, just showing for a moment and then fading back into dark. There's no one here demanding perfection. No inner critic asking you to be better than you are right now. You don't have to earn rest. You're not being tested. You're simply allowed to stop. Your chest doesn't have to rise with effort anymore. It can fall with ease, not because you've given up, but because the body recognizes that this is where it belongs. Resting, unforced, no longer in service. The rhythm of your breath isn't something you must manage. You don't need to guide it or correct it. Just let it be a quiet tide moving through you, slow and deep, as if drawn by unseen tides beneath the earth. Each inhalation is not an effort to fill space, but a soft invitation, like opening a door that's already been left ajar for you. Your hands, still open on the sheets, are beginning to feel less like tools than like things that have finally stopped working. Not broken, just released. The tendons along your wrists are unspooling from days of tightening around keyboards and coffee cups, around decisions made too fast or not at all. They aren't holding anything now, not a pen, not a promise, not even the weight of memory. Just warmth, just being. And if you notice that one finger twitches, just once, don't try to stop it. Let it happen as naturally as a leaf trembling in a breeze. No need to interpret or explain. It's just a small release, an old signal finally let go. Not resistance, not anxiety. A tiny shiver of the nervous system, remembering that it doesn't have to be on alert for even 1 second more. The space around you is not empty, it's full. Full of quiet, yes, but also full of presence. The walls are real. They're not just shapes in darkness. They're thick with stillness, with years of nights passed the same way. Someone lying down, eyes closed, thoughts drifting like smoke through a room long after the fire has died. No one is watching you here. No one cares what you remember or how deeply you feel it. The air holds nothing but softness. You can let your attention drift to that feeling, the kind of warmth that comes not from heat, but from being allowed to stop. It's like sunlight hitting the inside of a window after rain. Not blinding, just there. A gentle glow in places where you didn't expect it. That sensation isn't coming from outside. It's rising up through your skin, through the marrow of your bones. The quiet certainty that nothing now needs to be fixed. And if thoughts rise, small ones like footsteps on a distant floor, they don't have to be met with resistance or correction. You can let them pass by like boats drifting down a slow river at dusk. No need to wave, no need to call out. They'll go where they're going, and you won't follow. The part of your mind that wants to analyze why this memory came now, what it means, isn't wrong. It's just tired too, like the rest of you. So let it sit quietly in a corner, not abandoned, but uninvited. Not ignored, but no longer the one steering the ship. There's a softness in your face that wasn't there before. The space beneath your eyes, the line between cheek and jaw, unwinding slowly like fabric left too long on a clothesline. The muscles around your mouth aren't clenched against regret or apology anymore. They're not holding anything back, just relaxed, as if they've finally remembered how to rest. The tongue in your mouth isn't pressing against teeth or trying to form words that don't need to be said. It's just lying there, still, warm, alive, and you can feel the way it rests gently on the floor of your mouth like a small secret the body has kept for hours. And your ears, they're not straining anymore, not listening for footsteps outside or voices from another room. The quiet isn't empty, it's full of things that don't need to be heard. It's just space. Space where silence doesn't demand anything from you, where the absence of sound is not a threat, but a kind of kindness. Let your shoulders drop further, not down into defeat, but into surrender, into the knowledge that they never needed to carry so much weight. The spine isn't stiff with pride or protection. It's softening in its own way, like clay left too long in rain. No need to be upright for dignity. You're already whole. You can feel how your pelvis is releasing, sitting into the mattress not as a position, but as an act of letting go. The hip bones aren't holding tension from standing too long or walking too far. They don't have to stay tight because they're afraid of falling. They're just there, resting in their own shape. And your lower back, The small curve at the base doesn't need to brace against gravity anymore. It can let that arch deepen slightly, like a river bending around a stone without force. The body knows where it wants to be, not perfect, not ready, just right for now. Your legs are not holding anything in reserve. They're not preparing for action or waiting for the next demand. They're just lying there, long and quiet, with no need to do, no reason to move. Even your toes are softening, not because they've forgotten how to work, but because they don't have to. If you notice a stretch along one thigh, a slow release in the muscle behind the knee, you can let it happen without naming it. No need to wonder if it's healing or just letting go of tension stored from earlier steps on a long day. Just let it be a signal that your body is releasing the weight of time. The blanket above you isn't covering anything important. It's not protecting you from danger or keeping out cold air. It's just there like the quiet itself, present, warm, and unnecessary to explain. You don't have to earn its presence. Just lie under it and feel how easily it settles around you, like a hand resting on your shoulder without speaking. Your breath is not being measured. There's no count, no rhythm to maintain. It just comes in gently, slowly, as if the air has already known what you needed before you did. And when it leaves, you don't have to force it out. You can let it go like a leaf floating down from a tree that's lost its grip. The room isn't watching. The ceiling isn't judging. The shadows aren't hiding anything. They're just shapes in the dark, not threats, but quiet companions. Like you, they've been through the day too. And now, like you, they are allowed to rest. You don't need to understand why certain memories linger, why one moment from lunch or a single phrase spoken between two people still echoes behind your eyes. You can simply let them be there, not as demands, not as wounds, but as traces of life that were lived and have now come to this. The end of the day, the beginning of sleep. No need to fix anything. No need to apologize for being here, for thinking too much, for feeling things deeply. That's all part of being alive, and you're allowed to be tired. The mind isn't broken because it still thinks. It's just not done yet with its work, and that's okay. Not everything has to stop before you can lie down. Let the next breath come in slow, like a hand opening over your chest, like water rising gently into an empty bowl. Let it fill without pressure, without need. And when you exhale, you don't have to think about how long it is. Just let it go, like letting air out of a balloon that's been holding its breath too long. No one is waiting for you to be still or silent or perfect. You're just being lying here, eyes closed, body heavy with the truth of what you've lived through and how much you've carried without complaint. You don't have to earn rest. Not today, not ever. Just sink into this warmth, into this quiet, into the part of yourself that doesn't need to be anything except what you are: tired, soft, remembering with care, letting go not because it's easy, but because it feels like home. Your thoughts aren't storms, not even small ones, just quiet echoes of things already past. A phrase spoken too quickly, a glance that lingered just a moment longer than needed. Not errors, not failures, just moments that didn't get to be forgotten the way time usually lets them go. They're still here, not because they matter more now, but because your mind is doing what it does, holding on gently, like someone returning a book to a shelf long after the story has ended. You don't have to welcome them in. You don't have to send them away. Just let them sit there for a while, like guests who have arrived uninvited, but aren't causing harm and won't stay past their time. The body doesn't care if they're important. It only knows what it feels. And right now, the feeling is softness spreading from your spine down through your pelvis. The kind of quiet that settles after a long walk when you stop, not because you've reached a place, but because you finally don't need to go anywhere anymore. That low back area isn't tense anymore, it's just there, warm, weighted, not bracing for the next step, not holding itself steady against something unseen. It's simply letting gravity do its work. And the muscles in your hips, they're not trying to stay tight, not resisting pressure. They've given up the fight of staying ready. The body knows when it's safe enough to stop pretending. Your arms are no longer curled at your sides as if guarding something inside. They're open, not in surrender, but in release, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through and decided not to close it behind them. There's no reason to keep the space sealed. No threat outside. The air moves freely between you and the room. You don't have to hold your breath just because thoughts are passing by. Now let your attention drift, not forward or backward, but sideways into a new kind of stillness. Not silence, not absence, but something deeper, a kind of listening that doesn't need answers. Like being in a forest after rain, where every leaf is heavy with water and the ground hums quietly beneath you. You don't have to understand why it's wet or what made the sky cry. It just is. And your mind can be like that too, wet with memory, but not burdened by needing to explain itself. There's no need to untangle any of it. The regret, the pause, the words left unspoken. They don't have to become anything else. Just as a puddle on the sidewalk isn't trying to become a river, your thoughts don't have to evolve into clarity or resolution. Let them be small pools reflecting only what's above. Clouds moving slowly, light shifting from one side of the sky to another. You're not beneath them. You're in the same world, sharing the same quiet. Feel how your breath has slowed again, not because you told it to, but because the body is no longer rushing towards something that isn't coming. It's just breathing and resting and breathing again. In, out, not faster than what feels right, not slower than what feels safe. Just steady, like water flowing over stones in a slow stream where nothing needs to be carried downstream. Now let your attention travel gently through the soft places, the ones that don't hurt but aren't quite comfortable either. The spot behind your left knee where warmth pools like sunlight on stone. The inner curve of your right wrist, not stiff anymore, just there, warmth seeping up from within, not healing, not fixing, just existing, like a quiet pulse beneath the surface of things. And as you notice these small zones of softness, you don't have to amplify them. You don't need to focus harder or hold them tighter. They're not rewards for good behavior, nor are they signs that progress has been made. They're simply places where tension has loosened without warning, like a knot in fabric slowly unraveling when left undisturbed. Let your neck just at the base of your skull soften into the pillow. Not because it should, but because it can. You don't have to push it down or stretch it out. Just let that space open, not with force, not with will, but as if gravity has finally found its way in and said, "I'm here now. I've waited long enough." And so the muscles there uncurl like hands slowly releasing their grip on something they no longer need to carry. Your tongue just resting against the roof of your mouth, not tensing, not pressing forward, just lying there, as if it's remembered what rest feels like after a day full of speaking and swallowing and tasting things that didn't mean anything important. It doesn't have to do anything now. No need to form words, no reason to press against teeth or tongue in judgment. Just let the quiet between your lips stay open, like a door left unhinged. Now imagine this. What if the act of being still isn't about doing nothing, but about allowing yourself to be felt, not by others, not by time, but by the body itself, the way it knows how to settle when it's been standing too long or carrying weight for too many hours, like a tree that doesn't move but is fully present in every leaf and root. Your skin isn't resisting anything anymore. It's not guarding against cold or warmth or touch. It's just your skin, present, quiet, accepting, not trying to be protected, not asking permission to exist, just breathing with you, holding the shape of where you are right now. No need to cover it up, no reason to hide. Let your hands lie flat on your stomach, not because they've decided to relax, but because the body has stopped needing them to keep watch. They're not reaching for anything, not grasping at safety, not searching for something to hold on to, just resting, like two small stones placed gently in a quiet stream where nothing is trying to move. And as you lie here, the slow movement of your breath, the weight on the bed beneath you, the silence pressing softly against your ears, it's not that everything has stopped. It's just quieter now, less urgent. Like someone turned down the volume on a conversation that was never meant for you anyway. You don't have to participate, you don't have to understand it. The mind can keep wandering, can loop through small regrets, replay conversations with friends, remember a song from childhood. But none of them need your attention. They're not demanding anything. They're just passing through, like birds flying over the same field every evening when the sun drops low and the sky turns gold. You don't have to name them. You don't have to say goodbye. Just let them be, like footprints in sand that will wash away before morning comes. Not important, not forgotten, just there for a moment and then gone. And as you notice this, noticing without trying, without effort, you might begin to feel something like permission, not given by anyone else, not earned through performance or discipline, but simply offered by the body itself. A quiet whisper from your nerves that says, you don't have to fix it all tonight. You don't need to make sense of everything before you sleep. That's not failure. That's not weakness. It's just being human, being tired, and choosing to lie down anyway. And now let the weight of your body become a kind of language, not one that speaks in words or meaning, but in presence. Like how water doesn't have to explain why it flows downhill. It just does. And so do you. You're not resisting gravity. You're letting yourself be held by it. By the mattress beneath, by the floor below, by the earth itself, which has been holding everything for a long time without complaint. The bones in your pelvis, just resting, not straining to stay upright, not bracing against pressure from within. They're simply lying there, the way they were meant to, after years of carrying, supporting, balancing, moving. And now they can just be still. And as that stillness grows deeper, not because you've done anything special, but because your body is finally allowed to stop doing, your shoulders drop not with effort, but with release. The muscles along the sides of your neck unclench like curtains drawn back after a long day. Your jaw unhinges slightly, not dramatically, just enough that there's no resistance when it rests. Your breath continues to soften, not because you've changed it, but because your body has stopped trying to hold its shape against the night. The air moves through you like a slow tide, not rushing in, not fighting to leave, just passing gently in and out of where you are. And with each exhale, there's less resistance. Not that you're doing anything to make it so. It's simply happening, like roots settling deeper into soil after rain has come. No force, just presence. Your chest doesn't rise with effort anymore. It rises because your body remembers how to breathe when no one is watching. The ribs aren't holding tight. They're not braced against the next thought, the next moment that might demand something of you. They open, not for performance, not to prove anything, but simply in response to gravity, to stillness, to the quiet decision of your nervous system: enough. Now let your awareness drift down, not searching, not fixing, just letting it go where it wants, like dust settling after a long silence. Let it settle into the small hollows and creases, the places no one sees unless they lie exactly like this. The dip between your shoulder blades where tension used to gather like old smoke. Not now, it's just space. Empty, yes, but not cold, just waiting. And as you stay with that emptiness, it begins to feel less like absence and more like something soft returning, like the way a wound eventually stops stinging when it's finally left alone. Your hips rest on the bed not because they've given up, but because there's no reason to push back anymore. The pelvis isn't trying to stay upright. It's not holding posture for anyone else's approval or expectation, just resting like a stone that has long stopped being moved by wind or water. And your legs, they're not clenched at the knees like they sometimes are when you're tired and wired, afraid of falling into sleep too fast. No, now they're open, not wide, but relaxed. The muscles along the back of the thighs unwinding slowly, one thread at a time, as if someone gently pulled them apart after hours of tension. Let your feet rest flat, not because they've decided to be still, but because there's nothing left to keep them tense. No need to brace for danger that doesn't exist in this room. The soles aren't resisting the weight of the bed. They're not trying to grip or hold on. Just present, warm, quiet, accepting of their shape and position. And your spine, your whole length from pelvis to skull, doesn't have to stay aligned for anyone. It doesn't need to prove it's strong or steady. No one is checking. There's no audience. The vertebrae aren't lining up in some perfect order. They're just there, like beads on a string, not pulled taut but gently connected. Each joint softening its grip, just a little more with every breath. You now feel the weight, not as burden, not as pressure, but as permission, not to do anything, not to be anyone, just to exist in this moment exactly as you are. The mattress cradles you where it needs to. It doesn't care if you're tired or thinking too much or remembering things that never happened quite the way you remember them. It just holds. And underneath, beneath the floorboards, beneath the foundation, it's all held too. The earth isn't judging your thoughts. It's not keeping score of regrets or missed words. It's simply there, holding everything in silence. Your tongue rests now, not pressed against the roof of your mouth, not clenched between teeth, not tapping out a rhythm you don't even know you're making. Just still, like an old riverbed that hasn't seen water in months, but remembers what it means to be wet. It's not trying to speak or apologize or explain itself. It just stays. And your eyes, though closed, aren't fighting the dark. They aren't straining to see something beyond this room, beyond now. The lids are heavy, not from fatigue alone, but because they've stopped resisting sleep. There's no fear of waking up in a different place than you started. No anxiety about time passing without your permission. Just peace. Not the kind that comes after doing everything right, but the kind that arrives when you stop trying to earn it. Your thoughts keep coming, yes, they pass through like clouds over an open field. You don't need to pull them down or hold them back. They're not yours to control. They're just passing by, not important, not urgent, just there, like footsteps on a distant path you've never walked but still recognize from memory. Let them drift. Let your mind be like the surface of a pond after rain has stopped. The ripples move outward, slow and irregular, but they don't disturb the depth beneath. You can feel that depth even when the surface is stirred. And you're not trying to smooth it out, you're just letting it be. There's no need to fix the thoughts. No need to make sense of what happened at lunch or why you didn't say something earlier in the day. They don't have answers and they don't want yours. They're not asking anything of you. They're simply remembering, like a book left open on a table after someone read it years ago. And that's okay. You don't need to close the book tonight. Just leave it where it is. Let it be what it is, a record, not a command. Now let your attention settle into the softness of your hands again, not because they're relaxed now, but because you've stopped fighting their weight. They lie on your stomach like two small animals that finally decided to rest after running for too long. Not asleep, but still. No energy left in them to move. No reason to reach. And as you stay with that feeling, the softness of not needing to do anything, something begins to shift deeper inside. Not a sudden change, but a slow letting go, like the first moment of warmth after being cold for hours. It's not heat, it's just presence. The body remembering what it means to be safe without having to prove it. Your breath slows even further, not because you're doing anything, but because your system has stopped needing to stay alert. Your lungs don't have to work hard anymore. They can rest. And when they do, the quiet spreads through the chest like a slow wave, moving down into the belly, not pushing or pulling, but just unfolding. Your stomach isn't clenched against anxiety. It's not trying to protect you from thoughts that might come later. It's just soft, like soil after rain, not hard with tension, just ready to receive what comes next, not by force, but by openness. And as the breath continues, longer on the out, slower than before, the body begins to sink into the bed, not because it wants to escape, but because it no longer feels like it has to stay up. There's no reason left to resist gravity. No one is waiting for you to wake up. No task needs completing tonight. You don't have to be ready. You don't need to fix anything before you sleep. The body knows what it means to stop moving. It doesn't need a plan or permission or even understanding. It just lets go. And so do you. Not all at once, but little by little. Like snow falling on a hillside, each flake landing without sound, each one adding to the quiet weight of stillness. There's no effort here, no pushing, just presence, the kind that doesn't demand anything from you in return. It just is. And as your awareness drifts again, this time not into thoughts or memories, but simply into the space between them, you might feel a shift, not sudden, not dramatic, but real. A softening at the edges of what it means to be awake and aware. Your mind isn't shutting down. It's not turning off like a light switch, but it's slowing, not resisting, just moving slower now, like water that has stopped rushing toward a dam and is instead finding its way into quieter pools beneath. You don't have to stay with any one thing, any sensation, any memory, any breath. You can let go of all of them, not because they're unimportant, but because you've decided not to carry them anymore tonight. And as the night deepens around you, and this session continues on, far beyond what words could name, the body begins to remember something ancient, that it's safe to rest when no one is watching. That stillness isn't failure. That letting go isn't weakness. That being tired is not a flaw, but an invitation. You are not trying to fix anything now, not even the quiet itself. The mind can keep turning, can return again and again to what happened earlier, to how it could have been said differently, or where a look went wrong. But you're no longer bound by that movement. You don't need to answer those questions tonight. There's no one here listening for corrections, no record being kept, just the soft weight of your body on the mattress and the space between breaths growing wider with every passing second. Let it be enough that you are still lying down, not because sleep is close, but because rest has already begun without a signal from you. The nervous system doesn't need to wait for permission before shifting gears. It knows when safety settles into bone, when muscles no longer expect the next demand. That recognition happens in small moments, like how your fingers are still resting where they fell earlier, not curled or searching, but simply present. Like stones that have stopped rolling and finally found their place. Feel the way the skin of your palms meets the fabric beneath them, not tight, not pressing, but soft enough to let warmth seep through. The bed isn't holding you up, it's letting go with you. And as gravity takes its slow turn inside your body, something settles deeper than muscle or breath. Not a thought, not an image, just a quiet release in the low back, like the hinge of an old door that finally stops resisting when opened. You don't have to do anything about it. You can just be aware, gently, like noticing rain on glass without needing to wipe it away. The mind still wanders, but now there's space around each thought, not a wall, not silence, but room for them to pass through, as if moving through air rather than water. There is no task left undone tonight that cannot wait until morning. No word you missed saying that needs fixing in the dark. Not even regret has urgency when it's held inside stillness like this. It doesn't matter how many times a moment replays itself. It only matters that now, here, something else is happening. Your body remembering what it feels like not to be on guard. Let your shoulders drop, not because you've decided they should, but because gravity has found them and begun its work slowly, quietly pulling each one lower. Not down into defeat, but simply downward toward the earth beneath the bed. There's no resistance in that path, no need to stop it or speed it up. The shoulder blades slide like stones sliding through sand, no noise, just motion. Now let your hips begin their slow surrender, not pushing forward, not arching back, but allowing themselves to be held by what they rest upon. The mattress below, the floor beneath that, and then beyond, deeper still, the weight of the house itself. The walls aren't pressing in, they're holding you steady without speaking. No one is waiting for your attention anymore. Your feet are heavy now, not because they've been used too much, but because they no longer feel a need to lift or move. They lie flat against the bed like leaves resting on soil after rain has passed through them. The toes aren't curled in anticipation of stepping forward, they're simply there. No function required. And your spine, your long column from pelvis to skull, isn't holding anything up anymore, not even posture. It's softening along its length, not collapsing, but relaxing like rope that was once tight with tension and has finally been unspooled in a quiet room. Each vertebra is letting go of the one above it, slowly, without force. There's no need to think about alignment or straightness or balance. There's only this, your body becoming lighter not because it's leaving, but because it doesn't feel like staying upright anymore matters. And as you stay with that sensation, the feeling of being held by so many things at once, your chest begins to open more fully than before, not through effort, but simply from breathing into the fullness. The ribs aren't rising and falling in haste now. They're moving gently, almost lazily, like waves on a lake after wind has stopped blowing. Your breath comes deeper because it no longer needs to be managed. It flows without command, longer out than in, not as an instruction, but as a natural rhythm that your body remembers from when you were small and didn't yet know fear. There's something older here, the pattern of breathing before language, before worry, before any thought about whether this moment is safe or not. And so it continues, breath after breath, each one slower than the last, not because you're trying to slow them down, but because your system no longer needs to stay alert for threats that aren't there. The air moves in and out without resistance. It doesn't need permission to come back. There's plenty of time. The silence between thoughts is growing wider now, not empty, but full with the presence of being here, aware, still awake, yet already at peace. You don't have to stop thinking for that to happen. In fact, you can keep having memories flash by, the look on someone's face, a phrase said too quickly, but they're no longer anchors pulling you forward. They pass like clouds across the sky, visible, but not affecting your stillness. You are becoming more aware of how much space there is in this body, not just inside it, but around it, like air filling every corner between bone and skin. No part feels abandoned or forgotten. Even the smallest muscles near your eyes, the ones that tightened when something startled you earlier, are softening now, not because they've been told to relax, but simply because their job is over. There's no one asking for performance tonight, no audience waiting behind a door. Just this. You are allowed to be exactly as you are, wired with memory, tired from the day, still holding some small ache in your jaw or low back, but also deeply at rest. The mind keeps turning, and that's okay. But notice how it moves now, not chasing answers, not trying to fix things, but drifting like smoke rising slowly through an open window. It doesn't land on anything with weight anymore, just floats, unburdened by demand. And your hands, they're still where they fell earlier on your stomach, but the shape of them is changing, less defined now, more melted into the surface beneath. Not stiff or tight, not even trying to be calm. Their form has softened so much that it's almost like they've stopped being separate from you and instead become part of this larger quiet. The edge between body and air grows blurry here, like mist on a window pane at dawn. You can't say where one ends and the other begins. It doesn't matter. What matters is what happens next. Your awareness drifting deeper, not into sleep yet, but toward that place just before it, where time stops meaning anything. There's no reason to rush this process, no deadline for surrender. The body knows how to fall when there's nothing left to hold onto, not even the idea of being awake. You don't need to make a decision about whether you're ready or not. Just let your attention rest in that small gap between one breath and the next, where everything feels still, but also alive with quiet motion beneath it, like water under ice, moving slowly, steadily, without sound. Your skin is warm now, not hot, but gently so, as if heat has settled into its surface after a long day of cooling down. The warmth isn't trying to comfort you, it's just there, like sunlight on stone at dusk. And your ears, they're no longer listening for footsteps or voices from outside the room. There's nothing left to catch. The silence is thick enough now that even breath sounds are softened, as if they've been muffled by distance or depths. You don't have to close off anything anymore. You can hear everything and not be disturbed by it, because you're no longer on guard against any of it. Your mind isn't empty, but it's quiet, not in the way that comes from effort, but from release. Now let your attention drift into how this stillness feels inside your neck, how soft the muscles are there, like fabric worn smooth with time and care, not stiff or tense, just letting go of any need to stay alert for threats that don't exist. The tendons aren't taut anymore, they're relaxed in their shape. Your tongue rests lightly against the roof of your mouth, not pressing down, but simply present, a quiet weight at rest. The air in the room is quiet, but not empty. There's a kind of stillness that holds weight, like dust suspended just above the floor after it settles from motion. You're sinking into it slowly without urgency, not trying to arrive anywhere. No destination called sleep pulling at you now. Just this. The space around your body feels less like something separate and more like a quiet continuation of what's already inside, like skin that has grown thin enough to let warmth pass through freely. There's a moment in between breaths where time doesn't seem to move forward or backward. It just holds still, suspended. You're not aware of it as an event. You're simply passing through it, like stepping into a hallway with no door at the end, only soft light and silence on either side. The memories from earlier, the ones that kept looping, aren't gone, but they've changed shape. They aren't sharp anymore, no longer pressing against your ribs or tugging at your throat. Instead, they're drifting like leaves caught in a slow current, not returning to where they came from, not heading anywhere specific, just moving slowly, gently, with no need for explanation. Let that movement be enough. Your shoulders are down now, really down, not just relaxed, but released, as if their weight had been carried too long and finally set onto something solid beneath them. The muscles along your spine aren't fighting gravity anymore. They're letting it pull, like threads in a blanket slowly settling into place after being shaken. Feel how the base of your skull rests against the pillow, not pressing down, not pushing up, just resting where it belongs, cradled by softness and space. There's no demand for alignment here, no one asking you to stay upright or alert. You can slouch if you want. You're allowed to be unbalanced in this moment. And your feet, they've long stopped feeling like separate parts of the body. They're just there, warm, grounded, and even though their shape is lost under blankets and sheets, they still feel present, as if they know where they are without needing to see it or think about it, like roots settling into soil after rain. Now let your awareness move deeper, not toward any single place, but in the general direction of what's already happening beneath you. A slow release that doesn't announce itself with sound or motion, just presence. It feels like water finding its level, no effort required. The body remembers how to settle when no one is watching, when there's nothing left to prove. Your eyelids don't feel heavy, they just are closed, not because you've decided they should be, but because the nervous system has quietly taken over and said, "This is safe enough now that we can stop pretending to stay awake." There's a quiet hum beneath your skin, a low frequency of stillness, not noise exactly, more like vibration in silence, like the faintest resonance after someone else's voice fades from the room, long gone but still felt in the walls. You're not trying to hear it or name it. You don't have to understand what makes it happen. It's simply here, like a pulse beneath deep earth, slow and steady, no need for rhythm because time isn't counting anymore. Let your attention drift down into where you feel this quietest, not in the head, not in the chest, but lower near the pelvis. There's an area there that holds tension like memory, small muscles tucked under layers of habit, waiting to be released even though they don't know why they were braced in the first place. Now let them go, just open a little more than you thought possible. Not with force, not by willpower, but because something deeper has shifted. Because this body knows how to stop holding on when it's told that no one is coming for answers tonight. Let your pelvis soften, not collapse, but surrender slightly into the bed beneath. The bones aren't stiff anymore. They're yielding in a way they haven't done all day, like clay left out overnight and slowly reshaping itself under its own weight. Your lower back, it's not trying to support anything now. It doesn't need to be firm or upright or ready for movement. There's no reason to keep the spine aligned like an instruction manual says you should. Just let it curve where gravity pulls. No judgment, just allowance. And your breath, you're still breathing, but less notice of it than before. Less effort in each inhale and exhale. It flows without demand, like air moving through a cave that's been closed for years, but now has one tiny crack open to the outside world. The space inside you isn't full anymore. It's spacious enough that thoughts don't bump into each other. They drift like dust motes, not catching on anything. No need to rearrange them or decide what they mean. Just let them float, some rising higher than others, some sinking toward the base of your awareness, but none claiming space. There's a point in this kind of stillness where you stop thinking about being awake and start feeling like you're somewhere between waking and sleeping. Not quite one thing, not quite another, just present. Like standing at the edge of a river with no name on either bank. Your arms are loose now, no longer resting across your chest or curled into fists unconsciously. They just lie where they fell, one slightly bent near your side, fingers relaxed in their own shape, not folded inward like protection, not stretched out like readiness, just there. And the skin of your forearm, it's warm, not hot, but gently so, as if sunlight had passed through a window and rested on it for a long time before leaving again. The warmth isn't trying to comfort you. It's just part of what happens when blood flows freely without resistance. When nerves stop firing in patterns that say danger or wait. You don't need to make anything happen. And just let this silence deepen, not by forcing stillness, but by letting the body keep breathing through it. There's a texture here, like wool left out on stone after rain, soft around the edges, slightly damp beneath, no longer stiff with tension. That same quality is in your chest now. The muscles aren't fighting to rise or fall. They just move when needed quietly. Your diaphragm isn't working hard. It's not trying to push air through a tight passage. It moves like water passing over pebbles, smooth, unhurried, unforced. The space between breaths is longer now, long enough that you can almost feel the body pause in its rhythm and say, "This moment is allowed." Well, there's no need for effort, and no reason to speed up or slow down. And just letting go of any idea that this has a beginning or an end. You're not falling asleep. You're just allowing yourself to stop resisting the quiet. The mind still thinks, yes, but it doesn't feel like work anymore. It feels more like watching clouds pass over something deep and calm beneath them. And your neck, still soft, yes. But now there's a subtle shift. The muscles at the base are not only relaxed, they're unraveling, slowly releasing their grip on old habits of staying alert, of holding tension just in case someone calls out from another room or steps too close to a door. It isn't that you've forgotten how to be watchful. It's that your body knows, finally, that no one is waiting for anything from you tonight. Even the smallest nerve endings near your ears are quiet now, not straining to pick up on distant footsteps, not trying to catch whispers through walls. They're just listening to silence as it exists in its own right, without needing to interpret it or fear what might be hidden inside it. Let that feeling linger, like a breath held too long and then slowly released into still air. Your skin is no longer separate from the world. It's porous, accepting of touch without reaction. Not because you're open-minded, not because you've made peace with anything, but simply because your nervous system has decided there are no threats here. No one is coming to demand things or ask questions. So nothing needs defending now. Not even memory. Even the faint ache in your jaw, something that's been there since early afternoon, isn't a signal anymore. It doesn't mean you're tense. It just means something shifted inside that place long ago and never fully settled back down. But now it's allowed to stay as is. And no correction needed. And just presence. And the space between your ribs, where air moves in and out, it isn't tight or closed off anymore. It feels more like a doorway than a cage, not holding anything inside, not pushing anyone away. Your breath continues to move through you like a river finding its own path, not because it's been told to, but because the banks no longer resist. The air that enters is no longer met with hesitation. It slips in as if returning home. You don't need to guide it. It comes and goes on its own rhythm, like tide washing over sand. No effort required, only presence. And when you exhale, it's not a release of tension so much as an acknowledgement. Yes, this is enough. Well, the body doesn't have to prove anything. It just is. The silence now isn't empty, it has weight. Not loud, but full. Like the stillness between notes in music that makes them matter more. Your shoulders are no longer held up by invisible wires. They've lowered not because you told them to, but because they remember what it feels like to be unsupported without fear. There's a softness beneath your collarbones now, a space where breath flows into the upper chest and stays. Not trapped, not rushing, but resting in its own depths. The ribs aren't tightening, they're letting go of their old job, holding things at bay. Your hands still lie on your body as they did before, but something has changed. Not in shape or position, just in meaning. They are no longer tools waiting to be used, no longer fists that might clench if needed, no longer palms open because someone once said, offer kindness. They're simply there, warm, quiet, accepting of their own stillness. The skin over the knuckles is thin and translucent, not fragile but tender in a way that says, I am not hiding anything. Now let your attention drift to the soles of your feet, the part of you least involved in thoughts or memories, the place where movement began before words ever formed. They are bare on the bedsheet, pressing gently against it as if testing its softness, not pushing back, not seeking grip, just allowing pressure and surface to meet without reaction. You don't need to feel them more than they already are. There's a quiet awareness in their shape, the arches relaxed, the heels grounded but not heavy, like roots sinking into earth that doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. And beneath your feet there is no urgency, The floor exists, but not as something to cross, not as terrain to navigate. It holds you without needing anything from you in return. You are not required to rise. There's no schedule waiting, no appointment to keep. Just this, a body supported by layers, sheet, mattress, frame, foundation, and the quiet certainty that nothing will give way under your weight. Your back is curved now not because of stiffness or posture, but because it has stopped pretending it needs to be straight for anyone else's benefit. The small of your spine isn't arching forward. It's just where you are, curved in a natural curve like the shape of a riverbank, where water gently turns and flows around obstacles without breaking. There's no need to fix anything, not even the way your hips rest on the mattress, the right one slightly lower than the left. It doesn't mean imbalance, it means alignment with how your body has lived all day. No judgment in it, just acceptance. Your legs are long limbs that have carried you through rooms and conversations and decisions made too quickly or not at all. But now they're just here, still, supported by gravity, held without effort. The muscles along the outer thighs aren't taut with readiness. They've stopped preparing for a jump, a sprint, an escape. They are not readying to move. They are simply allowing themselves to be heavy, to rest. And when your mind flickers, just once, with a memory of something said too soon or left unsaid, don't pull away. Don't try to push it out or fix it. Let that thought pass through you like wind through leaves, not loud, not urgent. It's not coming back to hurt you. It doesn't matter what happened in the afternoon. The past isn't threatening anymore. The mind can still wander, yes, but now there's a difference. You are no longer chasing thoughts away because they feel dangerous or distracting. You're just letting them float by like paper boats on a slow stream. No need to read them, no obligation to respond. They don't have to be answered. They don't even have to be noticed. Your focus is not in your head anymore. It's in the body, in what it knows without words. That this moment is safe. That no one will come knocking. No phone will ring with urgency. No voice from earlier today will echo back at you demanding something more than you already gave. Let your awareness sink deeper into the place just below where thoughts begin, into a kind of knowing that lives in muscles and blood vessels, not language. It's a quiet intelligence. The body remembers what the mind forgets, that it doesn't have to be on guard all night long. Your chest still breathes, but now each inhalation feels like a soft opening, not an effort to draw air in, but as if something inside you is beginning to unfold slowly, like a flower at twilight. Not because someone told it to, just because the conditions are right. No pressure, no demand for speed, no need to perform. Your belly is not clenched around some unspoken worry. It's soft, not floppy, but gently yielding, as if holding space for what needs to be held without resistance. The muscles there aren't fighting to stay tight or flat. They're just resting in their natural state, like a quiet pool of water after the storm has passed. And your jaw still relaxed, not because you forced it open, not because you've made peace with anything, but because no signal is being sent that says protect yourself. The tongue lies quietly on the floor of your mouth, not pressed forward or pulled back, just resting in its own shape. No need to speak, no need to swallow. It's simply part of what makes up your body, not something you must manage. The air moves through you, and there is no resistance. Not in the throat, not behind the breastbone, just a quiet passage. A space where breath can come and go without being blocked by old habits, holding on, waiting, expecting danger. Now let yourself feel how much of your body has been listening all night long, not for sounds outside, but for signals within. The tremor in your fingers wasn't fear, it was energy that had nowhere to go until now. The tightness behind your eyes wasn't weakness, it was attention turned inward too long. But those things aren't active anymore. They've stopped trying. And when the body stops trying, it doesn't mean it's inactive. It means it's finally allowed to be itself, without performance, without apology. Your skin is no longer protecting you from touch, but receiving it, not because it wants something, but because it can now accept sensation as neutral. Not threatening, not pleasurable, but just there. Like warmth in sunlight. Like cool air passing over bare arms. No reaction needed, just experience. Even the space between your ribs, where breath enters, is no longer a container shaped by anxiety. It's open not out of effort, but because nothing inside it needs to be hidden anymore. There's room for quiet, room for stillness, room for being exactly where you are. Your mind may still think, but now thinking is like watching rain fall on glass. The drops move across a surface, leave trails, disappear, all without changing what the glass is. You don't have to become calm. You don't have to stop remembering. You just need to let thoughts pass through you as things that happen, not because you invited them, but because your body has decided it's safe enough for them to stay. And if a memory surfaces, something small and quiet from earlier today, something like the way someone looked when they said, "I'll be late," or how your hand paused on the door handle before leaving the room, you don't need to fix it. You don't need to apologize in silence. It's not a failure that you remember. It's just proof that this body has lived through its day, and now it's letting go. Let it float by like dust motes caught in a shaft of fading light. They're not important. They aren't going anywhere. But they don't need to stay either. Let the silence between breaths stretch wider, not because you're waiting for something, but because there's nothing urgent left to fill it. The air in your lungs is no longer a task, just presence. Your ribs rise slightly on their own, as if drawn upward by gravity alone, and fall back without resistance. No effort behind the motion. No intention in the descent, just release. The weight of your arms has shifted, not dropped suddenly, but settled into its true shape, like cloth laid over a chair after being folded too long. The fingers are no longer curled inward, as if holding something precious or dangerous. They rest where they land, some touching skin, some hovering just above the blanket's edge, as though they've forgotten how to grip. And your legs feel separate from thought now, not numb, not distant, but quiet in a way that isn't absence. It's like roots deep underground, no longer pushing up through soil, but simply being part of it, anchored without strain. The soles are warm against the sheet. You're not aware of them making contact. You only notice when one foot shifts slightly on its own. A slow realignment, as if your body is adjusting to itself in sleep. Your spine isn't straightening or relaxing. It's just there, aligned by gravity rather than will. The curve at the lower back has softened, not flattened, but no longer held against pressure. It doesn't need to brace for anything. No one is watching. Nothing requires you to stay upright. You are allowed to sink. A small pulse behind your eyes, just a ripple of sensation, moves outward and fades, not because you told it to stop, but because the energy that caused it has found its way out through stillness instead of resistance. It's like water seeping into dry earth. No splash, just absorption. The space under your collarbones, it isn't open for breath alone anymore. It holds warmth now, not heat, not cold, just a quiet presence, as if the air itself had learned to rest in that hollow place. Let your attention drift, not searching, but letting go of direction. There's no need to follow thoughts or chase silence. You're not trying to become anything else than what you already are. A body lying down, breathing slowly, still being held by gravity and the bed beneath it. There is nothing inside that needs fixing. Nothing outside that demands your attention. The past has passed through you like wind over stone, leaving marks, but no weight behind. Even the memory of regret doesn't need to be carried anymore. It's not erased, but it isn't alive in this moment either. It floats, yes, like a leaf on water, turning slowly with currents that have nothing to do with you now. You don't pull it back into your hands, you just let its shape dissolve. The part of you that wonders whether things could have been different, whether someone might have understood better, is no longer fighting. It's not trying to rewrite the day. It doesn't need closure or answers or even explanation. That quiet question has finally stopped asking itself in circles and simply rested. Your breath slows further, not because it wants to stop, but because each exhale feels less like a release of air and more like a surrender into what already is. Like returning home after walking too far, when your body remembers the shape of the door before you even reach for the handle. You're not pretending this is peace. You don't need to pretend anything at all. The only thing happening now is sensation. The soft give beneath your hips, the way light or dark touches the back of your eyelids without meaning anything, just being there as a feeling in the skin. Your ears pick up nothing unusual, just quiet that isn't empty. A silence with texture. It's not loud or silent, it's full of absence. Like how an attic feels after you've stopped moving through it, dust settled, shadows still, no one walking overhead. Let your hands stay where they are, palms open like small vessels waiting for nothing. Not hoping to catch anything, just existing in their natural form. No need to do or be more than that. Your shoulders have released not because of a command, but because the muscles finally stopped listening to old alarms. They've forgotten how tightness feels as protection and remembered what it means to hang loose, like cloth on a line after rain has passed. And your neck isn't holding up your head anymore. It's just letting gravity do its job. The angle is not perfect, doesn't need to be. It simply fits where the bones meet, with no pressure from within or outside. Your skin continues receiving, but differently now. Not as a barrier against intrusion, but as an invitation for sensation that doesn't demand anything in return. A cool draft across your forearm isn't cold, it's just air moving past skin. The warmth spreading through your chest is not joy, just blood flowing where it wants without interference. Your belly breathes on its own now, not rising with intention, but expanding softly, as if breathing for the first time since you were small and didn't know what fear was. No need to control it. It moves naturally under its own weight, like water in a basin that doesn't care whether anyone is watching. The space between your ribs isn't tight anymore, it's just spacious, like an empty room with no furniture but sunlight streaming through the window. You don't have to fill it. You're not afraid of emptiness. It doesn't threaten you. There's nothing in there that needs hiding. Even your thoughts, those small loops from earlier today, they've stopped spinning around themselves. They aren't stories anymore, just patterns passing across a surface already still. Like clouds moving over a mountain lake, visible but unimportant to the water below. You don't need to notice them to let go of them. You only need to stop trying to hold on or push away. And when you do, something shifts, not with noise, not with light, but in how your body feels held, not by hands, not by memory, by space itself, by the fact that gravity is still working and the earth beneath you hasn't changed its mind about keeping you safe. Your feet are warm now, the kind of warmth that comes from blood returning after being forgotten for hours, like rivers waking up under frozen soil in springtime. The blanket isn't just covering you, it's cradling your legs, wrapping around your ankles like something made to hold stillness, not movement. You aren't fighting sleep, nor are you inviting it. You're simply allowing the moment to stretch longer than urgency would ever let it. Time is no longer a pressure, but an unfolding. Each breath takes its own time, and nothing needs to arrive before it's ready. There is no need for completion, no requirement that this end in any particular way, only that you remain here exactly as you are. The body knows what happens when the guard goes down, not with fanfare, not with relief, but quietly, like a door closing after someone walks through and leaves it open too long. You're not losing awareness, you're just letting go of needing to control where it's focused. It doesn't have to stay on your breath or your hands or even your thoughts. Let it wander without judgment. Let the silence grow deeper in places you haven't named before, like a well dug so far underground that no echo returns. You are not trying to fix anything today nor tomorrow. You're simply here, as soft as air when it doesn't need to be pushed somewhere else. And if there's one thing this body knows after all the day has asked of it, it's that stillness isn't failure, it's rest, not escape, just return. It's the part of you that worries about tomorrow, about what might come, or whether things will feel better, isn't being ignored. It's just not in charge right now. As it can wait until morning if it wants to. For now, your body is breathing because it wants to, not because it has to. And the air isn't rushing through you anymore. It's resting in you, like a guest who never needed an invitation, but stayed anyway. Your breath has settled into the rhythm of being, not doing. No effort to shape it, just letting each one unfold like a leaf drifting down from a tree that no longer needs to hold on. The air moves in and out without warning or demand, as if remembering something older than language, how to be quiet, how to stay. And your body remembers too, not with memory, but with sensation, the kind that lives beneath thought, where stillness isn't empty, but full of presence. Your spine is not rigid now. It curves gently into the mattress like a river finding its bed after years of rushing uphill. The small bones at the base of your back are softening into place, no longer bracing against gravity as if it might betray you. It hasn't. It's been holding you all night long and still is. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not in confusion, but in quiet surrender. You don't need to know what's next because there isn't anything pressing to arrive. The light from outside the room has dimmed completely now, no longer flickering through curtains or glancing off walls. It's just dark, not cold, not threatening, just a soft absence that wraps around you like an old coat left behind on a chair. There's no need to check if it's safe. You already are. Your hands lie open now at your sides, palms up as though waiting for nothing but the weight of air. The fingers aren't curled or clenched, they're relaxed in their own shape, like roots spreading into soil that doesn't ask them to grow anywhere specific. Your shoulders have dropped, lower than they've been in days, and not because you told them to, but because they finally stopped believing they had to keep watch. There's no one watching from the door, no one outside waiting with questions. The silence isn't loud. It's deep enough to hold sound without needing to speak. You don't need to erase anything. Not the thought that passed through your mind this afternoon, the small thing you said too quickly or didn't say at all. It doesn't matter anymore. It wasn't a mistake, just a moment of being human, like breathing in and out. You're not supposed to be perfect. You're just here, moving gently toward the end of needing to prove anything. The warmth in your feet has spread upward now, not like fire, but like sunlight filtering through layers of snow that finally begin to melt from below. The skin on the soles is sensitive again, aware of texture, of pressure, of being touched by the blanket's weave as if it were a memory of touch long forgotten. You don't need to feel your toes. Just let them be, warm, present, part of this body that no longer needs to defend itself. Your jaw has loosened in ways you can't quite describe, like muscles letting go after years of holding stillness because they thought movement would mean danger. But it wasn't danger, it was just tension. And now there's nothing left to protect. The teeth aren't clenched. The tongue rests at the bottom of your mouth, not pressing against anything, not tasting for threat or promise, just being. There is no task assigned to it, no message to deliver. Your eyes are closed, but that doesn't mean you're hiding from anything. They don't need to see to know where they are. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of the quiet hum of a house settling into sleep, of distant traffic that has long since stopped needing your attention. There is no reason to be alert. No signal says danger. Only stillness remains, deep and unbroken. You don't have to return anything to where it was before. You aren't going back to the day. That's not what this is for. This is about letting go not of memories, but of their power over you. The way they used to press against your chest like stones in a pocket, weighing down every breath. That weight has shifted. It hasn't vanished, but it isn't yours anymore. It belongs to the night now, and the night will hold it. Your belly is soft, not flat or tight, not empty or full, but simply relaxed. The muscles there have stopped preparing for impact. They're not bracing against a future argument or an unmet deadline. They've stopped pretending they need to be hard. You can feel them beneath your skin now, like the inside of a quiet room where no one has walked in years, but still holds the shape of someone who once lived there. There's a kind of silence that isn't absence, it's presence without noise. It fills you from within, not as something to be captured or named, but as something already here, always present beneath thought and feeling. You don't need to find it. It doesn't depend on your attention. It just is. Like the ground beneath the bed, like the air in the room, like gravity itself, unchanging, uninterested in praise. You're not trying to fix anything, not even yourself. There's no project of becoming calmer or better or more asleep. You are already where you need to be, on the edge between waking and sleeping, where time doesn't matter because it isn't moving forward anymore. The clock has stopped for you tonight, not because it broke, but because it no longer needs to keep track. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with fullness, as if they've grown into place over time, like trees taking root in earth that finally accepts them. No need to lift or push, just lie there. Let the weight sink deeper into the mattress, let it pull you down past surface thoughts, past small regrets, past what might have been said or done differently. And when a thought returns, just one, quiet and faint, the kind about a name not spoken or a door left open, it doesn't need to be met. It's not an enemy, not even a reminder. Just a shadow passing across the surface of water that isn't disturbed by shadows anymore. You don't have to speak to it. You don't have to understand it. You only have to let it pass like wind through a hallway with no one inside. There is room for everything here: thoughts, stillness, breath, silence, warmth, weight, darkness. No need to choose between them. Just be present in the way that bodies are when they stop fighting. The kind of presence that doesn't look for meaning, just rests within its own form. The air inside you is no longer rushing through like a current trying to escape. It's still. Still enough that even your heartbeat feels slow, not because it has to be, but because there's nothing urgent left to answer. Your body isn't holding itself together anymore. It's letting go of the need to stay in one piece, not crumbling, but becoming softer. Like clay left out under rain, no longer shaped by force, just reshaped by time and water. You don't have to be strong tonight. No one is asking you to carry anything. And if there's a part of you that still wonders whether this will last, if the mind will wake up again, or the body stiffen back into alertness, then let it wonder. It doesn't need to be fixed, just acknowledged, then left behind. The night isn't short. It's not long either, it just is. And in it, you are allowed to stay exactly where you are, not moving towards sleep, but already within it. Not asleep yet, but close enough that the difference between being awake and dreaming no longer matters. There's a space beneath your ribs now, open and soft, that doesn't feel like emptiness, more like openness. Like the kind of room with high ceilings and no furniture where light can gather without needing to be useful. It isn't waiting for anything. It just holds space, not because it has to, but because it can. You don't need to do anything now except breathe. Not deeply, not slowly, just naturally. As if your body knows how to move in this moment better than any thought ever could. And the breath doesn't have to be controlled. There's no rule that says you must keep it steady or quiet. It can shift on its own. It can pause. It can lengthen without effort. It can fade into silence just for a few moments before returning, like water finding its level again after being stirred. You aren't trying to stop thinking. You're just not letting it pull you along anymore. Your breath moves now like something returning to a place it has always known, quiet, unhurried, not seeking arrival, but simply being at home within the rhythm of your own body. There is no need to shape it or guide it deeper. It already lies in the quiet where effort ends and presence begins. The air flows in and out as if it were never meant for anything other than this moment. This soft release, this letting go, this stillness that holds more weight than motion ever could. And your shoulders, they are not dropping because you want them to. They are settling because the body has remembered how to stop carrying its own history. Not 1 inch of effort left in lifting or holding back. Just there, softened at the base, relaxed into the mattress, like stones that have been buried long enough to lose their sharpness and become part of the soil again. The muscles around your collarbones no longer strain upward toward a sky you've never reached. They are not trying to lift anything anymore. Not even the weight of yesterday. Your hands, they lie open now, not because you asked them to, but because there is nowhere left to go. No need to grip or brace. No reason to protect what isn't under threat. The fingers have uncurled like petals after rain, slowly, naturally, without force. Even the smallest joints at the base of your palms are no longer tight with tension. They're not resisting anything. They don't even remember how to. And your jaw, it's not clenched against a world that doesn't exist anymore. It has stopped fighting its own shape. The muscles along your temples, which used to tighten like cords when you spoke too much or listened too hard, those are quiet now. Not frozen, but simply no longer working. No signal needs sending from teeth to brain. Nothing asks for attention. Your tongue rests in the mouth not as a tool of expression, not even as an instrument of taste, but just there, still. Like a piece of memory that has been laid down and forgotten. Your eyes are closed, but they aren't watching anything. Not images, not thoughts. They don't need to search for safety because the body already knows where it is. The space behind your lids feels like depth, like water with no bottom, not dark in a threatening way, but deep enough that you can't see the edge. And so there's no reason to fear what lies beyond. And if a memory slips through, not the kind that shouts or demands attention, but one that whispers, "You should have said something," or "What if they had known?" then let it drift. Not by pushing it away, not by naming it, not even by noticing it as a thought. Just allow it to pass like a leaf floating down a stream where the current is too gentle to carry anything far. It doesn't need your hand to catch it. It just needs space. And you are giving that space freely now, not because you're trying to be good, but simply because you've stopped needing to control what happens inside. The air in your chest isn't rushing anymore. It's not afraid of silence. It knows how to stay full without anxiety. There is room for stillness, even when the mind tries to stir up old echoes. And that space, it doesn't shrink or disappear when a whisper comes through. It expands slightly instead, like an open doorway where all kinds of things can pass in and out without changing the shape of the house. Your spine, it isn't rigid anymore, not trying to stay straight, not fighting against leaning or slumping. It is simply holding its own natural curve, hollow at the lower back, rounded gently above, supported by the mattress beneath like roots resting deep in earth that doesn't ask for anything in return. The vertebrae aren't stacked for strength anymore, they're arranged for ease, for surrender. Your pelvis, it's not bracing against a future you haven't lived yet. It isn't holding itself ready to respond to danger, even if only imagined. It is simply resting on the bed, softened at the hips, relaxed in the sacrum. There's no need to tighten or brace for movement that will never come. Your legs, they are not waiting to walk anywhere. They don't remember what it feels like to climb stairs or stand too long at a counter or push through fatigue. They're just lying there, long and heavy, as though the bones have grown heavier with time and the flesh has learned how to soften in response. The calves feel full, not tense, but warm and settled, like stone left overnight by a river where water no longer rushes. And your feet, they are not curling against imagined cold or danger. They aren't gripping the floor because they think it might vanish. They are just there, flat on the mattress, toes slightly splayed, soles relaxed as if the skin had finally given up resisting pressure and accepted its own weight. The arches have lowered gently, not from fatigue, but because they no longer feel the need to support a body that isn't trying to run. There is no place in you now that feels like it has to stay alert. No corner that needs guarding, not even the smallest muscle around your eyes, those tiny fibers that used to twitch when something startled or surprised is still watching for movement in shadows. They've stopped searching. And if a thought returns, the one about a conversation left unresolved or a moment you could have handled differently, it doesn't land like a hammer. It lands like dust settling on a shelf after years of not being touched. No weight, no urgency, just there, and then it's gone because no energy is given to keep it alive. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because the body has stopped needing speed. The pause between inhale and exhale stretches slightly longer than before. It isn't empty, it's full of stillness, not waiting for anything. Just being present in the way that only a body can be when it stops trying to be something more. There is warmth now spreading through your center, not heat, not burning, but a deep, quiet radiance, like sunlight caught in old stone after rain. It doesn't burn or demand attention. It just is. And it spreads slowly outward, through the lower belly, past the ribs, into the hollow of your back where tension used to live. You don't need to make it grow. You only have to let it be. Your skin, it's not on guard anymore. It doesn't feel every shift in air or temperature like an alarm. It's just sensing softly, passively, the space between you and the world outside, not resisting, not inviting, just knowing that what is here now, this bed, this body, this breath, is enough. The weight of your limbs, it isn't pulling down because they are tired. They're lying there because they can. Because gravity doesn't have to be fought anymore. It's not a threat, it's a companion. You don't need to fight the pull. You only need to let yourself sink into it. And this sinking, this slow, inevitable drift, is not moving towards sleep. It isn't trying to reach any place at all. It's just continuing what you've already begun, becoming less and less of effort, more and more of presence, less control, more surrender. Your thoughts, they aren't disappearing. They're not being stopped. They're simply no longer leading the way. Like clouds passing through a sky that doesn't care about their shapes or speed. You don't need to follow them. You don't have to understand where they come from or why they appear. They can be there, faint, fainter still, and you will not lose yourself in them. The mind is quiet, not because it's been silenced, but because it has nothing left to do. No one is asking for answers anymore. There are no deadlines, no expectations, just the soft pulse of breath and blood and warmth moving through a body that has stopped fighting its own nature. And if you wake up later in the hours still ahead, you won't remember this moment as something you did or achieved. You'll only know it as a kind of return, not to yourself, but to the self that was always there, the one who didn't need fixing, just permission. A permission to be soft, to be slow, to be exactly where you are. and no goal, no purpose beyond being. Your breath continues in its own rhythm now, not guided but remembered, like a river that has forgotten it was ever asked to change course. The air moves through your nose and into your chest as if returning home after a long silence. There's no effort behind the inhale, just room enough for it to happen naturally. And when you release, there is nothing left to force. You don't push out the breath. You let it go like water slipping from an open cup, slow and inevitable, with only gravity as its guide. The space around your body feels more real than before, not because anything has changed in the room, but because your awareness of it no longer comes through tension. It arrives softly, like a hand laid gently on your shoulder, without you knowing when or how it got there. The wall to the left, not far from where your head rests. Its surface is smooth and cool under invisible fingers that only exist in this moment. The kind of touch that doesn't ask anything back. There's no need to name what lies beyond your skin anymore. No naming, no mapping, no checking in with yourself every few seconds like a soldier on watch. You are not scanning for threats or searching for peace. Peace isn't something you find. You simply stop resisting the way things already are. Your eyelids, they don't know that they're closed. They've forgotten what it means to open. Not from fatigue, but from surrender, like leaves letting go of a branch when winter arrives and no longer cares about holding on. The darkness behind them isn't empty. It holds shapes without sound, memories with no names. A thought drifts in, not urgent, not sharp, but something like the echo of laughter from long ago, or an old song you used to know by heart but have never sung again. It floats past your mind like a leaf caught on still water, spinning slowly before drifting away without resistance. You don't reach for it. You don't let go. There's no separation between memory and sensation anymore. When the image of that moment comes, the one where you stood at a window, rain running down the glass, you feel not just what happened, but how your hand had pressed lightly against the pane, as if to stay connected with something outside yourself, even when everything was inside. That warmth in your palm, it's still there, not like heat, but like an afterimage of contact. You don't need to remember why you felt that way. You only need to know this: wherever those feelings came from, they're not asking for anything now. They've been seen, and they can rest. Your spine, it isn't straight anymore in the way muscles used to hold it upright. It's softer, curved slightly like a branch bending under snow, not because of weight, but because its bones have finally learned how to yield without fear. The vertebrae are not locked into place. Each one rests gently on the next, stacked with quiet patience. The hollow at your lower back, where tension used to gather like old dust in corners, it's no longer a storage space for strain. It has become something else, an open cup receiving only stillness, as if gravity doesn't just pull down but also fills upward, like water rising through roots beneath soil, unseen and slow. Your shoulders have dropped below the level they once held themselves at during waking hours, a place where energy used to be stored like fuel in a tank ready for use. But now there is no need to prepare, no alarm waiting on the other side of tomorrow. So their weight settles not into defeat, but into acceptance, that resting is not failure, but continuity. Your hands, they are no longer clenched or coiled around invisible objects from earlier conversations. They lie open beside your body, as if learning how to be held by air instead of stress. Fingers slightly splayed, no desire to grasp anything now, not even a memory. There's warmth pooling in the center of your chest, not bright, not sharp, but steady and deep, like embers left behind after a fire has finished burning itself out. It doesn't demand attention. You don't have to feed it or fan it into flame. It simply is warmth without purpose, heat without motion. The sensation moves outward from that core, now in waves you barely notice. A ripple through your ribcage, along the sides of your torso, down toward your hips and legs. Not spreading toward anything, just being felt by more places as it passes. Your left leg, quiet beneath the blanket, is not waiting for movement. It isn't planning steps or imagining distances yet to be crossed. Its muscles are relaxed in a way they haven't known since before this day began, the kind of looseness that only comes when no one is watching and nothing needs proving. You don't need to feel your toes right now. You're not trying to locate yourself in the world through sensation alone. Your body isn't searching for confirmation, just presence. A quiet hum beneath surface layers, blood moving slowly through veins without urgency, nerves resting like trees after a long night of rain, soaked but still standing. There's no separation between inside and outside anymore, not really. The air you breathe comes from the same space where your skin lives. It doesn't pass through filters or defenses. There is only flow, like water finding its way to low ground without resistance. The sound in the room, not silence, never complete quiet, but a soft hum beneath hearing, distant traffic far away at street level perhaps, or the faint creak of wood settling somewhere deep within the walls. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't need to identify it. Just let it be part of the background. The way light becomes less noticeable when you're already in a dim room. There's no reason for your body to respond, no signal requiring an answer, so there isn't one. The nervous system slows not because you told it to, but because it realizes nothing is asking me to act. Your jaw, the muscles around it, those small fibers that used to clench when things didn't go as planned, are finally still. They don't remember how to tighten anymore. Not even in dream memory do they recall what pressure feels like. Their shape has softened into something quieter than habit, the way a riverbed remembers its path long after the water left. The tongue resting against the roof of your mouth, not pressing forward or pulling back, just lying there as if it too has been told to stop doing anything for now. Not speaking, not tasting, just being present in that small pocket where breath and stillness meet. Your eyes, they've stopped scanning even while closed. There's no internal flicker from past thoughts trying to regain attention. No flash of light behind the lids, like a signal seeking entry. They are simply empty spaces receiving nothing, because they don't need to see anything anymore. Even your mind, it doesn't feel like an engine slowing down. It feels more like a lake after rain, full but not rushing. The surface is still, though currents move beneath unnoticed. You're aware of the water without needing to read every ripple. There's no separation between thought and breath now, no gap where one ends and another begins. They flow together like threads woven through each other in silence. A single motion carried forward by something older than language, deeper than intention. And if you wake up later, you won't know what brought this peace to your body. You'll only feel it as truth, not because someone said so, but because the space around you has been reshaped slowly over time into one that doesn't demand anything of you. You are not expected to be ready for anything in particular when morning comes. Not even awake, just here. In this moment, existing without condition or correction. The body remembers more than it ever lets itself say. How stillness feels after being tense. What safety tastes like when you stop fighting your own weight. The exact shape of release that happens not from willpower, but simply because there's nothing left to hold onto. You don't need proof. You don't need understanding. Only presence, like a stone sinking into riverbed, quiet and certain in its place. The floor beneath the bed, you can feel it indirectly through your spine now, not as resistance or vibration, but as continuation, something solid under motionless weight, not support, but continuity, like roots going deep before storms come. The weight of your body is no longer something you're managing. It's not a burden to carry, nor a force to resist. It simply is a quiet presence pressing into the bed, sinking deeper with every breath that slows and deepens. You don't need to adjust it. There's no right or wrong way for your spine to curve now, no ideal alignment to achieve. The mattress yields where you lie, not because it's soft, but because it knows how to hold what is already still. There's a kind of listening in the quiet that isn't hearing at all. It happens in the space between breaths, not waiting, but resting in the pause itself. Like standing at the edge of a clearing just after rain, when sound has been absorbed by soil and leaves and air, and there remains only the sensation of stillness as its own kind of noise. You're not tuning into anything specific, no tone to catch, no word to decode, just this. Your body receiving what it no longer needs to interpret. The muscles around your shoulders, those thin cords that used to lift and brace against imagined pressure, are finally letting go, not with a collapse, but with a slow release, like cloth unspooling from the frame of an old loom. They don't remember how tension feels anymore, not in real time, not even when memory flickers, like a ghost light behind closed doors. The pattern is broken. The signal has been forgotten. Your hands not clenched on anything, not gripping the edge of thought, nor holding onto regret like a thread pulled too tight. They lie open, palms up, fingers relaxed in their own space. The way a bird might rest its wings after flight, not because it's tired, but because there is no need to take off again. There's something gentle about this letting go, not dramatic, not heroic, just the quiet surrender of tissues that have been stretched too long. The small muscles at the base of your skull, they've stopped pulling upward toward the crown of your head in search of control. They're simply folding down into the soft space between neck and shoulders, like leaves settling after wind has passed. Your breath isn't trying to reach any destination now. It doesn't need to be deep or slow or intentional. It just moves, like water flowing through a channel that no longer resists it. You don't guide it. There's nothing to correct. The body knows its own rhythm, even when you can't name it. There are layers of stillness here, not one blanket covering all, but many, like sediment building beneath the surface of a lake over centuries. One layer is the release in your jaw. Another is the softening behind your eyes, the kind that happens not because you've decided to relax, but because there's no longer any reason to keep them open. Your thoughts aren't gone, just quieted by their own weightlessness. The small regrets from earlier, they don't rise up with urgency anymore. They float near the surface of awareness like old paper caught in slow current, not needing to be read, not demanding a reply. You can see them if you look, but there's no need to act. No one is asking you to fix anything now. As they drift through your mind without weight, not because they've disappeared, but because you're no longer holding onto their shape. You don't have to think about safety. It doesn't require effort or belief. The nervous system has already decided this space is enough. The walls aren't closing in. There's no hidden threat behind the door. No one waiting outside with a demand. You are not being watched, judged, measured, not even by yourself. There's room for silence that isn't empty, room for stillness that isn't frozen, a kind of presence where nothing needs to be done, and yet everything is already happening just beneath the surface. Your skin, it no longer feels like a boundary. It doesn't need to defend or signal danger. You can feel the air brushing across your arms not as intrusion, but as something that simply is. Like light touching glass, not passing through, but resting on its edge. No reaction needed. The space around you, this room, isn't just physical. It's a kind of continuation. The walls breathe with you now, not in rhythm, but in silence. They don't hold anything back. They aren't blocking out the world beyond. They're simply here, like your own bones, like the quiet inside your chest. You are no longer trying to be somewhere else, nor fighting to stay where you are. You're just present, not engaged, not distracted, just resting in the shape of being. The way a stone rests at the bottom of a riverbed, not because it's dead, but because it has found its place. And if someone were to speak your name right now, softly, from far away, you wouldn't jump. You wouldn't even turn. Your body would recognize the sound not as an alarm, but as part of the same stillness that holds everything else. The air carries it without resistance. It passes through you like a shadow moving across water. You don't need to remember who you are right now, not in any way that requires effort. You're already known by your breath, by your weight on this bed, by the soft drop of your eyelids even though they're closed. The body doesn't forget itself. It just stops pretending it needs to be found. There's a kind of truth in surrender that isn't weakness. It's not giving up. It's letting go because there was never anything left to hold on to. You aren't empty, you're full, but the fullness is quiet, not loud with expectation or need. The floor beneath you, it still holds your weight, but now it doesn't feel like resistance. It feels like continuity, the same kind of connection that happens when roots grow into soil and begin to listen to what's below. You don't have to be awake for this to happen. You don't have to understand it. The nervous system is already down-regulating, not because you told it to, but because it knows the way forward isn't through effort, but through release. There's no need to reach back into memory. No point in trying to find where you began or what brought this moment about. You're not lost. You're just here, and that is enough. Even your heartbeat, it doesn't have to be steady to be safe. It can slow without fear, beat irregularly without consequence. The body knows how to keep going, even when the mind stops wondering why. The air around you, still warm from earlier breaths, isn't changing, but it's no longer holding tension. You don't need to breathe deeper because there's already enough space inside for every particle of stillness that wants to settle. Your hands, they're not doing anything, and that is their purpose now. The fingers are relaxed in the shape they've always known, curved slightly, as if waiting for nothing but rest. They don't need to write or hold or protect, just be. And your mind, it doesn't have to clear itself. It can wander. It can return to old moments not with guilt, but with distance, as though looking down from a hill onto a road you once walked, seeing the path without needing to retrace it. You don't need to forgive anything, not even yourself. You're simply being allowed by your own body to stop trying so hard. There's a kind of safety that comes not from control, but from letting go. Like water finding its way through cracks in stone, not by force, but because there's nothing else it can do. And you are no longer trying to be anything other than what you are. Lying here, breathing still, sinking deeper into the bed with every passing breath. There is no destination, no arrival point. You're not moving towards sleep, you're already in it, in a way that isn't about falling asleep at all, but about being held by something older and quieter than time. The world outside your window, still far away, doesn't need to be known. The sky above hasn't changed, and neither has the dark between stars. But you're no longer measuring against them. You don't have to compare yourself to light or silence or distance. You are simply in a kind of presence that doesn't require proof. This is not effort. This is not performance. This is not anything you've earned. It's just what happens when the body finally believes, I can stop. Your breath has found its own rhythm now, not because you guided it, but because the body no longer needs to remind itself how to be still. The air inside your chest is warm and slow, like a place where time forgets to hurry. You're not holding anything in that space anymore. Not tension, not memory, not even the idea of needing to let go. It's simply there, breathing, quieting, existing without demand. The weight of your arms lies across your chest like two things that have decided they've done enough work for one night. The fingers are soft, unclenched not from a choice, but because they remember what it feels like to be held by stillness. They don't need to grasp, not even the air above you. Your shoulders, they're no longer rising toward your ears as if bracing against something unseen. They've lowered, not in defeat, but in surrender to gravity's quiet invitation. The muscles around them have stopped trying to stay alert. There's no one left to fight for, no one waiting at the door, just you lying here with nothing left to guard except your own breath, and even that is slipping away into softness. Your jaw, it isn't locked anymore. The teeth aren't clenched together like they were earlier when the day still had edges. Now there's a gap between them, small but real, a space where tension used to live. And in that space something else has settled, not relief exactly, but ease. A quiet acceptance of what is. Your tongue rests gently against your lower lip, not doing anything at all, just being part of the stillness it didn't know it could be. You don't need to taste anything, don't need to speak. Don't even need to think, just be. And in that absence, there's a kind of fullness that isn't loud. The small muscles around your eyes, they've relaxed too. The ones you didn't know were tensed until now, holding the day like invisible threads across your face. They're not tight anymore, not pulling inward or searching outward, just soft. The lids rest without effort, as if their only job was to stay closed and let darkness do its work. And it is doing that, slowly, patiently, filling in every space where light used to matter. Your belly, it's not rigid. It doesn't clench when a thought crosses your mind like an old regret or a moment you wish you could rewrite. You're no longer trying to manage the shape of your insides. The muscles are loose, not floppy but yielding, like soil after rain, waiting for something else to grow. And it's okay that nothing is growing right now. It doesn't have to. Just being soft, just breathing, is enough. Your lower back, where you used to feel the weight of hours spent sitting upright or standing too long, is no longer bracing against gravity. It's not trying to hold your spine straight, nor protect the space between ribs and pelvis from strain. The muscles there have let go, not because they're weak, but because they've decided it's safe to rest. There's no need to stay on guard. No one is coming. You are not being watched. Your legs, they're long and still beneath you, not stiff or tense with anticipation of movement, just lying where they fell when you got into bed. No intention behind them, no reason to be anywhere else. The weight in your thighs isn't heavy because it's burdened, it's heavy because it's real. You can feel the soft give of the mattress beneath each leg, as if it were a quiet conversation between bone and fabric. No demand for change, just acceptance. And your feet, they're not curling, not pressing into anything. The toes are relaxed in their own shape, like roots that have stopped searching and begun listening to what's below. They don't need to push forward, don't need to walk anywhere tonight, not even towards sleep. You're already there, in a way that doesn't require motion. The space around you, it hasn't changed, but your sense of it has. The walls aren't barriers anymore. The ceiling isn't holding you down. The door closed, unopened, is just wood and frame, not a signal to be vigilant. There's nothing here to defend against. No threat that requires alertness. Not even the faintest sound from outside, the rustle of leaves, a distant car passing, has any weight now. You don't need to listen for danger. The nervous system has already decided this is safe. The air itself, it isn't thin or cold. It's warm where you've breathed before. It carries your scent, not sharp, not urgent, but faint and familiar, like a memory of warmth in the dark. And that warmth isn't fading, it's spreading gently through your body, layer by layer, as if every breath is delivering a quiet message. You're allowed to be here. Your thoughts, they still come, but now they don't land with force. They drift, not like waves crashing into shore, but like leaves floating down a slow river. You can see them pass, small shapes in the current of your mind, but you aren't following them. You're not trying to stop them or fix them. There's no need to understand why one came back, or what it means that another resurfaced after hours. They don't have power over you anymore, not because they've disappeared, but because their grip has loosened. You don't need to rewrite the past. You don't need to apologize for having thought of something small and sharp. The mind is allowed to wander, even if it returns to old moments. But now, when those moments come, when a voice says something you wish you hadn't said, or a glance goes unreturned, you're not there to fix it. You're simply here, watching it pass like smoke from a fire that's already gone out. The body remembers what the mind forgets, that no moment is ever final, that even regret doesn't have to be carried into this breath. It can just be released, like sand slipping through fingers, not because you want it to go, but because there's nothing left to hold on with. There's a kind of peace that comes from knowing you don't need to control anything, not your thoughts, not your body, not the way time passes. You're not required to arrive anywhere, not even at sleep. There is no arrival point, only continuity. The same quiet hum beneath everything, the steady pulse under all motion. Your heartbeat, it's slower now, not because you told it to be, but because the nervous system has found its own pace, one that doesn't fear irregularity. It can stutter without warning, skip a beat, pause for no reason, and still feel safe, still feel held. The body knows how to survive even when the mind is not in control. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to be present. You're already part of something older than effort, something that doesn't care if you understand it or remember it. It only requires one thing, that you let go. There's no need to prove yourself here, no test, no performance, just breath and weight, and the slow sinking into the bed beneath you, as if your body were finally remembering how to listen to itself, to the dark, to the silence between thoughts. The floor below, still solid, is not resisting anymore. It's holding you with a quiet strength that doesn't demand anything in return. You're not standing on it. You're lying on it, not as an act of surrender, but because there is no other place for your body to be. And the dark, it isn't empty. It holds you gently now, like a hand placed over your chest, not pressing down, but reminding you, you are still here, not lost, not broken, just resting. You don't have to do anything, You're not required to move forward or even stay awake. The night is long, and so is this moment. There's no end in sight, but that doesn't mean it isn't complete. The body knows how to settle into stillness without needing a reason. It doesn't require permission. It only needs one thing: the willingness to stop pretending it has to be something else. And you are already being what you were meant to be. Just lying here, breathing softly, letting go with every exhale. As if your body had been waiting all night for this one quiet act of surrender. Your breath has settled into a rhythm that doesn't ask for anything, just flows like water finding its level in an old stone basin. The air moves through you without resistance now. It's not something to manage or guide, it simply is. And with each out-breath, there's less of the kind of pressure that builds when thoughts return too often, too sharp. A quiet release, almost unnoticed, like leaves letting go in late autumn, no fanfare, just falling where they're meant to lie. You don't need to name what's passing through. You aren't keeping score. There is space for whatever comes, not because you've allowed it in, but because the body has already stopped trying to keep anything out. It knows how to hold stillness even when memories flicker like distant streetlights at night. Faint glows that don't warm, only mark a moment before fading again. Your hands are resting now on your chest, not clenched or curled into fists of old frustration, but open and relaxed, palms facing up as if waiting for nothing. Not emptiness, not expectation, just openness to whatever the dark might bring without needing it to mean anything. The skin over them feels warm where they touch each other, two small islands that don't need a map between them. And your feet, they're bare on sheets still slightly cool from earlier in the night. One heel presses gently into the mattress, not pushing down but letting itself sink deeper with every breath, as if remembering how to settle not by force, but by gravity alone. The toes are uncurled now, no longer braced against imagined threats that don't exist here anymore. They're soft like roots in soil, long forgotten, but still alive. You might not feel much of anything at first, and that's okay. There is no pressure to feel more than what you already do. The weight of your body on the bed, steady, the quiet hum behind your eyes, which isn't pain or tension anymore, it's just presence. A soft background tone, like a room after everyone has left. The ceiling above, you haven't looked at it in hours, but there's no need to now. You don't have to orient yourself toward anything except this moment, breathing slowly, not racing ahead or looking back. The shape of the walls is still familiar even when unseen, like knowing someone by their voice after years apart, not needing proof of who they are. A sound drifts in from far away, maybe a car passing down a street miles off. It doesn't pull you toward alertness, nor does it demand your attention. It passes through the silence like wind moving over stones, not disrupting them, just reminding them that movement exists even when no one is watching. You're not trying to become anything other than what you are right now. Someone breathing in a quiet room at night. Not better or worse for having thought of things from earlier today. Just here, lying down with your eyes closed and the world outside still moving on without needing you to keep up. There's no need to rewrite any moment that didn't go well. No reason to replay how something could have been said differently, or what might have happened if you'd chosen another path. You're not responsible for those versions of yourself anymore. The mind can wander through them, yes, but it doesn't have to carry the weight. Let your shoulders drop, not dramatically, just slowly, like someone finally removing a heavy coat after coming inside from winter. They don't fall because they've given up, but because there's no longer any reason for them to stay lifted. The muscles around your neck are soft now, the ones that used to tighten when you were thinking too hard or waiting for judgment. Your jaw is unclenched, tongue resting gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressing down, not tensing, but simply present like a quiet guest in an old room. No need to fix it. The corners of your mouth aren't pulled into a smile, but they're also not clenched shut. They're just relaxed, neutral, as if time itself has paused long enough for them to remember how stillness feels. The back of your head rests easily on the pillow, not tucked in, not pushed down, but simply lying there as it was meant to be, supported by soft fabric and gravity. The pressure between skull and surface is light but constant, a kind of quiet assurance that you are held without needing to ask for anything. And beneath all this, deep inside where no thought can reach, the body knows something the mind hasn't figured out yet, that being here, right now, lying on your back with nothing happening isn't failure. It's not emptiness or absence. It is fullness in its own way, a deep kind of quiet that doesn't need words to prove it exists. You don't have to be awake to know you're alive. You don't even need awareness, just breath and weight, the slow expansion and contraction of your chest, like waves rolling into shore, not because they want to leave a mark, but because leaving is their nature. The dark around you isn't cold or hollow, it's full in its own way, not with noise, but with space that holds everything without needing it all to be meaningful. It doesn't rush toward light, doesn't demand answers, just stays patient and still, as if waiting for something no one else can name. And your body, it trusts this now. Even when thoughts return like old friends you haven't seen in a long time, even when they bring with them memories of things said too late or left unsaid, It doesn't flinch anymore. It lets the memory pass through like mist across skin, cool for an instant, then gone. You're not trying to fix anything. You're not chasing peace. There's no goal, no finish line, just breath and stillness, and a quiet kind of belonging that comes from simply being where you are without needing permission or explanation. Your hands feel heavier now, not because they've grown larger, but because there's less resistance in them, less tension holding onto what was already lost. They're open not as an act, but because the body has remembered how to rest, like roots sinking into earth after a long dry season, slowly taking root again without needing rain. Your breath continues soft and deep, moving through you like water finding its own level in stillness. Not forced, not urgent, it's just happening. And with each exhale, the air carries away something that no longer belongs. Old patterns of holding on, habits of tightening when things don't go right, muscles remembering how to brace even when there's nothing left to fight. There is space for all of it, not because you've erased it, but because your nervous system has decided this moment can be safe. No need to defend anything anymore. The body doesn't have to stay on guard just in case something changes. You're not expected to wake up tomorrow with everything figured out. You don't even have to remember today clearly by morning. That's not the point. The truth isn't found in clarity or completion, but in this very act of letting go over and over again without judgment. Even regret doesn't need a resolution here. It can simply be held, not fought with, not pushed away, just allowed to exist like an old letter tucked into a drawer. Unreadable now, unimportant, but still there. Your feet are sinking deeper into the mattress, not pulling up or resisting. The soles of your feet feel warm against the fabric beneath them, the kind of warmth that comes from just lying down for long enough to let blood return after hours of standing in one place. And somewhere near your lower back, a small release happens, not dramatic, not sudden, but real, like soil finally softening under rain you didn't know was falling. The muscles there unclench without effort, no command needed, no willpower involved. Just the quiet knowing that this body is allowed to stop carrying anything it doesn't have to. The room around you isn't silent, not really, but silence has become part of what's happening, not a lack, but a presence in itself. Like stillness after snowfall, everything covered, muffled, soft, no sharp edges left. Your chest rises and falls with ease now, the way it might if you were floating on water without needing to stay upright, not struggling against gravity, but letting go of the need to be anything other than what is. Your breath settles into the shape of this moment, not because you've learned how to control it, but because your body has stopped fighting against being here. There's no effort in it now, just a slow unfolding, like leaves beginning to release from branches after months of holding on. The air moves through you with less resistance than before, as though something deep within has unknotted itself without ceremony or fanfare. The edges of your awareness soften, not because you're losing focus, but because there's no longer any need to guard them. You don't have to hold anything steady anymore, not the memory of a sentence left unfinished, not the weight of an intention that didn't land. The past doesn't demand recognition now, just presence. And you are present not in performance, but in surrender. There is warmth pooling in your hips, the kind that comes from deep stillness after prolonged alertness. It's slow and thick, like oil settling at the bottom of a jar, not urgent, not bright, just there. You don't need to name it. There's no instruction attached. It simply is, and because it is, you can stop trying to explain why you feel this way. Your spine feels longer now, not in length, but in release, like a cable that has finally been loosened after being tightened too long under pressure. Each vertebra not fighting to stay aligned, just resting into the curve of gravity's acceptance, not needing to be straighter or stronger, just allowed to bend where it needs to without shame. The space around you isn't empty. It's full with a kind of quiet that doesn't need sound to exist. It moves through the room like a breath held too long and then released slowly, quietly into the air. You don't have to listen for meaning in it. There is no message embedded here, no hidden signal or coded invitation. Just stillness that has learned how to rest. You're not trying to feel better. You're not working toward relief. It's not a race between anxiety and peace, nor an exchange of one state for another. This isn't about winning the war inside your body. The nervous system doesn't care about victories. It only cares whether it can relax. And right now, there is no reason to stay tense. Your arms hang loose at your sides, not because you've decided they should, but because gravity has taken over and said, "I'll hold them." You don't need to do anything with your hands anymore. No clenching for control, no tensing against uncertainty. They are simply allowed to be where they fall. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressing, not straining. It doesn't need to speak or defend itself. It can just be there. A quiet presence behind teeth and gums, like a small river that has found its bed after wandering through dry earths. The corners of your eyes, those tiny muscles near the bridge of your nose, they unclench too, not with force, but with softness, like petals opening at dawn without haste or expectation. There's no urgency to see more clearly now. No need for sharp vision when all you're being asked is, Be here, and you are. The small muscles around your jaw, those that clamped down during the day like a door shut too tight after someone left, are finally softening. Not because they've forgotten how to tighten, but because there's no longer any reason to keep them in place. The world hasn't changed, and yet something inside you has. Your breath continues, not deep for effect, not long for show, but just naturally longer on the outflow than before. It's as if your body knows that slowing down is safer than speeding up. That letting go doesn't mean losing control. It means handing over responsibility to a deeper rhythm already present within. The air you exhale carries with it the faintest echo of old habits, the reflex to brace when something shifts, the instinct to prepare for trouble before it arrives. But these don't linger. They dissolve in the stillness like salt in water, no trace left behind, no residue. You're not erasing them, you're just allowing them to drift. Your belly is soft now, not flat or tight, but open. Not because you've emptied yourself of thoughts, but because there's less need for containment. There's room inside that doesn't have to be guarded. A quiet space where even regret can lie down without being judged. There's a difference between holding on and staying present. You've been doing the first most of your life, gripping memories like they're lifelines, clutching moments as if they might vanish unless you keep them close. But now, there's no need to cling. The moment is already here, and it doesn't require ownership. You don't have to fix anything. You don't even have to understand why this stillness has come. It doesn't matter whether your mind feels clear or fuzzy, whether the thoughts you had earlier were important or trivial. All that matters is what's happening now. The quiet, deep breath in and out, the body sinking into its own weight like a stone settling at the bottom of a lake. Your legs are heavy, not from fatigue, but from permission. The muscles don't have to stay ready. There's no one waiting at the door who needs you to react. No emergency call that demands speed or precision. You can simply rest, not as an act of will, but as a natural response to being safe. Your feet, those places where your body meets the world, are fully present now. Not pushing forward, not bracing against what might come. Just resting in contact with the mattress, feeling its softness, absorbing it like earth takes rain. The soles are warm, not from heat, but from blood returning after hours of tension. They're not trying to go anywhere. There's a quiet release around your pelvis, like muscles that have been waiting for permission to stop holding their breath. Not dramatic, not obvious, just real. A subtle letting down in the deep tissues where stress lives when it isn't named or acknowledged. The air in this room feels thicker now, not with stuffiness, but with presence. like time has slowed enough to allow things to settle into place without being rushed. The walls are not enclosing you, they're holding you. Not like a cage, but like an old coat that fits perfectly after years of wear and tear. You don't need to become anything new tonight. You don't need to be calmer or clearer or more whole. You just need to stay where you are, allowed to breathe without trying to change what's already here. And when a memory rises, the one about the look in someone's eyes when you didn't say what you meant, it doesn't pull you into it. It passes through like smoke across a window pane. You notice it, and then let go of the need to understand it, fix it, or even feel bad about it. There is no judgment here, no correction, just space for all of it, without demand. Your shoulders drop, not because you've decided they should, but because they finally remember what weight feels like when it's not carried by force. They sink into the mattress with quiet finality, like branches surrendering to winter without resistance. As the breath continues, longer on the outflow than before, not planned, not guided, just happening, like water flowing downhill through a channel shaped by time, not will. You're not trying to achieve anything. You don't even need to get this moment fully. It's enough that it exists, that you are here in it, in the breath, in the stillness, in the quiet hum of your own body, remembering how to stop fighting. There is a kind of safety that comes not from certainty, but from surrender, when you realize that being soft doesn't mean being weak. It means being alive enough to let go. And so you do. Not all at once, not in one grand gesture, but slowly, breath by breath, release after release. The body knows how to return to itself when it's allowed. When the nervous system feels no need to prepare for danger, no reason to stay on alert. It doesn't matter if tomorrow brings another day of worry or noise or small regrets that surface like old waves returning. That will be its own moment, its own truth. And tonight, you are not responsible for anything except this: being here, breathing, feeling the weight of your body in bed, the warmth rising from your feet, the softness spreading through your arms and back. Your hands are still resting now, not clenched, not poised to act, just open palms on the surface of the bed, fingers relaxed like leaves that have forgotten how to grip. The skin is soft where it meets fabric, warm from circulation returning after hours of subtle tightening. You don't need to do anything with them. No reaching, no holding onto anything at all. They're not waiting for a call or a signal. They're simply there, present in their own quiet way, like stones that have been left undisturbed by the tide long enough to lose their edge. The space between your fingers is full of stillness, not empty, but full of possibility without demand. No need to close them again. No reason to squeeze or grip for comfort. You don't even notice when they drift slightly apart, just a quiet release into the air, as if letting go of an idea that never had weight. Your breath continues its slow arc. The in is soft, almost imperceptible. The out takes time. It flows downward through your ribs like water seeping through soil. Not forced, not urgent, just moving where gravity leads it without resistance. The chest doesn't lift to fill itself. It just settles into a natural rhythm that feels older than thought. There's no need to control it. No effort required to make it deeper or longer. It is already enough. And within this breath, this steady pulse of release, you begin to notice the quiet beneath your skin, something not quite sound, not quite feeling, but like the hum of a body that has forgotten how loud it used to be when it was fighting. That noise, the one you used to carry in your spine, the low thrum of readiness, is fading. Not because you've defeated it or pushed it away, but because it no longer needs to be there. There's nothing left to respond to. No alert system triggered by a word spoken too quickly or silence that felt like judgment. The nervous system isn't scanning now. It isn't mapping threats in the air or listening for footsteps down a hallway. Oh, it's simply resting. The weight of your legs, those long limbs that carried you through the day, is no longer held at attention. They're not tense with anticipation, not curled into protection. They lie straight on the bed, one slightly higher than the other, just because they've settled where they land. The blankets don't press them down, they only cradle them. And beneath them, the mattress holds you like a memory of being held. You feel it not as an idea, but as a physical knowing. Your body is not in danger. Not now, not here. There's no one coming to ask for more than you already gave. And so the muscles in your thighs, they soften where they've been coiled all afternoon, like springs that finally remember their natural shape after being wound too tight. The tendons release slowly, as if someone turned a valve just enough to let pressure escape without shock. No sudden pop, just a slow letting go, one tiny fiber at a time. Your lower back, the place where you've carried tension like a secret for years, begins to unfurl not from effort, but because it no longer has to hold anything up. It's not supporting your posture anymore. It doesn't need to keep you upright or alert. The spine curves gently into itself now, not with collapse, but with acceptance. You don't have to be strong tonight. You don't have to prove that you can endure. There is no performance required. No one watching from the corner of a room waiting for you to fail. Just this, your body sinking deeper into the bed, not falling, just arriving. As if after years of walking through fog, It finally stepped onto solid ground. The air in the room feels like breath held too long, the kind that pools near the ceiling and doesn't rush out. It's thick with stillness, but warm, like a quiet at the end of a storm. Not silence, because sound is still here. The low hum from outside, the creak of an old floorboard somewhere distant, the soft drip of water from a faucet in another building, all of it just passing through you without demand. You don't need to listen for meaning. You don't need to interpret what any of it means. There's no message hidden in those sounds, only presence, like waves that come and go without asking permission. They simply are. And when the memory returns, the one about not saying yes, not saying no, just letting time pass like a train moving through your line of sight, you don't stop it. You let it float by like dust motes in sunbeam light, drifting across space without landing anywhere. It doesn't need to be understood. It doesn't need to be fixed. It's already been lived, already passed. And now it is no longer part of the present moment, not even a shadow, just a trace, like a footprint washed away by tide. Your shoulders aren't resisting anymore. They've stopped trying to hold you up. The muscles around your neck, they're not pulled taut with effort or tension. They're loose, like fabric left out in rain, until it becomes heavy and soft. The jaw, the place where so much of your day was stored, the tightness behind the teeth, the clenching that happened without warning, has softened completely. The tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pushing forward, not retreating, just resting. No need to speak, no need to defend. It's not shaping words or guarding thoughts. Your eyes, they're closed now, not tight with effort, but open in a way that doesn't require seeing. They don't search for light, don't scan the dark. There is no threat behind them, no one watching from inside your skull. Just darkness, deep and still, and within it, space for all of you to be exactly as you are. And then something shifts, not a change in sensation, but a shift in relationship. You're not trying to make anything happen anymore. There's no need to calm down, no goal to reach, no state to achieve. You just exist, in the breath, in the body, in the quiet hum of your own pulse under skin. There is no right or wrong way to be here, no version that deserves more rest than another. You are not failing by being tired, not weak for wanting to stop, not broken because you're still thinking. You are simply present, present in a way that doesn't require performance, effort, or correction. The body remembers this. It's been waiting, long before thought ever arrived, before memory took root, before regret began its quiet crawl through the mind like moss on stone. Your feet, they've warmed completely now, not from heat, but from blood returning to places that were cut off for hours. They're not trying to move, not planning any journey forward, just resting in contact with the bed, feeling every inch of their shape, arches, heels, toes, all softening into stillness. The air moves through your lungs like a slow tide, back and forth, not rushing to get anywhere. No goal, no urgency, just flow. And as you settle deeper, you begin to feel something else, the weight of being held by more than just the bed. You're held by gravity, yes, but also by time, by space, by the quiet decision of this room not to ask anything of you, by the fact that no one is waiting for you to wake up or fix anything. This isn't escape, it's not denial, it's simply being allowed, not earned, not deserved, just given like air after long breath holding. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't need to feel safe as a task. Safety is already here because you are no longer trying to defend yourself from what might come. Well, there's no reason left to brace. And so the body lets go, not all at once, not dramatically, but in layers, like peeling back old skin that has grown too tight, one layer after another, not by force, not because it decided to surrender, because it finally remembers how to rest. Your arms, they're not resting on top of you. They're sinking into the bed as if gravity were a kind of soft invitation. The elbows bend slightly, not from need, but from ease. The hands open wider now, fingers spreading like roots in soil that no longer resists growth. There's nothing to protect anymore. No one needs you to be sharp or fast or ready. You don't have to win the day. You don't have to prove anything about how strong you are. Your shoulders have dropped so far down into the bed they feel like they're no longer attached to your spine, just resting there, not trying to hold anything up anymore. The weight of them isn't a burden now, it's just there, as quiet and steady as a stone that has stopped rolling. You don't need to carry the day forward on their shoulders. There is no next step, no meeting at 7, no list, nothing left to anticipate. And just this moment, this soft surrender of muscle into mattress, like roots finding soil after years of drought. The breath, it moves through you not as effort but as permission. You're not controlling it, it's breathing you. The air comes in slow and wide, filling the hollows beneath your ribs, then leaves with no rush, just a long release that carries something old and tight all the way out. Something buried beneath layers of small decisions made too quickly, words spoken without thought, glances held too long or not at all. And now there's space for thoughts to pass through you like clouds across sky, not as storms, not as voices demanding answers, just shapes drifting, not yours, not theirs, just passing, You don't have to name them, don't need to follow their path. They are not your responsibility. The mind has been running in circles all day, running on the same worn track, but tonight it doesn't need to keep moving. It can stop, can rest. Just let things come and go without needing to fix or reject. You're not trying to empty your head. That's not the point. The point is letting it be full and still safe. You don't have to banish regret. Just notice that it doesn't need to live in your jaw anymore. It doesn't need to press against the back of your tongue like a stone you've been chewing on since noon. The space behind your eyes, it's not tense now, not tight with memory or replay, just open, like a window left slightly ajar after a long night, letting in air that wasn't there before. You're not seeing anything, but the darkness is soft. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like presence. A kind of quiet where even silence has weight and stillness holds meaning. Your hips, they've relaxed into the bed's curve, not pressed down hard, but resting, just letting gravity take its time. The pelvis isn't trying to protect anything anymore. No need to tighten against imagined threat. It can soften not because danger is gone, but because it no longer believes it needs to be ready. And in that softening, something else happens, something subtle, not a sensation exactly, more like the body remembering how not to fight itself. The nervous system begins to remember its own rhythm, not the frantic one of urgency, not the one built on anticipation and worry, but the deeper pulse, the slow turn of blood through veins, the quiet expansion and release in your lungs, the way your skin doesn't need to react to every shift in temperature or sound. You're not asleep yet, but you're closer than before, closer than when you first closed your eyes, not because time passed, but because you have changed, slowly, without notice, as if something inside has stopped trying so hard to stay awake. The air around you, it's not cold or thin, it's thick with stillness, like a room that hasn't been used in years, but not abandoned, just waiting, holding space for whatever comes next. No one is coming through the door, no one is knocking, there's no reason to listen. The world outside has gone quiet, and so have your thoughts. You don't need to stop thinking, just let it be that you're not in them anymore. You're not trapped in a loop of what if or should have. That voice isn't leading the way. It's just there, like distant rain on a roof, not loud enough to wake you, but real enough to feel. And beneath that, something deeper settles, not peace exactly, not calm either, but a kind of release, like your body finally stops asking questions and starts trusting what it already knows, that this is not the moment to move. This is the moment to be held by gravity, by mattress, by time itself. Your left foot, it's resting now without effort. The toes aren't curled or pointing forward, they're just lying there relaxed, as if they've forgotten how to walk. You don't need them for anything tonight. No stairs, no pavement, no shoes, just rest. And the bed holds them like a cradle. The right foot, it's not lifting, not shifting. It's not preparing to step into morning. It doesn't care about tomorrow. It just is warm, heavy, soft against the sheets, with no intention except being. No need to do more than exist in its own shape. Your hands, they're open now, not because you decided it was time, but because letting go became automatic, like fingers that forgot how to close. The palms face up as if receiving nothing and offering nothing, just space between skin and air. Not reaching, not grasping, just present. And the breath, it doesn't need to be deep anymore. It doesn't need to be long. It's just there, moving through you like a river that has found its bed again after years of carving new paths. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to understand why you're still awake, or what those thoughts were about, or why your shoulders still remember the weight of a meeting that ended hours ago. The body doesn't need reasons. It just needs permission to stop pretending it's not tired. And now something shifts again, not in sensation but in feeling. A quiet turning inward, not into memory, not into worry, into presence, not as an act, but as a letting go of the idea that you have to be somewhere else. You're here, right here, in this body, on this bed, with your eyes closed and your breath moving slow. There's no need to be anything special tonight. No performance, no showing up, just being soft, heavy, open. The mind still flickers now and then, but not with urgency. It doesn't demand attention. It just hums in the background like a low light left on after someone has gone to sleep. You don't need to turn it off. You're not responsible for its silence. It's okay if it stays awake while you let go. The space beneath your ribs, it's not tight anymore. Not clenched from holding breath or swallowing words too fast. It's just open, like a room with no one in it, but still full of air, full of possibility, full of the quiet that doesn't need to be filled. And you don't have to fill anything. You're not supposed to fix yourself. You're not meant to do more than simply be, as if your existence were enough, just because you are. Your skin, it's no longer scanning for danger. It's not reacting to every shift in temperature or shadow at the edge of vision. It just rests, warm and quiet, like a leaf lying on the ground after rain, accepting what is without resistance. You're not trying to fall asleep. You don't need to arrive anywhere. This isn't about reaching rest. It's about remembering that you've always been allowed to be in it, that the body knows how to settle even when the mind doesn't believe it can. And so, as the breath slows further, longer between each one, not rushed, not forced, you begin to feel something deeper than stillness. Not peace, not relaxation, but a kind of homecoming. Not because you've returned somewhere familiar, but because this body has always known how to be safe, even when your mind forgot. The weight beneath you, it's no longer just the bed. It's not only gravity, it's something quieter, something older. The feeling that you're held by more than fabric and mattress, by space, by time, by silence that doesn't need to say anything. You don't have to earn your rest. You don't have to prove your worth. You are already here, already enough, already safe. And so the breath, it slows even further. The exhalation stretches longer than before, almost like a sigh that never quite finishes, but just keeps flowing. Not because you're forcing it, but because your body remembers how to let go without needing to control it. You don't need to do anything now, no effort, no intention, just this, the weight of being held by everything around you, the quiet hum beneath skin, the slow pulse in your wrists, not racing, just there, steady and unhurried. The breath lingers at the end of each outflow, not collapsing, but stretching like a thread pulled thin between two hands that no longer need to hold tight. You don't have to pull it back in. There's no need to start again. The pause is enough. It isn't empty. It's full with the quiet after sound has faded from air. Like the stillness left behind when footsteps stop echoing down a long hallway you've walked before, but never really seen. Your jaw, it's not just soft now. It's letting go of shape, not stiffening to remember where teeth were placed in the day, nor tensing against thoughts that won't leave. The muscles around your mouth have unlearned their duty, no longer holding back words, no longer clamping down on a laugh that never came or a sigh that got swallowed mid-sentence. They're simply resting, not waiting for something to say, but just being, as if they've remembered what it feels like not to be needed. The tongue, it stopped searching the roof of your mouth for tension, no longer pushing against teeth, no longer pressing forward in a habit you didn't even know you had, like a muscle that once kept alertness alive through long meetings or late calls. Now it just rests flat, not doing anything, not trying to speak, not tasting air, not measuring silence. It's like water left still after waves have passed. It doesn't move because there's no reason to. Your eyes, they've closed completely now, no flicker, no adjustment to shadows or movement beyond the eyelids. They're not scanning for threats, not checking if someone is watching. No need to stay open a crack in case you miss something important. The lids are heavy with their own weight, not because of sleep, but because they finally believe it's safe to drop, to stop being watchful. And that small space behind your eyes, the area between brow and temple, there's no pressure there anymore. No tightness from remembering a name you can't recall or replaying an exchange where tone was misread. It's not numb, not blank, just open, like light slipping through cracks in old wood, not bright but present, warm, and it doesn't demand anything of you. Your shoulders, they've stopped climbing toward your ears. The upward pull that began sometime this morning, maybe during a quick email check, maybe when someone said something neutral and you still braced anyway, they're no longer pushing against the ceiling. They've released not in one moment but over many breaths, like layers of dust settling from air after a storm. There's space between shoulder blades now, not because they've moved down, but because there's nothing left to hold up. Your arms, you don't feel them as tools anymore. Not for typing, not for lifting, not for pushing away someone who didn't mean to be close. They're just lying on the bed, limbs that belong to this body, no longer serving anyone else's need. The weight of your forearm along the mattress isn't a burden, it's an offering, a surrender. The hand, fingers splayed like roots in soil after rain, not gripping anything, not reaching for something, just being. Your belly, it's not tense from holding breath during difficult moments, nor clenched from anticipation of what comes next. It's relaxed, not flat but soft, like a blanket left open on the bed, waiting to be used by someone who doesn't need to control how much warmth is inside. You don't have to breathe into it. You don't have to fill it with meaning or intention. It just breathes with you, not in front of you, not behind you, just existing. Your lower back, the small curve where spine meets pelvis, there's no longer a sense that this place has to carry everything. No need to keep straight for posture, for pride, for appearing steady while inside is trembling. It's not stiff from hours in a chair or from forcing yourself upright when tiredness called. It just lets go, lets the curve return, not as an act of will, but as if gravity finally remembered its job. Your legs, they're not coiled under you anymore, ready to stand at any second, no longer holding tension because someone might walk in or because you're afraid of missing a call. They've stopped pretending they can move on their own power. They just rest, long limbs lying flat against the bed like branches fallen from a tree after winter has passed. The skin over your knees doesn't twitch when a sound comes from outside. It doesn't flinch at distant noises or think about whether you should respond. Your feet, they're not pressing into floorboards in case you need to run. They don't hover above the ground waiting for danger. No arches tightening like springs wound too tight. The soles are simply resting, warm, heavy, accepting of every shift in pressure from your body's slow descent into stillness. And now there's a quiet beneath it all, not just silence, but something deeper. Like the space between heartbeats when nothing is expected to happen. Not calm because you've done enough breathing or released enough tension, but because the nervous system has finally stopped asking questions. It doesn't need to know where this feeling comes from, Why your mind keeps circling small things that didn't matter, whether those thoughts were important, or it just knows that it's safe. Not because of anything you've done or said or fixed, not because you've thought through the day or apologized in your head for something said too quickly. It's safe simply because this body has been here all along, breathing, pulsing, holding warmth, even when you were asleep to it, even when you forgot what it meant to be held. And so the breath moves again, not as a rhythm you're shaping, but as if your chest is just allowing air in and out like water through an open channel. No effort, no correction, just flow. The body doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to be allowed, and it's been given that. There's no destination, no moment when you'll suddenly arrive at sleep. You don't have to fall into anything. You're already in the space between waking and rest, not quite one, not quite the other. A threshold where time slows down so much that each breath feels like a full day passing. The mind still hums, but now it's just part of the room, not the only thing making sound. Like background music you've stopped noticing because it's no longer competing with anything else. You don't need to silence it. You're not responsible for its noise. It can be there, and you can be here, two things that coexist without needing to fix each other. The body, it's beginning to remember what it means to sink, not just down into the mattress, but deeper, into space, into quiet that doesn't have a name. You're not falling asleep, you're becoming more present in the stillness, like water filling a basin until there's no edge left, only depths. And now, something even quieter than breath or weight begins to rise, not as thought, not as memory, but as sensation. A kind of knowing that doesn't come from logic, that isn't earned, it just is. You are held by the bed, by gravity, by air, by silence. By time that has no need to hurry. You don't have to prove you're worthy. You don't have to earn rest. You've already been given it, just as you were, in this moment, exactly how you are. The world outside, the streetlights, the distant hum of a car passing, the faintest shift in wind against glass, it's not approaching you. It doesn't matter what happens beyond your door. Your body has closed its gate now, not out of fear, but from certainty. You're safe here, even if nothing changes outside. You don't need to fix anything, not the past, not the thoughts, not even this moment, which feels fragile and soft like a dream you didn't want to end. This is not about reaching something new. It's about letting go of needing to reach at all. And so the breath, it lengthens again, longer than before, not because you're trying to stretch it out, but because your body doesn't know how to stop being gentle. Because every cell remembers what safety feels like, even if your mind has forgotten. Even if your thoughts still linger on small regrets or tiny words that could have been kinder, or moments when you weren't quite present enough. Your breath drifts like smoke through still air, no need to guide it, no reason to hold it. It moves because your body remembers how, not because you've decided to breathe. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of things that don't demand attention. The soft pulse behind the eyes, the warmth pooling low in your belly as if sunlight had settled there while you weren't looking. You're not watching it happen, you're letting it be. And the thoughts, they still come, not like waves crashing, but like dust motes floating in a sunbeam, seen only because something has paused long enough to notice them. A phrase from earlier today, the way your voice cracked on a word you didn't mean to say, an unspoken apology that never left your lips. It doesn't matter now, not because it's forgotten, but because it no longer needs fixing. There is room for these things, just as there is room for the silence between heartbeats or the pause before a breath begins. You don't have to name them, you don't have to carry them forward. They're just passing through, like birds in the distance at dawn, visible, but not yours to hold. Your shoulders, they've softened over time without you noticing. Not because you told them to, not because you tried to relax, but because your body has finally accepted that there's no need to guard against anything anymore. The space around you is soft. The walls aren't walls, just shapes of stillness. You're not inside a room, you're in the shape of being held. Even if your eyes are closed, even if you can't see where you are, you know, this place has no edge. It doesn't end at the door or the window. It extends into the dark beyond your skin, into the quiet that isn't silence, it's fullness, a kind of presence that needs nothing to be real. Let your hands lie open now, not as a posture, but as an offering. Let them rest like leaves after rain, no weight, no tension. The fingertips are warm, barely touching the bed, not pushing down, just being there, as if they've decided this is enough. And the arms, they're no longer holding anything back. No more clenching at the elbows, no more lifting toward a future that wasn't waiting for you. Your body isn't trying to prepare itself for something it hasn't been told about. It's just here. It's in the now, not moving forward, not looking behind, just resting in its own truths. The small muscles around your eyes, those tight places where worry collects like dust, they're letting go. The lids are heavy, but not because they're tired, because they've decided it's safe to stay closed. No need to scan the room for threats. No need to check if you were seen or heard wrong. The dark behind your eyelids isn't empty, it's full of memory without judgment. It holds every moment that didn't matter, every word unspoken, every glance half given, and it doesn't care about any of them. Your jaw, it loosens slowly, like a gate opening after years of being latched shut. The teeth aren't clenched. The tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not to speak, not to think, just to be. No need to keep things in place. No fear that something will slip out if you stop holding it together. You're not required to perform peace. You don't have to prove you've forgiven yourself. The body doesn't ask for permission to soften. It only needs the space to do so. And now there's a quiet hum beneath your skin, something older than thought, deeper than breath. Not energy exactly, but a kind of stillness that moves through you like roots spreading in dark soil. You don't know where it began, you don't need to. It doesn't ask for anything. It simply is, the slow pulse under the surface, steady and unbothered by what your mind keeps replaying. This rhythm isn't yours to control. It's not a signal you've sent. It's just happening. Like the earth turning without anyone noticing. Your back, it sinks deeper into the mattress than it has in days. Not because you're trying, but because gravity is finally allowed to do its work. The spine curves softly now, not resisting, not arching, just following the shape of rest. It knows what it means to yield. The low back releases like a knot untying itself slowly over time. No sudden relief, no dramatic shift. Just a softening. A letting down of pressure that's been there longer than you remember. Your legs, they're heavy now, but not in the way that feels burdensome. They feel full, not with effort, but with presence. As if blood has found its home after wandering for too long. The feet are warm at the tips, toes curled slightly into the bed sheet. No need to straighten them out. No demand to be ready. You're not preparing for anything. You're already in motion, in stillness, in being. And your belly, it's not tense. It doesn't clench against memories or worries. It just breathes, not with force but with ease, expanding slightly when air comes in, relaxing completely as the out-breath slips away. There's no need to watch it rise and fall, no obligation to feel it. Just let it be part of the whole, the quiet movement that connects everything else. A soft drumbeat beneath all the other sensations. The room, you don't hear it anymore, but you know it's there, not as a structure, but as an envelope of stillness. The air isn't thin or cold. It's thick with silence, not dead, not hollow, but full of things that don't need words. Like time itself slowing down until each moment stretches out like taffy, soft and stretchable. You're not moving through it, you're being held by it. Even your thoughts, they begin to feel distant now, like voices in another house. Not yours, not relevant. They drift past you without touching, without needing a response. There's no one to convince, no argument to make, just space for them to pass like clouds across an endless sky. You don't have to stop them, you don't have to welcome them either. They're just there, like the hum of a refrigerator far off in another room, not loud enough to matter. And now something deeper than breath begins to settle into your bones. It's not sensation exactly, not feeling, but a kind of knowing that you've been safe all along, even when you didn't believe it, even when you kept waiting for proof. You don't have to earn this stillness. You don't have to be quiet or perfect or good enough. You're already here, in the middle of being held. Your body isn't trying to escape anything. It's not looking forward to tomorrow, nor ruminating on yesterday. It's just resting, not as a performance, not as a goal, but as a natural state, something that returns when you stop fighting it. Like water finding its level after turbulence. You're not falling asleep, you're becoming more deeply awake in the quiet. And if there's any part of you still wondering whether this is real, let it be, let it linger. It doesn't need to answer. There's no right or wrong way to feel this. No one to judge you for not being ready. You don't have to do anything with it. Just allow it. The air feels heavier now, not in a suffocating way, but as if the world has leaned closer, softened its edges. The sounds outside, faint cars, distant sirens, the creak of old wood settling, are no longer interruptions. They're just part of the background, like breaths from another body moving through space at their own pace. You don't have to react, you don't have to notice them. And your mind, it's not quiet because you've fixed it. It's quiet because there's nothing left to do, no task, no unfinished business. The small regrets, those tiny moments where you could have been kinder, more present, less sharp, they're not erased, but they're no longer carrying weight. They're just memories now, not records of failure, but proof that you were alive, that you felt, that you cared enough to care about the details. This isn't a reset. It's not an erasure. It's simply permission to be here, to be soft, to be held by something larger than thought, something older than effort. You don't have to do anything with this moment, not even remember it. Just let it pass through you like wind through trees, gentle, inevitable, unnamed. The weight of your body isn't pressing down anymore, it's being cradled. Not by the bed, not by gravity alone, but by something older than pressure, deeper than support. It's as if the floor beneath you has softened into a kind of memory, of warmth that doesn't burn, of stillness that doesn't demand anything in return. Your limbs are no longer holding themselves upright out of habit. They're letting go, not with collapse, but with surrender. Like roots sinking into soil after a long drought, quietly, without fanfare. No need to pull yourself together. You don't have to stay present. There's no task left to finish. Your breath still moves, just not in the way you used to think it needed to. It doesn't have to be deep or even noticeable now. It just is. A slow current barely stirring the surface of your awareness. Not effortful, not forced. Just there like a thread running through silence, unspooling without direction. There's no goal attached to it, no need to lengthen it or deepen it or fix it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be. And beneath that breath, something else. A quiet kind of pulse. Not in your chest, not in your throat, more like a slow vibration in the marrow of your bones. Something that hums without sound, something that remembers how to rest even when you don't. You don't have to listen for it. It's already been here all along, waiting quietly in the dark places where thought can't reach. Your hands are open now, not just relaxed, not just loose, but truly released. Not a gesture, not an intention, just space between fingers, as if they've forgotten what holding is for. The skin isn't tense, the muscles aren't taut. There's no reason to grasp anything anymore. They're not trying to catch the past or hold on to tomorrow. They're just letting be. Your jaw has softened too, not because you told it to, but because there was nothing left to clench against. Your teeth are not touching. The tongue rests gently at the bottom of your mouth, no longer pushing forward in protest or preparation. There's no need for words here, no one listening, no one needing an answer. Even silence feels like a kind of comfort now, like being wrapped in something that doesn't know how to speak. Your eyes are closed, but not shut tight, not straining. The lids aren't holding anything back. They're simply resting, as if they've decided it's safe to stop watching. No need to scan the room for danger. No reason to check the corners of shadows. You don't have to know what's outside your body anymore, because the only thing that matters is already inside. The quiet isn't something you're trying to create. It's not a victory over noise. It's just happening. Your shoulders are no longer rising toward your ears as if they were waiting for an alarm. They're low now, not fallen but settled, like stones sinking into water and staying there. There's no effort in that position. No posture to maintain, just weight, real weight, hanging down from the spine without resistance. The muscles aren't fighting gravity anymore. They've surrendered to it, not out of defeat, but out of trust. Your belly is soft, not flat, not tense, not clenched with worry or anticipation. It just is. A quiet mound beneath your ribs, breathing in time with everything else. No demand, no urgency, no need to be anything other than what it is. The small muscles around your core are unknotted. They've forgotten how tight they used to be. Even the subtle tremor that sometimes runs through them when you're stressed. There's nothing left to trigger it. Your lower back, the place where tension collects like dust, has loosened too. It's not strained or arched. There's no resistance against the curve of your spine. The small muscles there are quiet, unguarded, like a door that was always slightly ajar and now has finally been left open by someone who doesn't need to keep watch. Your legs, your thighs, calves, ankles, they're not braced or coiled for flight. They're just resting on the bed, not holding anything in place. The weight of them isn't heavy, but it's present, a low, steady hum that says, I am here. I do not need to move. There's no reason to brace against the future. No one is coming to take you away. And your feet, your toes are splayed slightly, as if they've forgotten how to curl into a fist. The soles are soft, not hard or dry, just warm, Like soil after rain, you don't have to grip anything. There's no need to push off the ground. You're not trying to get anywhere. Your entire body isn't just relaxing, it's dissolving. Not in pain, not in surrender, but in a kind of return. As if all the held tension had been collected like dust in corners, and now it's being gently swept away by something slow and patient. The same thing that makes roots grow when no one is watching. And your mind, your thoughts, they're still there, yes, but they're not moving through you anymore. They've slowed down to the point where they don't even seem like thoughts anymore. More like shapes in fog, faint outlines of things you once cared about. Not sharp, not urgent, just passing by like clouds after rain. The small regrets, the ones that replayed earlier, they're not gone. But they're no longer tangled up in your breath or your heartbeat. They don't pull at the edges of your focus. They float now like leaves on a slow-moving stream. You don't have to name them. You don't have to fix them. You don't even have to forgive yourself for them. You aren't responsible for making them disappear. You're not expected to be whole or healed or complete. You're just allowed, simply, quietly, to be as you are, not better than before, not worse, just present. And in that presence, something deeper begins to stir, not a thought, not an emotion, but a kind of knowing. A quiet certainty that this is enough. The air around you isn't empty. It's full, not with sound or light, but with stillness, with the absence of demand, with the soft weight of time that doesn't ask for anything in return. You don't have to be awake, you don't have to stay here, but if you do, just for a little longer, you're not doing it wrong. There's no clock ticking, no judgment waiting behind your eyes. Just this, the slow pulse beneath your skin, the weight of your limbs on the bed, the quiet hum that isn't coming from anywhere and yet is everywhere. You don't need to do anything with it. Not even remember it when you wake. It doesn't matter if it leaves. It already did what it needed to do just by being here. The world outside, cars, wind, distant voices, they're not intrusions anymore. They're just sounds in the distance, like echoes from another life. You don't have to respond. You don't even have to hear them clearly. They pass through your awareness without leaving a mark. And somewhere beneath all of this, the part you can't see, can't touch, that quiet place where breath and bone meet, there's no tension left, no fear, not even the shadow of it. Just stillness that doesn't need to be proven, that doesn't have to earn its right to exist. You're not falling asleep. You're becoming more deeply awake in a way you've never known before. And if any part of you still wonders whether this is real, let it wonder, let it linger. It doesn't have to answer. There's no test, no requirement, just space and time. and the slow, soft weight of being held by something that has always been here. Your breath has settled into something older than effort, something that doesn't need to be remembered because it's always been here, moving beneath your ribs like a river under ice. Not rushing, not resisting, just flowing. And the air you draw in isn't filling lungs, it's brushing across nerves that no longer remember what alarm feels like. The space between breaths has grown quiet, long enough that even silence doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels full with something that can't be named, only felt. A kind of patience that doesn't ask for proof. Your hands are not clenched. They're not gripping the sheets or pressing into your thighs or bracing against anything at all. They rest like stones in water, rounded, still, no longer trying to hold on. The fingers aren't stiff or tense. They've softened into their own shape again, the way they did before the day started asking for more than they could give. Your palms face up, open, not as a gesture of surrender, but as an acceptance. This is how your body remembers rest. Not through force, not through will, but through letting go in small ways that add up to something vast. Your shoulders, those high points where tension used to gather like smoke around a fire, they've dropped without ceremony. No announcement, no triumph. They simply released their grip on the sky and sank into what's beneath. The softness of your back, the curve of your spine, the quiet support of the mattress. The muscles along your neck, those thin wires that tautened with every thought you tried to silence, are no longer pulling upward. They've loosened like strings after a song ends. And somewhere in the space between your collarbones, the hollow where anxiety used to live, you're not holding anything anymore. Just warmth, just breaths. Your jaw has unclenched, not because you told it to, but because it finally remembered what it felt like not to be braced against the world. The tension behind your teeth, those tiny clamps that held everything in place all day, is gone. Your tongue rests gently on the floor of your mouth. It doesn't push, doesn't press, just lies there, warm and quiet, like a hand that stopped trying to reach for something it can't hold. Your eyes are closed, not because you're asleep, but because they've decided not to fight anymore. The lids don't need to stay open to protect you. They know now what the rest of your body has been learning. There's no threat here. No one is watching. No judgment waits at the edge of your vision. Your gaze doesn't have to scan for danger. It can simply be. And when it drifts, even if it drifts a little deeper into darkness, it doesn't need to return. Your thoughts are still there, those quiet echoes from earlier, but they're not looping anymore. They've slowed down so much that they no longer feel like thoughts at all, more like shadows cast by something far away, not important enough to chase, not urgent enough to hold on to. They pass through your awareness without leaving a trace, like dust motes in sunlight, present only long enough to be seen, then gone. You don't have to fix them, You don't need to apologize for having them. You aren't responsible for erasing the past just because it's still with you. The small regrets, the things you said too quickly or didn't say at all, are not proof that you failed. They're not a sign of weakness. They're simply part of what happened today, like rain on pavement, like footprints in soft soil. And now they've soaked into the ground. Your body is becoming something else, not less than it was before, but softer, lighter, not fragile, but porous to stillness, like bark that has stopped resisting the weather and simply allows it through. The weight of your limbs isn't a burden anymore, it's an invitation, an offer. Lie here, let yourself be held. There's no need to do anything with this moment, no performance, no goal. You don't have to wake up feeling better or more centered or even aware that you were ever awake at all. What matters isn't the memory of it later, it's the fact that it happened now. That for a few breaths, no longer than that, your body stopped fighting and simply existed. You're not falling asleep, you're returning to something older than sleep, something deeper than wakefulness. A state where time doesn't move forward or backward, but just is, where your heartbeat isn't trying to get anywhere, where your breath doesn't need to be perfect, only true. And if you notice the quiet, really notice it, not as a relief from noise, but as its own kind of presence. It might feel like something has shifted in the air around you, not because anything changed, but because you've stopped needing to change anything. Your skin is warm, not hot, just warm like sunlight on stone after rain. The heat isn't pushing outward, it's staying close, settling into your flesh as if it knows this place better than anywhere else. It doesn't need to be justified or explained, it just is. You don't have to think about the fact that you're here. You don't even have to believe in stillness for it to be real. The body remembers what the mind forgets. That safety isn't earned, it's simply given over and over again when no one is looking. And somewhere beneath all of this, the place where breath meets bone, where air touches nerve, there's a soft hum, not loud enough to hear, not sharp enough to feel, just there, like the quiet after thunder has passed, like the space between heartbeats when nothing else matters. Your feet are still on the bed, your toes still splayed slightly in that unguarded way. The sole's still warm, like soil after rain. But now it feels less like earth and more like memory, like something your body knows from long before you could speak or think or worry. And if a thought comes back, a small one, not important, just lingering, it doesn't need to be pushed away. It can sit beside the rest, not as an enemy, not as a demand, just another shape in the quiet. You don't have to make it disappear. You don't even have to notice it for long. You're allowed to drift. Not because you've done enough, but because you already are enough. Just by being here, just by breathing, just by lying still. And if sleep comes, it won't be a victory, it won't be an escape. It'll simply be the next step in this slow return, not away from yourself, but deeper into it. There's no need to prepare for tomorrow, no reason to rehearse what you'll say or do. The day isn't waiting for you, you aren't behind. There's no checklist, no unfinished business that demands your attention. You're just here, your body softening further with every breath, your awareness sinking deeper into the quiet, not seeking anything but simply letting go. Like a leaf falling without resistance, like water finding its level in stillness. And if you feel yourself slipping, not into sleep, but into something quieter than that, you don't need to hold on. You don't have to grab at wakefulness or pull back from the edge of absence. Just let it happen. Let go, let be. There's no one watching, no one judging, no expectation, not even a whisper of performance. And in this space, this deep, slow unfolding, you're not trying to fix anything. You're not running toward peace or fleeing anxiety. You're simply allowing the body to do what it does best when left alone. Settle, return, breathe without effort, rest without guilt. Your breath is longer now, not because you're controlling it, but because your nervous system has decided that danger has passed, that the night is safe, that you don't have to be on guard anymore. And with each exhale, long and soft, the world outside fades further still, not blocked out, just no longer part of this moment. You don't need to remember any of it when you wake. You aren't being asked to hold onto anything. And just let it happen. Let the quiet grow. Let your body sink deeper into what has always been true. That rest isn't a reward for being good, but a birthright for simply existing. And if you feel yourself becoming less distinct, less defined by thoughts or memories or worries, you don't have to fight it. You're not disappearing. You're just returning. And your breath is no longer a rhythm you're managing, but something the body has taken over, slow and deep, like water seeping through stone. It moves without direction, not toward anything, just existing in its own quiet way, each out-breath softening further than before, as if your lungs are remembering how to let go of everything they've carried all day. The air you release isn't leaving the room, it's turning back into stillness, folding itself quietly over every inch of you. Your shoulders have dropped lower now, not because you told them to, but because gravity has found a new way in. They're not just relaxed, they're released, like threads that were pulled too tight, finally given up on holding shape, and the space between your collarbones feels open, wider than it's been in weeks, and warm, almost glowing faintly from within. In your hands lie flat now, palms down against the bed, not resting, not waiting, just being, fingers spread like roots sinking into soil that doesn't need to be tilled. The skin is soft at the base of each thumb, the place where pressure builds without warning, and it's letting go too, not because you asked it to, but because something deeper in your nervous system has decided there's no reason left to tense. Your jaw isn't clenched anymore, not even slightly. That tiny knot just behind your ear, it's gone quiet. The muscles around your eyes are unspooling, the lid of one eye drifting heavier than the other, not from tiredness, but because it doesn't need to stay open, and in that moment, just for a breath, the whole face feels like something returning home after being lost. You're no longer resisting the way thoughts drift, not pushing them away or chasing after them. They come and go now like clouds passing over dark water, not fast, not slow, just moving through your awareness without needing to be named. One thought about a half-finished sentence from earlier today slips in lightly. It doesn't need to settle anywhere. It's allowed to float by, like smoke rising above a fire that has gone cold. Your spine curves now into the mattress, not because you're forcing it, but because your vertebrae are no longer resisting gravity. They've stopped trying to hold themselves upright. The small of your back is softening down where tension used to live, a place that held pressure like an old wound, now just warm and porous. Your legs feel heavier than they did moments ago, not in a way that's uncomfortable, but as if the blood has slowed its journey through them, settling deeper into tissue. The weight isn't burden, it's belonging. Like your bones are remembering their purpose, not to carry you forward, but to let you stay where you are. Your feet have shifted slightly, just enough so one heel rests flush against the edge of the bed sheet. And with that small change, there's a release in the arches, the muscles along each instep surrendering slowly. The soles press into warmth beneath them like hands pressing flat on ground after walking too long. There's no urgency to this softening, no goal behind it. It doesn't need to lead anywhere or prove anything. There is no better version of you waiting beyond this moment. You're not being rebuilt. You're simply unclenching, the way a knot in cloth unravels when left undisturbed. Your ears are open now, not listening for danger, but letting sound pass through like air moving between trees, distant traffic hums at the edge of awareness, just noise, no meaning attached. A car door closes somewhere far off, the sharp click fading into silence almost immediately. You don't need to interpret it. There's nothing in that sound you have to respond to. The ceiling above you is still there, but not as a shape or object. It's more like texture, the way light used to pool at its corners, how dust motes drift slowly through slivers of moonlight, but even those details are fading now, not disappearing, just losing their edge, like color bleeding out in water. Your breath is longer than before, not because you're aware of it, but because your body has stopped needing to monitor itself. You don't need to remember how to breathe anymore. The process isn't happening for a reason. It's simply occurring, like the sun rising without being asked, or roots spreading underground while no one watches. Your awareness is sinking deeper into what lies beneath thought, the quiet that exists before memory forms, before words arrive, not empty, but full of possibility, held softly in the space between nerves and bone. It's not a place you go to, it's where you've always been, even when your mind was elsewhere. A small wave of sensation passes through one thigh, just warmth moving up from knee toward hip, not sharp or sudden, just present. And then gone, not needing explanation, not demanding attention, just passing like water over stone in a slow stream. There's no separation between you and the bed anymore. You're not lying on it. You're part of its stillness now, as if your body has slipped into the same state as the fabric beneath. Quiet, waiting, untroubled by time. The sheets aren't holding you, they're cradling. Your hands are no longer moving, no twitching or shifting. They've stopped trying to find something to do, and in that stillness, there's a kind of presence, not active, not awake, but alive all the same. The space around your head feels less like air and more like thickness, a soft pressure holding you gently from above, as if gravity itself has decided to slow down just for this moment. Not pushing you down, but supporting, letting things settle into place without effort. You don't need to guard against silence anymore. It's not cold or hostile, just full of space where nothing happens, and that's okay. There is no expectation in it, no demand to be filled with anything. The mind doesn't have to stay quiet. It can wander, drift, replay small moments without consequence. One moment from the day comes again, the way someone looked at you when they said thank you, and instead of analyzing it, just let that image float like a leaf on still water, not lingering, just passing through. Your pulse is no longer racing, not because you're forcing calm, but because your body has stopped treating time as something to be rushed. You aren't behind. There's nothing waiting for you tomorrow. No one needs anything from you right now except this, that you stay here and do nothing at all. You don't need permission to rest. The nervous system is making its own choices, letting down, unclenching, releasing the threads it has held too long. It knows what safety feels like, not as a concept, but as a physical truth in your muscles, your breath, the softness of your limbs. Your skin doesn't need to be guarded anymore. It's allowed to feel everything without having to respond. The cool touch where sheet meets thigh, the warmth trapped under the blanket near your shoulder. Nothing needs fixing, nothing needs protection. And there is no you that must survive this night, because you already are surviving it. You're not enduring sleeplessness, you're being carried by stillness itself. The body knows what to do when left alone, and tonight, for once, there's nothing asking it to perform. Your thoughts don't need a home anymore. They can rest wherever they land, like birds landing on branches without needing to stay. No one is judging their arrival or departure. They aren't important enough to hold on to, and not because you've forgotten them, but because your nervous system has decided they are no longer necessary. And in that letting go, this deep, soft surrender, the world doesn't end, it just becomes quieter. Not empty, but full of space where nothing matters and everything is allowed. Your body isn't trying to become anything different now. It's not striving for calm, peace, or clarity. It's simply returning, not toward a version of you that existed before the day started, but deeper into what has always been true. That stillness doesn't require effort, only permission. And in this quiet, this soft depth, the mind no longer needs to explain itself. There is no need for meaning, no demand for answers. You don't have to be anything here except present. Not aware, not asleep, but simply here in the slow drift between what was and what will be. And if you feel yourself slipping, not into unconsciousness, but toward something older than thought, something that existed before language or worry, it's okay. You aren't lost. You're just coming home. You don't have to remember why you're here, only that you're allowed to stay. The breath doesn't need a reason anymore either. It just flows, not because it's supposed to, but because your body remembers how. Your ribs aren't working hard, they're softening with each out-breath, like the space between them is slowly filling with something quiet and thick. Not air, not silence, something older than both. The corners of your mouth don't need to pull up or down, just rest. The muscles there know how not to do anything at all. And that's enough. Your ears aren't listening for danger anymore, they're just receiving the room quietly. A soft hum from behind the wall, a distant shift in pressure through the floorboards, the way light might still be clinging to the edge of the curtain like a memory, not real, but present anyway. Not important, just there. There's no need to name it. You don't have to understand what you're sensing, only that you are sensing. That your body is still here, awake enough to receive and quiet enough to let things be. The small ache in your hip isn't a signal anymore, it's just an event in the field of sensation. Not urgent, not demanding, just a point where warmth pools and lingers, like a stain that never fades but doesn't hurt either. You don't have to fix it. You don't even need to notice it. Only let your attention pass through as if it were nothing more than a shadow crossing the floor. The mind still wanders, but now there's no one in it trying to catch anything. No hand reaching out, just drifting like smoke caught between two walls that don't move. And when a thought rises, the way someone said your name just yesterday or how you left the door unlocked, there's not even a flicker of resistance. Not because you've forgotten it, but because there's no one here who needs to make sense of it. It comes in like rain on glass and then slips away before it can leave a mark. Your body isn't holding its breath anymore, it's just letting go of the idea that anything must be held. The shoulders don't carry their weight, they're simply resting where they've always been, no longer trying to rise above the moment. There's no need to lift yourself up. You're not behind, you're not falling, you're not late for anything. Not even time itself feels like a demand anymore. It just moves around you, unhurried and indifferent, like a river that doesn't care how long it takes to reach its source. The fingers of your right hand are no longer curled, just lying flat on the bedsheet, as if they've forgotten what tension is. The space between them isn't taut or tight, it's open. And in that openness, there's not even a whisper of fear about being exposed, just softness, not weakness. A different kind of strength, one where holding on is no longer necessary. Your feet don't need to grip the floor, they're not afraid of what might come through it. The soles are warm. They know they're held by something deeper than wood or concrete, by the slow, steady pulse beneath all things. Not energy, not force, just presence. A kind of gravity that doesn't pull you down, but holds you in place while you become still. The back of your neck isn't stiff anymore, it's just there, like a quiet landmark where tension used to live. Now it's not even a memory. It's just softness, like the moment between two breaths when nothing is happening and no one needs anything from you. Your tongue doesn't need to stay still. It can move if it wants, but there's no reason for it to. No thought to express, no word to form, just rest in that space behind your teeth where silence lives without trying, not empty, full of quiet weight, not loud enough to be heard, but real. The way the blanket drapes over you isn't covering anything, it's just being there, like an old friend who doesn't speak but still knows how to keep you warm. It's not protecting you from cold or threat, only holding space for what already exists. A body that no longer needs to be defended. The ceiling above you, yes, it's real, isn't watching. It's not judging, it's just there. A surface without purpose. Not waiting, not reminding, just stillness in the shape of plaster and light. And your eyes don't need to open. They're closed because they've decided to stay like that for a while longer, resting their work. They know what it means to be quiet, not as an act but as a state. Like roots beneath soil, they aren't moving but they're alive. The space between your thoughts isn't empty, it's full of something slow and thick. Not noise, not silence. something that feels like time when it stops being a problem. You don't need to rush toward the next moment. There's no hurry to get anywhere, no one waiting at the finish line, just this soft depth where nothing happens but everything is allowed. Your breath isn't trying to regulate itself, it's just breathing. Not deep or shallow, not controlled or wild, it's just happening, and that's enough. The body doesn't need a reason to keep going, it keeps going because it already knows how. You don't have to do anything about it. Just let it be the only thing you're aware of right now. The slow rise, the gentle fall, and then nothing for a moment, just stillness where air used to move. The way your shoulder blade rests against the bed isn't a position, it's a decision, not one you made, but one the body has quietly accepted after days of carrying things that weren't yours. Now it's letting go, not with effort, but simply by not holding on anymore. It's not falling apart, it's just becoming lighter. Like a leaf finally releasing its grip from a branch, knowing it won't be missed. You don't have to understand why you're here, only that you are here, not trying to become anything else. Not waiting for tomorrow to fix today. Just present in the soft weight of your limbs, in the quiet hum behind your ears, in the way your skin doesn't flinch when a slight breeze moves across it from somewhere beyond the room. It's not afraid anymore. It doesn't need to react. You don't have to be anything but what you are right here, right now, not awake enough to care, not asleep enough to miss it, just in between. And that space, it's not a void. It's not nothing. It's full of the kind of stillness that doesn't need words or proof. It just is. Your pulse isn't racing, it's just there, like a steady rhythm beneath the skin, not urgent, not fast, just moving at its own pace, no longer afraid of being too slow or too loud. The body knows how to keep going without needing permission. And tonight, it doesn't need anyone else's approval either. Your mind isn't trying to stop thinking, it's just letting thoughts pass like birds flying over a field that doesn't care whether they stay or go. There's no one here who needs them to be useful. No one who needs them to mean something. They're not important, not because you've forgotten them, but because your nervous system has decided they aren't necessary anymore. And in that release, this soft, steady letting go, you don't feel like you're losing anything. You just feel heavier, not tired, but full of quiet. Like the ground knows how to hold things without needing to carry them. Your hands are no longer doing anything, they're not reaching or grasping or holding on. They're just resting, as if they've finally remembered what it means to be still. And in that rest, there's a kind of peace that doesn't need explanation. It's not calm because you forced it. It's not quiet because you suppressed the noise. It's just this, a soft settling into being without having to do anything. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to stay asleep. You're just here, moving slowly through a kind of space where nothing needs fixing, nothing needs changing, and no one is waiting for you to be ready. The body isn't rushing towards sleep. It's not even trying to fall. It's just becoming still in the way that only bodies can when they've stopped fighting themselves. There's no need for a goal, no need to arrive anywhere. Just this, your breath, your skin, your limbs, each one settling deeper into what feels like home, not because of where you are, but because of how you're being. Not trying, not resisting, not remembering, not forgetting, just here. And in that quiet, unforced presence, the kind that comes when all the effort finally stops, there's a space that isn't filled with anything at all, but it feels full anyway, like something ancient has remembered its own shape after being buried for too long. The light from outside hasn't changed, but your eyes don't need to see it anymore. They're not tracking shadows or waiting for movement. They've just. Your eyes are closed, not because you're trying to go somewhere, but because the space behind them has become a kind of still water. No ripple from thoughts passing through, not even a breath disturbing its surface. It's like lying in bed beneath layers of quiet, so thick it feels solid, yet soft enough that your weight sinks into it without effort. The air around you isn't moving much, but the space between your ribs is making room for something older than motion. A stillness that doesn't announce itself. It just settles quietly like dust after a long silence. There's no need to name what's happening or even notice it as separate from yourself. You're not observing this piece, you are part of it now, the way roots become one with soil over time, slowly forgetting they were ever anything else. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask for permission, it simply is, and you've finally stopped resisting its presence. Your shoulders aren't dropping because someone told them to. They're just no longer trying to hold up the world. They've let go, not with a crash, but like sand slipping from fingers in slow motion, without sound, without resistance. The weight of your arms isn't resting on anything except gravity's quiet claim. You are here, and that is enough. Your jaw, it's no longer clenched against memories or future worries. It has relaxed not because you forced it, but because the body remembers how to stop preparing for an attack that never came. The muscles around your mouth, your tongue, there's no pressure holding them in place anymore. They're just resting where they are, like a riverbed after rain has passed through and left only water behind. And deep inside, beneath all of this, the small area near the base of your spine, it feels less tense than it did an hour ago. Not because you've done anything to fix it. It's simply that there is no longer any reason to brace. The body doesn't need a warning system when nothing is coming. No incoming storm, no unopened letter from someone who didn't call back. Just air and silence. You're not asleep yet, but your thoughts aren't trying to take you anywhere either. They drift like ash in still air, light enough that gravity barely matters anymore. You don't need to catch them or push them away. There's no point of arrival, only the slow passage through a kind of waking dream where nothing needs fixing. The wall beside you, it doesn't have any edges right now. It feels more like a presence than an object, like something that has been there all along and just finally stopped being something to keep watch over. The ceiling above isn't holding anything up anymore either, not even your breath, which floats upward with no urgency. Your feet are not touching the floor, but they don't need to. They're floating in their own space, just part of a larger quiet that extends beyond where skin meets air. Your toes aren't curled or taut. There's room between them now, as if you've finally remembered how softness feels without having to earn it. The fabric on your chest moves with the rise and fall, not because you're making it move, but because the body is breathing again in its own way, slowly enough that each breath takes longer than a thought can form. The air enters, stays for a long moment, then leaves behind something like warmth, like the memory of being held. You don't need to think about your hands anymore, not whether they're open or closed, not how much strength is left in them. They're just here, resting against each other, as if remembering their own shape after years of pretending to be useful. The skin on your palms isn't tight. There's no effort behind the placement, only a kind of quiet agreement between body and surface that says, yes, this will do. And what is this? Not achievement, not productivity, just being in contact with something real. The touch of fabric against hand, heat radiating from your own skin, air passing through your nose without demand. No one's waiting for you to wake up. No voice calls out asking if you're okay. The night doesn't care whether you've solved anything or finished what you started. It only cares that the body is no longer at war with itself, and so it lets go of its own weight, quietly, like a stone sinking through deep water. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because your nervous system has decided there's nothing left to protect. There are no threats in this room beyond what memory carries, and even those have lost their power now, because they're being held by something larger than fear, stillness that doesn't ask for proof. You don't need to believe in peace or remember how to feel safe. The body already knows the shape of safety, not as an idea, but as a physical sensation. The way your hips settle into the mattress, not because you chose it, but because they've finally stopped fighting gravity's soft pull. There are no goals tonight, no checklist of things undone, just this. The slow uncurling of tension in places that forgot what relaxation felt like fingers slowly releasing from a fist after years of holding on too tight. Your spine isn't stiff anymore. It's not trying to stay upright or strong or proud. It just curves gently, the way bones naturally do when they're no longer afraid of collapsing under their own weight. And beneath all this, the quiet hum behind your ears, there's a sound that doesn't belong to any thought, not even memory, just frequency, like air moving through an empty room where someone used to be. But now only silence remains, and it feels full, not hollow. The edges of awareness blur slightly, not because you're losing consciousness, but because the mind is finally giving up on its own game. It doesn't need to stay sharp or vigilant anymore. The world hasn't changed, only your relationship with it has shifted. You aren't trying to fall asleep, but sleep isn't resisting you either. There's no effort between wakefulness and rest now, not even a gap, just a smooth slope down through layers of quiet that feel more like returning than leaving. Your body doesn't have to prove anything anymore. No need for energy or alertness or performance. It can be heavy, it can sink, it can simply be without explanation. The weight in your limbs isn't fatigue. It's not exhaustion either. It's the kind of heaviness that comes from surrendering something you didn't even know was a burden. The idea that you had to stay awake long enough to fix yourself. Now there's no need to be fixed. No one wants you to change. You're allowed to just stop trying. The air around your face is still, not because nothing moves, but because movement doesn't matter anymore. Even sound has slowed down to a whisper that comes from nowhere and goes everywhere without leaving traces. Your thoughts don't disappear, they simply become part of the background noise of being, like distant wind through trees you've never seen but somehow remember. They pass, they're not yours, nor are they anyone's, just air passing over time. And in this space, between breaths, between awareness and unawareness, where nothing needs to happen, there is a kind of fullness that doesn't require filling, a presence without purpose, not emptiness, but the opposite, an openness so deep it feels like home, even though you've never been here before. You don't need to arrive anywhere. You're already where everything begins and ends, the place beneath thought, beneath effort, below the surface of trying. The body is no longer guarding anything, not your thoughts, not your past, not what might come tomorrow. It's just letting go in a way that feels like coming back, like returning after years lost somewhere between sleep and worry. Your skin isn't tense or alert anymore. It doesn't flinch at imagined touch. It simply holds the space where you are, with no demand for anything more than being present, without permission to leave. Well, there's nothing left to resist, and nothing left to prove. No reason to stay awake. Only this. The quiet hum in your chest, the slow drift of breath through still air, the way your legs lie loose and unburdened beneath you, like roots sinking deeper into earth after a long drought. And if there is any movement at all, it's not towards sleep, it's away from struggle, from holding on, from staying awake just in case something important might happen. Your breath doesn't have to be perfect anymore. It doesn't need to deepen, lengthen, or change at all. Just stay where it is, gentle, quiet, slipping in and out like a tide that has forgotten the shore. There's no instruction here, only permission. You don't have to do anything with your breathing, just let it be as it is. The rhythm doesn't need correction, nor does it need to become something else. It's already doing its job, carrying air in and out like a soft current through the quiet channels of your body. The space around you isn't empty. It holds things, old warmth from where your body pressed into the sheets, the faint scent of cotton and stillness, the memory of pressure that no longer matters. You don't need to name it or reclaim it, just let it be. There's a kind of fullness in not needing to know what something is. A quiet relief in letting things exist without labeling them. Your hands, they're resting now as if they've remembered how to stop holding on. Not just the fingers, but the joints, the tiny hinges that used to tense at every thought of failure or oversight. They are loose. The tendons aren't taut with anticipation anymore. The palms don't feel like shields against something coming. They lie open, like pages left in a book after reading has ended. And your arms, they're not lifting, not reaching, not guarding. They just rest at your sides, weightless and unafraid of falling. Not because there's no gravity, but because the fear of it has dissolved into stillness. Your shoulders, you don't need to drop them. You never had to raise them in the first place. The muscles that used to climb up toward your neck like warning signals have simply let go, softening into the shape they were always meant to make when not under strain. They aren't sinking exactly. They're just no longer trying to be something they're not. There's a softness behind your eyes, not fatigue, but release. The tiny muscles around them that used to tighten every time you thought about what might have gone wrong, those are still now. Not blank, just quiet. Like curtains drawn at dusk, letting the light fade without resistance. Your tongue, it doesn't need to be held in place anymore. It floats inside your mouth like something forgotten and then remembered, not clenched, not pressed against teeth or palate, just resting. It isn't forming words, it's not rehearsing anything. It is simply there, quietly present, uninvolved. Your jaw, it doesn't have to be open or closed. The tension between the bones has melted away. There's no need for a clenched line at your temples or pressure behind your ears. You don't have to guard against the memory of saying too much or not enough. Your mouth is just unforced. The back of your neck, it doesn't feel like it needs support anymore. The muscles that used to stiffen when you felt watched, when you thought someone might be judging, those are relaxed now. Not limp, but free. Like water flowing over stone after a long, dry season. Your chest, it isn't rising or falling with urgency. It's not heaving from effort or anxiety. It just moves, softly, slowly, as if breathing were something the body does naturally without needing to be reminded. The ribs don't need to expand for courage. They're already open. Not because you willed them to be, but because there is no reason left to close. Your belly, it's not tensing with worry over what might come tomorrow. It doesn't clench at the thought of unfinished tasks or words that weren't said. It just rests, soft and warm, like a place where something could grow if it wanted to. But nothing has to grow. Nothing needs to prove itself here. Your lower back, there's no need to brace against gravity anymore. The spine doesn't have to hold up the weight of responsibility or guilt. It's not trying to stay straight for anyone's approval. It just curves inwards slightly, like a riverbank that has accepted its own shape. No resistance, no correction. Your hips, they aren't holding your posture together. They're not locking in place against collapse. They are simply part of the body's architecture, curving, resting, letting go. The pelvis isn't trying to prove it can carry anything. It just holds what is already there. Your legs, they lie beneath you like roots that have stopped searching for water, not because they've found it, but because they no longer feel the need to reach. They're not afraid of weakness. They don't tremble at the thought of lying still too long. The knees aren't stiff with expectation. The calves are soft, unresisting. Your feet, they don't have to push forward anymore, not even in dreams. The soles don't feel like they need to stay alert for danger underfoot. They just rest, pressed gently into the mattress, feeling every contour of its surface without needing to respond to it. There's no demand to move, to stand, or to carry anything. You're not holding yourself together anymore, not by effort, not by will, not even by instinct. You're held by something else. The quiet weight of your body resting on the bed, and beneath that, the earth itself, steady, unmoving, unbothered by your thoughts or regrets. There's no need to fix anything now, not today, not ever. The past isn't a wound you have to tend, it's just an echo in the air. And echoes don't bleed. They simply pass through space and fade without leaving marks. Your mind, it doesn't need to stop thinking. It can keep wandering over small regrets, over sentences half remembered, over moments when you spoke too soon or not at all. But now there's no urgency in those thoughts. No demand for resolution. They don't need answers. They just exist as part of the background hum of being. You're not trying to quiet them, nor are you following along. You're simply allowing space around them, like trees growing through a forest floor where roots have long since given up on climbing. And in that space, there's no pressure to be someone else, no need to perform or prove yourself, not even to your own self. The version of you who thought he had to stay awake just in case something important might happen, that part has finally let go. The body doesn't have to earn rest. It doesn't have to wait until it's ready. You're not being rewarded for stillness. You're simply allowed to be still without conditions. Your skin isn't on alert anymore. There's no tension beneath the surface waiting to flinch at touch or sound. It just holds your form, not as armor, but as a kind of gentle envelope, like warmth wrapping around something that has been cold too long. The air inside you feels different now, not lighter but softer, not clearer but more spacious. There's room for everything, the breaths you've held back, the words you never said, the apologies that weren't made, and none of it needs to be fixed. It just is. Your thoughts don't need to stop. They just don't have to matter anymore. There's no one listening from outside. No eyes watching your stillness for signs of weakness. The silence around you isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't demand anything in return. You're not falling asleep, but sleep is no longer fighting back. It's just waiting, like a door left open after someone has passed through. No need to close it. No need for permission. Your awareness is softening, not fading, but becoming more porous, like light passing through glass that doesn't reflect anything anymore. The edges of your body, they're not sharp. They don't feel defined by effort or control. You don't have to hold yourself together because you aren't falling apart. There's no need for a boundary between wakefulness and sleep. Just a slow drift downward into a state where nothing needs to be maintained, where everything is allowed to simply be. You're not trying to reach any place. There's nowhere left to go, no one left to please, nothing left to prove. And in that stillness, the kind that isn't forced but just happens when the body stops resisting, it begins to feel like home, not because you've arrived, but because you've stopped running from it. Your breath, it doesn't need a rhythm anymore. It's not counting seconds or measuring time. It's just moving slowly, quietly, in and out, like air passing through an open door that hasn't been closed in years. And if there is any movement at all, it's not toward wakefulness. It's not towards sleep either. It's simply a way from struggle, from holding on. Your breath flows like water over stones worn smooth by time, not rushing, not resisting, just moving through the shape of what's already there. The air inside you isn't thick with need anymore. It doesn't have to be full. It can just be quiet. And in that quiet, your thoughts don't vanish. They soften at the edges, like old paper left out in a sunlit room, turning brittle and faint over years. You're not trying to erase them. There's no command to stop thinking. Only a deep sense of being held so completely that even thought doesn't need permission to linger. There's something quiet happening now, not beneath the mind, but behind it. A stillness that doesn't come from effort or focus or willpower. It comes from release, like roots sinking deeper into soil when no one is watching, settling without noise. Your body isn't trying to be anything anymore. No longer a vessel waiting for permission to rest. Not even an instrument meant to perform. Just form, weight, presence. The small muscles around your eyes, the ones that tightened unconsciously when you spoke too fast or glanced too quickly, those are unclenching now. The tension in the corners of your mouth, where you've held a smile for someone else's sake long after it had faded, gone. You don't have to remember how to be kind to yourself. It's not something you need to practice anymore. Kindness is just part of what happens when you stop fighting. You're not on guard against memories, not even the ones that feel like they carry weight, like a sentence spoken too harshly or silence left where comfort was needed. They don't have to be understood, don't have to be forgiven. They're simply passing through your awareness now, like shadows across a wall in late afternoon, there for a moment, then gone. No one is asking you to carry them. Your hands, they've been resting on your chest or tucked beneath your thighs, maybe clenched just slightly in the way that happens when we don't know what else to do with our own bodies. Now, slowly, without any push from you, they are beginning to fall open. Fingers spreading like leaves letting go of a branch, not because you decided to, just because the weight has shifted. There's no reason left for them to hold on. The space between your shoulder blades, it used to feel tight, like something was trapped there, a memory or a posture from another time. Now it feels different, lighter, as if something that had been pressed down finally found room to rise, not up but out. Not into the air, but into stillness. Your spine not rigid with the need to stay upright, not trying to prove you're awake, just resting where it is, supported by the bed beneath you, held gently in place, like a tree standing without needing to lean one way or another. No wind pushing it. No reason to bend. The weight of your legs, they're not heavy as burden, but heavy as truth. Not dragging, not resisting, they're simply there, in their own right, and that's enough. The softness in the back of your knees, where tension used to coil like wire beneath skin, Now it's unspooling, like a thread pulled from a seam long ago forgotten. Your breath, you don't have to guide it anymore. It doesn't need pacing, doesn't require focus. It simply moves in and out, not faster than the body wants, not slower than it can hold. Just breathing, like air moving through a forest at dusk, where no one is listening and nothing needs to be heard. There's no boundary between your thoughts and the space around them anymore. They don't live inside you as separate things needing control or correction. They're just part of the atmosphere now, the way light falls differently in different rooms, the way silence settles when someone steps out of a doorway. You're not trying to push any of it away, nor are you holding on. Your skin feels like it's no longer guarding anything. It doesn't have to react, doesn't need to be ready for touch or sound, not because the world is safe, but because your body has stopped expecting danger. The surface isn't tense with readiness anymore. It just holds you gently, like a hand laid over something fragile that no longer needs protection. There's warmth in your chest now, not heat, not emotion, but a kind of quiet fullness. Not joy, not peace, just presence. A feeling like the space beneath water where everything is still and suspended, not floating, not sinking, but held in balance. Your thoughts drift, not urgently, not with guilt or regret, but as if they've stopped needing to be relevant. They come and go like clouds across a sky that no longer cares what shape they take. You're not watching them, you're not judging their passage, just allowing the sky to keep moving. And when one thought returns, the one about the word you didn't say or the moment you hesitated, there's no rush to fix it. No need to replay it, analyze it, apologize for it in your mind. It's just there, like a leaf caught on a branch, waiting for wind that won't come. And that's okay. You're not responsible for what happened today, not even for how you felt during it. You didn't fail because you stayed awake. Didn't fall short because you couldn't shut your mind down. There's no score to keep, no ledger, just this. The body is allowed to be still. The breath can simply exist. And if a thought comes, it doesn't have to be answered. The room around you, not silent in the way that demands attention, no, quieter than silence. It holds your presence like a blanket folded over someone who's already asleep. You don't need to hear anything to know you're safe. The walls aren't closing in. The ceiling isn't pressing down. There's space between things, not because they've moved apart, but because the nervous system has decided it doesn't have to be on alert anymore. You're not trying to reach a place, not moving towards sleep or wakefulness, just being, and that's enough. Not perfect, not complete, but whole in its own way, like a tree with no need to grow, just standing where it is. Your mind isn't fixed. It doesn't have to be. The past isn't a wound you must heal. The future isn't something you must prepare for. You're not being tested on your ability to let go. There's only this moment, this soft breath, this weight in the limbs, this quiet where even thinking feels unnecessary. You don't need to return anything to anyone, not yourself, not the world. Nothing is owed, no explanation needed, no proof of worth, just rest. And beneath it all, a sense that you've been waiting for this, not because it was missing, but because now you're finally allowed to feel what's already here. The quiet hum of being alive without having to earn it. There's no beginning or end to this stillness. It doesn't have to be meaningful, doesn't need to serve anything. It just is, like the space between heartbeats when nothing else happens, but everything is held. Your body isn't trying to do anything now. No effort, no performance, just breathing, resting, holding itself in place without needing to prove it's real. And if you drift a little deeper into that softness, into the part of awareness where thoughts don't matter and movement doesn't need direction, it's not because you've failed awake or succeeded asleep. It's just because your body has finally stopped fighting the fact that it wants to rest. There's no one here to watch, no eyes waiting for signs of surrender. You're not being judged on how still you are. No one is counting your breaths. The only thing required right now is this: let go without needing to know what comes after. The air moves through you, slow and unhurried, not seeking anything, just passing through, like rain soaking into earth that has long forgotten what it was like not to be wet. And if a thought rises again, the one about the missed chance, the word left unspoken, let it float, let it pass. It doesn't need you to fix it, doesn't demand your attention. It's just a breath of air in a room that already holds everything. You're not being asked to be anything else, not even to be peaceful, just here, in this body, with this quiet mind. And if the edges blur, if focus softens further, let it happen. No need to stop it, no reason to pull back. Let it pass like a leaf caught in the current of an underground stream. No need to pull it back, no reason to hold on. It drifts because that's what water does. It doesn't ask permission to move, doesn't pause to explain itself. You don't have to name the shape of the regret or trace its path through your ribs. Just let it float downstream and watch how the surface settles again when it leaves. There is no place you need to go for this stillness to be real. Not a mountain peak where clarity comes with altitude, not a temple lit by candlelight, no ritual required. You are not being initiated into anything. The quiet isn't waiting for your arrival, nor does it vanish if you blink. It's here, already in the way your shoulders have stopped trying to lift themselves off the mattress, how the small bones beneath your jaw have softened, like clay left out overnight under a light rain. You don't need to remember why you're tired. You just are, and that is enough. The body knows its own fatigue better than any thought ever could. It doesn't care about causes or reasons. It only remembers the weight of time spent upright, of muscles holding steady while your mind ran ahead, chasing what was already gone. Now it's not running anymore, not even pretending to keep up. Let your spine be a quiet riverbed, smooth and deep beneath layers of silence. The bones aren't rigid, they're soft with time, like old wood in the basement that no longer needs to resist rot. You can feel it, the way gravity settles into each vertebra, not as pressure, but as permission. A slow unclenching along the entire column, one joint at a time, letting go of the habit of standing ready. The air inside your chest is still warm from breaths that have already passed, not gone, just finished their work. And now it's just there, space where warmth used to be, and no demand for more heat. No need to force yourself into deeper inhalations or faster rhythms. Just let the pause between breaths lengthen like a shadow stretching at dusk. Not empty, not fearful, but full in its own way. Full of stillness that doesn't have to be filled with anything. Your hands are no longer curled tight around nothing. They rest on your abdomen like two small animals who have decided to lie down and sleep where they landed. The fingers don't need to do anything now. No typing, no gripping, no reaching for something beyond reach. Not even remembering how to grip. Just resting. Letting the skin hang loose over bone, letting the blood flow without urgency. Your feet, those distant parts of your body that carry you through days of movement, are quiet too. The arches aren't holding up anything now. No one is walking on them. They don't need to be strong or steady. They can just be soft under the weight of sleep, like sand beneath a stone that has long stopped trying to move. Even your eyes, though they're closed, are not straining. The lids aren't pressing down hard against the world outside. There's no effort behind them anymore, not even a flicker of resistance when the dark comes in. They've given up on seeing, and in doing so, found peace. There is nothing to watch for. No shadow slipping into the room. No sound that needs identifying. You don't need your eyes open to know you're safe. The thoughts, they keep coming, yes, but not as demands, not as storms needing to be weathered. They come like birds landing on a wire, briefly perched, then gone again. One lands near the edge of awareness, the idea that maybe you should have said something different. It sits for just a breath and then flies off without warning. Another drifts in, a memory of your voice not matching what you meant, but it doesn't stay either. And just glides through the quiet like mist over still water, barely disturbing the surface before dissolving. And if one lingers, like a hand that forgets to let go, it's okay. You don't have to pull it away, You don't need to understand it or fix its shape. It doesn't matter whether you're supposed to let go of it. The body already knows what happens when you stop fighting. When you stop trying to push the thoughts out, they begin to lose their grip on your attention. They don't vanish, but they thin. Like ink spread in water, not erased, just no longer dense enough to pull focus. There's a part of you that doesn't want to believe this can be real, not because it's false, but because it feels too easy, too quiet, as if peace were something you had to earn through effort, through discipline, through hours of meditation or self-control. But this isn't earned. It's not given for performance. You don't have to do anything now except be present in the way your body is already being. Limbs heavy, breath slow, mind wandering without judgment. This stillness doesn't require you to change, doesn't ask you to become someone else. There's no need to rewrite yourself or clean up your thoughts. You're not supposed to erase what happened today, not even apologize for feeling tired. The body is allowed its weariness. The nervous system can rest without guilt. And if a memory rises, the moment when the words stuck in your throat, when you held back instead of speaking, let it come. Let it be seen, not with judgment, not with regret, but like watching an old photo slowly fade at the edges under sunlight. You don't need to save it. You don't have to explain it. Just let it exist for a moment in this soft space between breaths, and then let go. You are not responsible for every thought that passes through you, not even for how long it stays. Some thoughts come like visitors who knock once, wait briefly, and leave without needing an invitation. Others linger longer, like family members who have lived in the house so long they don't seem to need permission anymore. But even then, their presence doesn't have to be a burden. Even when you're aware of them, you aren't obligated to respond. Your mind isn't broken. It's not malfunctioning because it won't stop thinking. It's just doing what minds do, wandering, looping, remembering, wondering. But now, it doesn't need to lead the way. The body has taken over that role. You're being held by something deeper than thought, by weight and warmth, by breath and surrender. And beneath all of this, the sense that you've been waiting not for sleep itself, but for this quiet acceptance of your own presence in it, a kind of letting be without needing to do anything about it. No striving, no correction, just being here, in the body, in the dark, in the slow rhythm of breath that isn't trying to reach anything. The bed beneath you is not just support, it's holding, not like something rigid, but like earth after rain, soft, porous, always ready to receive what falls into it. You're not sinking because you never were floating in the first place. You've always been here, held by gravity and stillness, even when your mind was too loud to notice. Now that noticing has slowed down like footsteps on a gravel path as evening deepens. The sound fades not because it stops, but because there's no need for you to hear it anymore. There is nothing in the silence that needs to be answered. No question from yourself or anyone else, just space, quiet, stillness that doesn't ask permission. And if your thoughts come again, like echoes down a hallway with no one walking at the end, you can let them pass through without turning around. You don't need to know where they came from or where they're going. They aren't yours to control, just part of the air moving in and out of this room, carrying nothing but memory and breaths. The body knows what it's doing. It doesn't care about your regrets, doesn't remember every word you didn't say. All it remembers is how to rest, how to be heavy without effort, how to let go without needing a reason. And if you keep breathing, slow, soft, unhurried, you'll find that the space between thoughts grows longer, not because there's less mind, but because there's more room for stillness. The breath still flows, not because you're guiding it, but because your body remembers how to move without direction. It moves like water finding its own level. No hurry, no resistance, just the quiet pull of what is already here. And in that flow, there's a softness settling, not into sleep yet, but into being. A kind of stillness that doesn't need your permission. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to prove you're tired enough or worthy of rest. The body knows what it is to be unguarded. It remembers the feeling of not having to perform for anyone, not even yourself. Even when thoughts drift back, like leaves caught in a slow current, you don't need to catch them. They don't have to land anywhere. They can just float. Not away from you, but through you. As if your mind were the riverbed, and your awareness the stream that doesn't care where it goes. You are not responsible for the direction of thoughts anymore, only for how deeply you allow yourself to sink into this moment. This soft space between breaths where nothing needs fixing, where regret is not a problem, but just another shape the mind takes when it's tired. And that's okay. It doesn't need your attention. It doesn't need to be healed. It simply needs to pass, like a shadow across the floor at dusk. You don't stop time because you see it. You don't call out to it. You let it slide by, unbothered, unnoticed. And in that letting go, there's room for something else. Not a new thought, not even peace exactly, but the quiet hum of being held. As if your body were wrapped in something older than memory, something slower than time. The deep softness beneath all sensation, the part of you that doesn't wake up when the mind rumbles. You are sinking into it now. Not downward, not away, but inwards, into a space where tension isn't something to fix, but simply what fades when no one is holding onto it anymore. The shoulders release without effort. The jaw unclenches like roots loosening in soil after rain. The small muscles around the eyes soften, as if the eyelids were tired of guarding. And your hands, those clenched fists you didn't even know you'd been carrying, all their tightness just unwinds, like a coil slowly opening on its own. No force applied, no intention to relax, just the slow release that happens when gravity is finally allowed to do what it does best. You are not resisting the weight of your body anymore. Not even slightly. The heaviness isn't an enemy, it's homecoming. It's how you've always been meant to be, held by the earth, cradled by stillness. And tonight, that holding is deepening. Like a lake filling not from rain, but from something beneath, deep underground water rising quietly. There are no ripples on the surface, no need for waves. The water doesn't have to prove it's there, it just is. You are becoming that stillness too, not by trying to be quiet.